Chapter 334. 334 Chapter 334 Return. Something big has happened. Yan Quan was not a native of the Dark Moon Empire, but a foreign cultivator who had traveled to the Dark Moon Empire more than 10 years ago. In the meantime, he got to know a top expert of the Inoue royal family and the previous master of the Mo family. At that time, the three of them had a very good relationship. Who would have thought that the previous master of the Mo family and the existence of the Inoue royal family would have the ambition of Wallevers? They had secretly poisoned the flame spring and then suppressed it under the Mo family in order to refine it into the Inoue demonic chief. This suppression had lasted for more than 10 years. If Lu Ming had not encountered this by chance, he would not have been able to escape the fate of being refined into the Inoue demonic chief. On the way, Yan Quan's expression suddenly changed slightly, revealing a bitter smile. I've been suppressed for more than 10 years and I've been seriously injured. I've also forcefully activated my secret skill earlier, and now that the time limit is up, I need to find a place to heal. Senior's healing is more important, Lu Ming said. Immediately the two of them found a hidden place. Yan Quan sat cross-legged and began to heal his injuries. Lu Ming had the golden-eyed blood corpse patrol the surroundings while he sat cross-legged. Previously he had devoured a large amount of blood essence and now he was just about to start refining. Half of it was absorbed by the bloodline, while the other half was converted into true qi. There were dozens of Mo clan's martial arts grandmasters. Among them there were a few in the 8th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm and the head of the Mo clan, who was in the 9th level of martial arts grandmaster realm. How strong was the power of blood essence? Lu Ming's cultivation level rose rapidly again. After a day, Lu Ming's cultivation level rose to the peak of the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. However, at this point, no matter how hard Lu Ming tried, he could not break through. Lu Ming knew that his cultivation level had increased too quickly, causing his essential qi to be impure and his foundation to be unstable. He needed a period of time to polish it before he could continue to improve. Lu Ming then used the remaining blood essence to improve his blood meridian. However, after refining all the blood essence, the 9-dragon bloodline was still king class and did not improve. It was too difficult to improve one's bloodline. At this time, Yan Quan was still circulating his energy to heal his injuries. His entire body was suffused with waves of scarlet-red aura. It was incomparably hot as he recuperated his body. Yan Quan's healing took 7 days. 7 days later, Yan Quan opened his eyes. Senior, how do you feel? Lu Ming asked. After being suppressed for more than 10 years, I have too many hidden injuries. It will be difficult to heal them in a short time. However, I have stabilized them for the time being. If I go all out during the war, it will not be a problem. As for the other hidden injuries, I will slowly recuperate. It will not take long for them to recover. Yan Quan said. That's good, Lu Ming said with a smile. Then the three of them continued their journey. With the speed of the three of them, it only took half a day to return to Moonview City. Of course, on the way, Lu Ming put on his mask again and returned to Tianyin's appearance. Lord Marquis has returned. The blood-red cavalry in charge of patrolling the camp shouted in surprise when they saw Lu Ming. Immediately after, the news of Lu Ming's return spread throughout Moonview City at a crazy speed, causing a huge sensation. Buzz. Buzz. 2 figures flew over at high speed. They were Qiu Yu and Xianxia. Young master. Qiu Yu was extremely excited when she saw Lu Ming. She was not afraid of being embarrassed and threw herself into Lu Ming's arms. Her tears flowed like pearls and she cried like a pear blossom bathed in rain. Young master, you're finally back. We saw the traces of a battle at the Golden Eyes cultivation place and thought you. Ooh, it's great that you're back. Qiu Yu burst into tears and her eyes rolled down, wetting Lu Ming's clothes. Silly girl, your young master is very lucky. How could something easily happen to him? Besides, I can't bear to leave my Qiu Yu. Lu Ming stroked Qiu Yu's hair and said softly. Qiu Yu felt better and left Lu Ming's arms. However, her eyes were red and tears were still welling up. Xianxia gritted his teeth and remained silent. If you're so comfortable. You're so sweet and soft the moment you come back. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Little Qing, my arms are free now. Do you want to try? Lu Ming blinked and smiled. Try your head. It's good that you're not dead. Xianxia continued to snort. Pa, I still owe you one thing. How can I die before I finish it? Lu Ming laughed. Humph, it's good that you remember. Xianxia continued to sneer. At this moment Hua Ying and the other blood-red cavalry generals appeared one by one. Then it was Ming Meng, the three Ming siblings and the others. Greetings, Lord Marquis. When they saw Lu Ming they saluted him. No need to be so polite. Let's go back to the camp. Lu Ming waved his hand. On the way, Yan Quan saw the majestic and powerful blood-red cavalry, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. He was quite shocked. However, Lu Ming frowned. This was because he realized that the entire military camp was on high alert and the atmosphere was very heavy. Could it be that another war had occurred recently? Hua Ying, how's the situation recently? Could it be that another battle is about to take place? The atmosphere in the camp doesn't feel right. Lu Ming asked as soon as they arrived at the camp. Lord Marquis, something big has happened. This was Hua Ying's first sentence and her face was extremely serious. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and swept his gaze across the room. He noticed that Ming Meng, Ming Qing and the rest all had grave expressions. Lu Ming had a bad feeling and asked, Tell me what happened. Lord Marquis, the Ghost Moon Saber sect has been destroyed. Hua Ying replied. What? Even with Lu Ming's mental fortitude, his body trembled violently at this moment, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. The Ghost Moon Saber sect was one of the 5 great sects of the Blazing Sun Empire. It dominated the north of the Blazing Sun Empire and was an overlord. It was extremely powerful. How could such a powerful force be destroyed just like that? Even if the 10 Directions Sword School attacked with all their might, they might not be able to take down the Ghost Moon Saber sect. What's going on? Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Master Ho, 10 days ago, the Dark Moon Empire dispatched 2 million troops to attack the Ghost Moon Saber sect's territory. The Ghost Moon Saber sect sent out a large number of experts to resist, but they never expected that at this time, a large number of experts from the 10 Direction Sword sect would suddenly attack the Ghost Moon Saber sect. At the same time, a portion of the Ghost Moon Saber sect's people had long surrendered to the 10 Direction Sword sect and attacked the Ghost Moon Saber sect from the inside. Cooperating from the inside and from the outside, they broke through the Ghost Moon Saber sect in one fell swoop, and a large number of Ghost Moon Saber sect disciples were slaughtered. After that, Shifang Jian sent out a large number of experts, and together with the experts of the Dark Moon Empire, they surrounded and killed the experts of the Ghost Moon Saber sect. The Ghost Moon Saber sect was caught off guard and the experts were all killed and injured. The Ghost Moon Saber sect was completely destroyed. Hua Ying explained. So that's how it is. I understand. This is a trap that was set up from the start. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. It was obvious that the 10 Direction Sword School had been working with the Dark Moon Empire for a long time. That was why the Yin Moon Empire's army had decided to attack. Their goal was to attract the powerhouses of the Ghost Moon Saber sect and make preparations for their attack. Unfortunately, the Dark Moon Empire suffered heavy losses due to Lu Ming's sabotage last time and did not attract many powerhouses from the Ghost Moon Saber sect. Therefore, there were assassins who tried to kill Lu Ming. Moreover, there were people from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion among them. After thinking about it, everything was clear. 10 Direction Sword School, you 10 Direction Sword School. Lu Ming muttered. Chapter 335. 335 Chapter 335 Before one wave settled, another wave rose. Lord Marquis, the Ghost Moon Saber sect has been destroyed, and the entire Blazing Sun Empire has been shaken. We're in the north, not far from the Ghost Moon Saber sect. We're afraid that the 10 Direction Sword School will make a move on us, so we're so heavily guarded. Hua Ying explained. The Ghost Moon Saber sect has been exterminated, and the army of the Inu Empire has moved south and occupied a large area of the Burning Sun Empire's territory. I guess this is the benefit that the 10 Directional Sword sect has promised the Inu Empire. They're really a bunch of traitors. Ming Meng said through gritted teeth. Has the 10 Direction Sword sect made any new moves during this time? Lu Ming asked. Not yet. Hua Ying said. Keep an eye on the news from the outside world. The 10 Direction Sword sect's move has shaken the entire country. The other sects will definitely not remain indifferent. They will definitely join forces. This is not good news for the 10 Direction Sword sect. Therefore, the 10 Direction Sword sect will definitely make a big move next. Lu Ming analyzed. At this moment, Ming Meng's expression changed slightly. He moved his hand and a jade tablet appeared. This was a 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman, and most generals would have one in their hands to transmit messages. When Ming Meng saw the message from the 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman, his body trembled violently, and his face instantly became extremely pale without a trace of blood. How did this happen? Ming Meng roared, his eyes filled with disbelief. Brother Ming, what happened? Lu Ming asked hurriedly, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. The Heavenly King of Suppression revolted and led the army to break into the capital and raze the palace. His Majesty the Emperor was killed. Ming Meng was practically trembling as he called out. What? Ming Meng's words were like a bolt of lightning on a clear day. It rang in the hearts of most of the people present, including Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Hua Ying and the rest turned pale. Heavenly King Suppression, 10 Direction Sword School. Lu Ming roared, his killing intent surging like a tide. Heavenly King Zhen couldn't have done this alone. Without thinking, the one controlling everything was definitely the 10 Direction Sword School. Traitor, traitor, how dare the Heavenly King, this traitor? How dare he? Hua Ying shouted hysterically, her eyes red. He was a member of the imperial family and he almost went crazy. Heavenly King Zhen Tian's banner is to get rid of the fatuous ruler and build a strong and powerful burning sun empire. Ah, how shameless, how shameless. Ming Meng laughed from extreme anger. Father, mother. The first people that came to Lu Ming's mind were Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. How were Lu Yuntian and Li Ping doing in the General Star Hall? At the thought of this, Lu Ming was burning with anxiety. Young master, old master and madam. At the side, Qiu Yu clutched Lu Ming's arm tightly. Her entire body trembled slightly and she was extremely worried. Brother Ming, is there any more news? Did anyone from the imperial family survive? Lu Ming forced himself to calm down. It had already happened, so there was no point in worrying. Only by getting more information could he decide what to do next. According to the news, Heavenly King Zhen Tian actually attacked. His Majesty and the experts of the royal family fought back with all their might, and in the end, the 8th prince managed to escape with a group of people. However, after the 8th prince and his group escaped from the imperial city, there was no news of them at all. Ming Meng said. Hua Qi has escaped. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he had a glimmer of hope. If it was possible, Hua Qi would have definitely brought Lu Yuntian and Li Ping with him when he escaped. That way Lu Yuntian and Li Ping might still be fine. 10 Direction Sword Sect, if anything happens to my parents, I swear I'll kill all of you. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with endless cold killing intent. Lord Marquis, what should we do now? From now on, the entire mountain suppressing army will listen to Lord Marquis's orders. Ming Meng cupped his fists and knelt on one knee. All right. Lu Ming did not decline and agreed immediately. In terms of rank, the Marquis champion was higher than Ming Meng, so it was normal for him to lead the mountain suppressing army. All generals, hear my order. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and began to give orders. Lord Marquis, please give your orders. Hua Ying, Ming Meng and the others all knelt on one knee. Full Moon City is located in the north. To the north is the Inue Empire and to the south is the Shifang Sword School. It's very disadvantageous for us, so we shouldn't stay for long. Ming Meng, lead the mountain guarding army to the east and head to the Forgotten Immortal Pass. The Forgotten Immortal Pass is easy to defend and hard to attack. It's a natural stronghold and has always been under the command of the royal family. We will never ally our Slaviers with the 10 Direction Sword sect. Moreover, after we reach the Forgotten Immortal Pass, we can form a corner with the Mystical Sword sect and join forces with them to resist the 10 Direction Sword sect. Lu Ming instructed. He knew that the blazing Sun Empire was about to fall into chaos, and a great war was about to break out. Your subordinate obeys, Ming Meng said. In addition, 30,000 blood-red cavalry, come with me to the imperial capital and save the 8th prince. Lu Ming ordered, his eyes filled with killing intent. Yes. Hua Ying and the others acknowledged the order loudly, their killing intent soaring. Lord Marquis, you can't. There are many experts in the Shifang sword sect. This trip is too dangerous. Ming Meng's expression changed drastically as he opposed. Although the blood-red cavalry were strong, they could only charge and break through enemy lines. If the omnipresent sword sect sent a top expert to assassinate Lu Ming, it would be dangerous. The others also hesitated. It's fine. I'll kill anyone from the 10 Direction sword sect I see. Lu Ming said coldly. Boom, boom, boom. Just then a loud rumble came from outside. Report, there's a large army coming from outside. A soldier came to report. It must be the 10 Directions Sword School. The 10 Directions Sword School is finally here. I knew they wouldn't leave a nail like us here. Ming Meng's expression changed. Good, blood-red iron cavalry, follow me to kill the enemy. Lu Ming ordered. Yes. Hua Ying and the others accepted the order. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after, Lu Ming rode the blood-scaled Wolf King, followed by Xianxia, Qiu Yu, the golden-eyed blood corpse, Yanquan, Hua Ying, Ming Meng and the rest. He led 30,000 blood-red cavalry out of the camp and arrived outside Moonview City. In front of him, dust filled the air as a majestic army appeared in sight. Black warhorses, black armor, black weapons, and a flood of pitch-black steel surged through the world. A huge flag with a divine sword embroidered on it fluttered in the wind. That's the Ghost Moon Saber sect's Ghost Metal Army. It seems like the Ghost Metal Army has already joined the 10 Direction Sword School. Ming Meng's expression changed. That flag was the flag of the 10 Direction Sword sect. Lu Ming nodded. The Ghost Moon Saber sect had been annihilated. It was normal for some of the legions under the Ghost Moon Saber sect to join the omnidirectional sword sect. Boom, boom, boom. The Ghost Metal Army stopped a few miles away. They had a strong aura and were densely packed. Judging from their numbers, there should be no less than 100,000 people. Buzz, buzz. A few figures flew out from the Ghost Metal Army and hovered above Lu Ming and the rest. There were a total of 3 people, 1 old man and 2 middle-aged men. They all carried swords on their backs and were obviously experts from the 10 Direction Sword School. The 3 of them exuded extremely powerful auras. One is at the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm, and 2 are at the peak of the 7th level. Ming Meng cried out in alarm, his expression extremely ugly. Chapter 336. 336 Chapter 336 One slap to death. The 3 men from the omnidirectional sword sect swept their gazes across Lu Ming and his group before finally stopping on him. You're Tianyun? The leading old man asked. Not bad. Lu Ming said calmly. He wanted to see what the other party was selling. Tianyun, you've repeatedly opposed my 10 Direction Sword School and killed our geniuses and experts. Do you admit your crimes? The old man in the lead glared at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Admit to your crimes? I haven't even said that killing a few dogs hit things from your Shifang sword sect would dirty my hands, and you want me to admit to my crimes? What crime? Lu Ming replied indifferently. He did not take the other party seriously at all. You. The leading old man's face turned ashen, and he exuded an ice-cold killing intent. After a long time he calmed down, waved his sleeves and said in a deep voice, Tianyun, there are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal interests. Today I can give you a chance to atone for your sins. As long as you lead the blood-red cavalry and pledge your loyalty to the 10 Direction Sword sect, and make a blood oath, I can consider letting you go. All the crimes you've committed in the past can be written off. After the old man finished speaking, everyone understood what the other party meant. Now that the Red Blood Army was powerful and famous in the Sun Nation and the Moon Nation, the omnidirectional sword sect was planning to recruit Lu Ming. Lu Ming sneered. I want you to let me go? Who the hell do you think you are, you old thing? Do you really think you're some big shot? Alright, are you done with your nonsense? If you're done, you can go and die. Lu Ming glanced at the other party and lost his patience. Little bastard, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Then I will kill you today. After I kill you, the Red Blood Legion will still belong to my 10 Direction Sword sect. Die. The old man's face completely darkened. He shouted angrily and slashed out with his sword. This sword fully displayed the Elder's strength of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. It had the power to split mountains and break rivers, which was extremely shocking. Not good, be careful. Ming Meng roared. Young master. Dodge. Lord Marquis. Qiu Yu, Xian Yanqing, Huaying and the others were all shocked. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, it was impossible for him to be a match for a martial arts grandmaster at the peak of the 8th level. However, Lu Ming was still riding on the crimson-scaled Wolf King. Die. The old man's expression was ferocious. The sword light became even more dazzling and quickly slashed at Lu Ming's head. Seeing that it was about to hit Lu Ming's head, the old man was overjoyed. He was screaming in his heart. What peerless genius! If he hadn't grown up, what kind of genius was he? You're still going to die in my hands. However, as soon as he had this thought, he saw a slap coming from Lu Ming's side. Bang! This slap was on his sword light. The sword light was like tofu and instantly shattered. The old man was stunned. Ming Meng, Qiu Yu and the others were also stunned. It's just a fly making a big fuss here. It's so annoying. Yan Quan appeared beside Lu Ming and said indifferently. The slap just now was, of course, from Yan Quan. Who are you? I'm an elder of the 10 Direction Sword School, you dare. The elder from the 10 Direction Sword sect was stunned for a moment before he shouted. However, before he could finish, Yan Quan's palm struck again. Pa! No one could clearly see how this slap was swung. It was too fast. They only felt their vision blur and then they heard a clear slap. Then the elder from the 10 Direction Sword sect let out a blood-curdling scream and was sent flying. In the air, his head exploded like a watermelon and red and white matter flew everywhere. This. Ming Meng and the others almost bit their tongues, their eyes almost popping out. An expert at the peak of the martial ancestor 8 Dan was considered a top-notch expert in the Blazing Sun Empire. In the 5 major sects, he was definitely a high and mighty existence. His status was even higher than that of an ordinary golden-robed elder. The average golden-robed elder was only at the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. A peak martial ancestor 8 Dan expert had actually been killed by a single slap. This was too shocking. The elder beside Lu Ming was actually such a terrifying expert. Previously, when Ming Meng and the rest saw Yan Quan, they had only guessed that he was an ordinary martial arts grandmaster. They had never expected him to be so terrifying. Following that, they looked at Lu Ming with even more respect. Lu Ming could actually get such a person to follow him. How did he do it? The 2 remaining men from the 10 Direction Sword sect were scared out of their wits. They roared and turned to run. How is it possible for you to escape in front of me? Yan Quan coldly smiled and threw a punch. Boom. Boom. 2 fist forces shot out. The 2 burly men at the peak of martial ancestor 7 Dan were directly drowned by the fist energy. When the fist energy disappeared, not even dregs were left of the 2 burly men. To be able to deal with 2 experts at the peak of the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm so easily, it once again left everyone dumbfounded. Lu Ming was the only exception. What a waste, what a waste. Lu Ming's heart ached terribly. Yan Quan's punch had even burned his blood essence clean. How could Lu Ming not feel heartache? These were 2 experts in the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. The commotion here naturally shocked the ghost metal army several miles away. Not good. Tanyun has made his move. Kill them all. Of course, there were also experts from the omnidirectional sword school in the ghost metal army. They roared and led the army to charge at Lu Ming and the others. Charge, crush them. Lu Ming shouted coldly. The blood-red scaled wolf howled madly, and its roar shook the sky as it charged towards the ghost metal army. The power of the aura was earth-shaking. Not good, the mount is frightened. Charge animal, hurry up and charge. The 30,000 scarlet blood-scaled Wallevers howled, causing the ghost metal army's mounts to be frightened, and their formation to become unstable. And in this short moment the blood-red scaled wolf had already arrived. Boom! The two armies collided with each other. At this moment the winner was decided. The ghost metal army was like a piece of paper, while the blood-red cavalry were like a blade. As soon as they touched, a hole was torn in the ghost metal army, and this hole was rapidly expanding. Hold on, you trash. An expert from the 10 Direction Sword sect shouted. What are you shouting for? At this moment, Yanquan's figure appeared beside him. Arg! Help me! Just as he was about to shout, Yanquan's head was cut off with a wave of his hand. Yanquan leaped through the tens of thousands of soldiers and killed the martial grandmaster expert. No one could stop him. Half-step kings were also something that only half-step kings could block. Fighting against an army of 10,000 was simply cheating. Because the difference was too great, it was no longer something that could be so levered with numbers. Unless they had the Mo family's battle formation and dozens of martial arts grandmasters, they would not be able to fight back. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons hovered above Lu Ming's head. With a loud roar, a terrifying devouring power erupted. Immediately, the bloodline power and blood essence of hundreds of Ghost Iron Legion soldiers were forcibly devoured. Lu Ming left behind a trail of corpses wherever he went. This was a one-sided battle. The Ghost Iron Army could not stop the Red Blood Army at all. The battle cries shook the sky, corpses were strewn all over the ground and blood chi filled the air. Chapter 337. 337 Chapter 337 Yutong Pass. I surrender, I surrender. Finally, someone from the Ghost Iron Army shouted, threw away his weapon and jumped off his horse. I'm also going. After the first one there would naturally be the second, third, 10th and 100th. The Ghost Metal Army was originally an army of the Ghost Moon Saber sect. It was already good enough that they didn't have any enmity towards the 10 Direction Sword sect. How could they have any loyalty? Once they saw that the situation was not right, they naturally surrendered. We won't kill those who surrender. Lu Ming roared loudly, his voice spreading throughout the entire area. We won't kill those who surrender. Ming Meng Huaying and the others also shouted. This time even more people from the Ghost Iron Army surrendered. Large numbers of people dismounted and knelt on the ground. In the army, the people from the Omnipresent Sword sect saw that they had lost the battle and wanted to escape. However, they were all killed by Lu Ming and the others. In this battle, they had destroyed the Ghost Metal Army of 100,000 without much effort. Ming Meng, I'll leave the surrendered Ghost Metal Army to you. Bring them to the forgotten Immortal Pass. They will be a powerful force in the future. Lu Ming instructed. Yes, Lord Marquis. Ming Meng cupped his fists and accepted the order. At the side, the 3 siblings Ming Qing, Ming Zhu and Ming Feng had complicated expressions on their faces. This young man who used to cultivate with them in the General Stars Hall had now completely surpassed them. Even their father had to listen to Lu Ming now. However, they did not feel jealous at all. They were only happy for Lu Ming and encouraged them Slaviers. Blood Red Cavalry, come with me to the capital and save the 8th prince. Do you dare? Lu Ming waved his long spear and shouted. I dare. He dared. I dare. The 30,000 Blood Red Cavalry roared. All right, since you dare, then we'll break through all the obstacles and kill our way to the imperial capital. We'll kill any god or Buddha that blocks our way. Lu Ming roared. I'm willing to chase whoever my lord is. I'll kill whoever stands in my way, even if God or Buddha blocks my way. The 30,000 Blood Red Iron Cavalry felt their blood boil as they waved their weapons and roared. At this moment even Ming Meng, who had been a veteran for many years, felt his blood burning. He could not wait to follow Lu Ming and kill to his heart's content. However, he knew that he had more important things to do. Charge! Lu Ming waved his spear. The blood-scaled Wolf King howled and charged forward like a gust of wind. On the side, Qiu Yu Xianxia Yan Quan and the golden-eyed blood corpse followed closely behind. Charge! The The howls of the Wallivers continued as the 30,000 blood-red cavalry charged forward with Lu Ming, carrying a crazed aura. "The wind is blowing," Ming Meng muttered to himself as he looked at the 30,000 blood-red cavalry. After which he also started to move. He gathered his men and picked out his items. Then he led an army of more than 100,000 soldiers toward the gazing Immortal Pass. The blood-red scaled wolf's speed was as fast as the wind, and it could easily travel 1,000 miles in an hour. In a few hours they had galloped for thousands of miles. The cities along the way did not dare to stop the blood-red cavalry when they saw them. The journey was unimpeded and they passed through dozens of big cities. Soon they were close to Yutong Pass. Yutong Pass was a famous pass in the north of the Burning Sun Empire. This place was surrounded by continuous precipitous mountains, thousands of meters high, and Yutong Pass happened to be in the middle of the two peaks. It could be said that on Yutong Pass, one man could hold the pass, but 10,000 could not open it. In history, the Emu Empire had also captured many cities in the north, but they were all blocked outside Yutong Pass. Now the general in charge of Yutong Pass was called Wan Xiu. His cultivation was at the 6th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. He led 120,000 soldiers and guarded Yutong Pass. He ruled over dozens of big cities in the vicinity. He could be said to be a big shot with great power. Moreover, he had long since joined the 10-direction sword school. As such, his reputation had grown even more glorious, and he was considered a top figure in the entire Blazing Sun Empire. Wan Xiu had a hobby, which was to hold banquets on the walls of Yutong Pass and invite famous people. Standing on the walls of Yutong Pass, looking down at the vast land and listening to others' flattery, he felt like he was the king of the world and had thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. He was fascinated by this feeling. Today, on the city wall of Yutong Pass, he set up a banquet and invited the city lords and martial arts powerhouses of more than a dozen nearby big cities to attend. On the city wall there were several tables. "Congratulations, General Wan. Congratulations, General Wan." A middle-aged man with a big belly raised his glass and congratulated Wan Xiu. "Patriarch Xian, what's the joy?" Wan Xiu asked despite knowing the answer. General Wan is really humble. Everyone knows the current situation. A while ago the 10 Directions Sword School destroyed the Ghost Moon Saber sect in one fell swoop. A few days ago the Heavenly King broke into the imperial capital and killed Hua Jingxing. Now the change of dynasty is already set in stone. Now the Heavenly Fiend sect and the Omnipresent Sword sect have joined forces and occupied the imperial capital, ruling the world. Now only the Mystical Sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley can rival the Omnipresent Sword sect. However, in my opinion, the Mystical Sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley are no match for the Omnipresent Sword sect. By then, the Omnipresent Sword sect will unify the Blazing Sun Empire and rule the world. General Wan, as the confidant of the Omnipresent Sword sect, won't you be thriving? Isn't this worthy of congratulations? The big-bellied middle-aged man laughed. That's right, Patriarch Chen is right. When General Wan rises to the top, don't forget about us. At the banquet the others also began to flatter him. This made Wan Xiu feel a little smug. She stroked her sparse beard and grinned from ear to ear. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly the ground let out a deep rumble. The wine on the table started to shake. Everyone's expression changed. Report. At this moment an armored soldier quickly came to report. What happened? Wan Xiu asked. Reporting to the general. There might be an army coming from the north. The armored soldier reported. An army is coming? How is that possible? The Ghost Moon Saber sect has already been destroyed, and the north is now completely under the control of the 10 Direction Sword sect. Could it be the great army of the Yin Moon Empire? Wan Xiu's eyes moved as she thought. Impossible. I heard that the Yin Empire and the Shifeng Sword School have an agreement that they won't attack us now. Whose army is it? Wan Xiu's eyes kept moving. General Wan, there's another army in the north. It's the Red Blood Legion led by Marquis Champion Tianyun and Ming Meng's mountain-suppressing army. Could it be them? A city lord of a big city guessed. As soon as he said that, the others' expressions changed drastically. Tianyun? Could it really be Tianyun? It's said that the blood-red cavalry led by Tianyun are incredibly powerful and invincible. In front of them the Inue cavalry are as fragile as tofu. If it really is Tianyun's blood-red cavalry, then we should run for our lives. Another city lord cried out in fear. Why are you panicking? In my opinion, Tianyun and his blood-red cavalry have been exaggerated. What invincible? They've only won a few battles by luck. Besides, so what if he's really as strong as the rumors say? Tianyun's blood-red iron cavalry can only obediently retreat in front of our Jade Tong Pass. If he wants to force his way in, I'll make sure he dies without a burial ground. Men set up the defense. Wuxia was calm and composed. She sneered and then gave the order. Very quickly Yutong Pass was filled with armored soldiers. That's right, Yutong Pass can't be broken. I've been overthinking. The city lord heaved a long sigh of relief. Boom, boom, boom. The rumbling grew even louder and the entire world seemed to be shaking. Oh. Ow. In the distance, the howls of Wallivers rose and fell, connecting into one. Chapter 338. 338 Chapter 338 News of Huaqi. There were countless crimson-scaled Wallivers, and each one of them was majestic and tall, and each one was filled with a baleful aura. The aura of 30,000 blood-scaled Wallivers and 30,000 Master Realm cavalrymen gathered together and galloped on the ground. This kind of aura was simply earth-shaking. It was like a tsunami that was a few hundred meters tall, sweeping through the world as if it could destroy everything. Wuxia's pupils dilated rapidly, revealing an extremely frightened expression. These are the blood-red cavalry? His voice trembled, his face pale and cold sweat flowing. Some of the other city lords were also trembling and their faces were pale. They had been confident that Yutong Pass was unbreakable, but their confidence crumbled when they saw the situation in front of them. The blood-scaled wolf's aura was too terrifying. Before, Wuxia had said that the outside world was exaggerating about the blood-red cavalry. Now they only wanted to roar. What exaggeration? They had clearly underestimated him. Block it, we must block it. Run. Wuxia shouted with all his might. Then he turned around and ran. Wait for me. The other city lords also turned around and left. With all the generals gone, there was no suspense in this battle. The dangerous terrain of Yutong Pass was not enough to stop the blood-red-scaled wolf. One had to know that the blood-red-scaled Wallivers lived on the highlands and ran through the dangerous terrain as if they were on flat ground. Half an hour later, Yutong Pass was razed to the ground. The blood-red cavalry whizzed past, heading straight for the imperial capital. The blood-red cavalry had great endurance, and after galloping for half a day they would stop to rest. 3 days later, the blood-red iron cavalry had already galloped tens of thousands of miles and were getting closer and closer to the imperial capital. Boom, boom, boom. There was a violent explosion in front of them. There's cavalry coming. Huang said. Could it be that the 10 Direction Sword sect sent people to surround us? Someone guessed. However, the answer was soon revealed. The neighing of horses could be heard in front of them. The aura of the blood-scale wolf cavalry had shaken them, and they were thrown off their horses. Lu Ming and the group were speechless. The combat ability of this army was really not that good. Moreover, there weren't many of them, probably only about 10,000. Were they really sent by the Shifeng Sword sect to surround them? You must be joking. Lu Ming led the blood-red cavalry and stopped. They did not attack. After a long time, the troops in front were organized, and a few burly men in iron armor galloped out on green-scale horses. Who are you people? You dare to block our path? A short and fat man glared and shouted angrily. It turned out that they had not recognized the blood-red cavalry. That's right, unless there were soldiers at the border, it was normal for the soldiers near the capital to not recognize the blood-red cavalry. I still want to ask. Who are you people? You dare to stand in my way? Lu Ming rolled his eyes and shouted. We are the army under the Heavenly King. We are ordered to capture the rebels of the royal family. Get out of the way now. If you delay the Heavenly King's plan, even if you have 10 heads, it won't be enough. The short and fat man shouted. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Capture the rebels of the royal family? Could it be Huaqi? Do you know where the 8th prince is? Lu Ming asked. The short and fat man's eyes revealed a vigilant look and he said, Speak, who are you? Otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Kill. Leave the general in front alive. The short and stout man had just finished speaking when Lu Ming roared loudly. A woo. Wolf howls rang out as the Bloodscale Wolf cavalry began to charge. Without the slightest suspense, the blood-red cavalry only needed to charge to cause this army of 10,000 to fall apart. Those who died in battle died, those who fled and those who submitted. The few generals in the lead were all captured alive. What? You guys are blood-red cavalry? At this moment the short and fat man seemed to have remembered something and shouted in horror. Your reaction isn't too slow. Alright, tell me, where are the 8th prince and the others? Lu Ming stared at the stout man and asked coldly. What the hell are you? You're Tianyun? The short and fat man's body trembled non-stop, and his eyes were filled with fear. Speak. Lu Ming shouted coldly. I'll tell you. Please spare my life. The short and fat man screamed. Speak. Lu Ming's killing intent burst out and it was extremely cold. I'll tell you. We received news that the 8th prince has taken his men to hide in the East River mountain range. We were ordered to send our army into the mountain range to surround and annihilate them. We're just one of the many armies. Many other armies have set off before us. The short and fat man shouted. The Eastern River mountain range. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anxiety as he shouted, Lead the way. Let's set off for the Eastern River mountain range. The short and stout man naturally did not dare to disobey. He immediately led the way, and the blood-red cavalry galloped towards the East River mountain range. The East River mountain range wasn't far from here. With the blood-red scaled wolf's speed, it would only take an hour to cover the distance of 1,000 li. The Eastern River mountain range wasn't very famous. Although this mountain range was vast, its peaks weren't high and it wasn't very dangerous. There weren't any powerful demonic beasts either, and even ordinary people could enter. A small hill was surrounded by an army of at least tens of thousands of people, so tight that not even a drop of water could pass through. In the air there were also more than 20 powerhouses standing in the air. Huaqi, I advise you to surrender. Don't make any pointless struggles. You've lost and your fate has been decided. In the air, a big man with fluttering sleeves and a sword on his back shouted. That's right, Huaqi and the others were on the hill. There were about 2,000 of them and all of them were in tattered clothes. There were still some blood stains that had not dried up. It was obvious that they had experienced a fierce battle during this period of time. Huaqi stood at the forefront of the hill. Beside him there were more than a dozen middle-aged men and elders. Each of them had a powerful aura that was as large as a mountain. This was the imperial family's only remaining expert. Behind them were two figures. They were Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. At this moment the two of them were extremely haggard, their faces pale and their bodies weak. Lu Yuntian had already lost his cultivation base while Li Ping was just an ordinary person. One could only imagine how much suffering the two of them had gone through to escape with Huaqi and the others. 8th Prince, you should run away first. With these seniors leading you, there's still a chance for you to escape. When you find Ming, ask him to take revenge for us. Lu Yuntian said to Huaqi. Uncle Lu, Huaqi, am not the kind of person who would drag out an ignoble existence. Furthermore, since Brother Lu has entrusted you to me and he is fighting alone at the border, I must ensure your safety. Otherwise, how can I face him? Huaqi smiled and stood up straight. Lu Yuntian sighed. Brother Tian. Li Ping grabbed Lu Yuntian's hand tightly. Ping, I'm already satisfied to be able to see you again. It's a pity that I've implicated you. Lu Yuntian looked at Li Ping and asked. Brother Tian, I'm not afraid. As long as I'm with you, it doesn't matter whether I live or die. Li Ping said. Lu Yuntian looked at Li Ping with pity and said, I believe that Ming will avenge us. One day Ming will flatten the 10-direction sword school. I also believe that. Li Ping nodded. Chapter 339. 339 Chapter 339 Kill Without Mercy. You really refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Huaqi, then I'll send you to accompany your dead imperial father. The middle-aged man from the 10 Direction Sword sect was instantly enraged when he saw Huaqi ignore him. A sharp killing intent exploded from his body. 10 Direction Sword sect traitor. As long as I don't die today, I'll definitely flatten the 10 Direction mountain. You're courting death. Seeing the other party insult his father, Huaqi's eyes gleamed with cold killing intent. Ha, you think you can flatten the 10 square mountain? This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in all my decades of life. The middle-aged man laughed. And do you think you can escape today? The area within several li has already been completely surrounded by an army of 100,000 soldiers, and the experts of my 10 Direction Sword School have sealed off the sky and the ground. You can't escape and no one can come in, ha. The middle-aged man laughed mockingly. Oh really? Then how did I get in? Suddenly a cold voice came from above their heads. Who is it? The swordsman suddenly raised his head and looked up. High up in the sky, 3 figures stood in the air. One was a young man, one was an old man, and the other was a burly man who was covered in a black robe and a bamboo hat. On the hill, Huaqi, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping shuddered when they heard the voice. They hurriedly raised their heads and cried out in alarm. Lu Ming. Ming, oh. The 3 people in the sky were Lu Ming, Yanquan, and the golden-eyed blood corpse. As they neared the eastern river mountain range, Lu Ming led Yanquan and the golden-eyed blood corpse to search for Huaqi and the others in the sky, pointing out the direction for the blood-red cavalry. He quickly found Huaqi and the others. With their cultivation, the experts from the 10 Direction Sword School did not notice them at all when they approached from the sky. Who are you? This place has already been occupied by my 10 Direction Sword sect. You came here without permission, are you looking for death? The swordsman roared. He had never heard of Lu Ming. Just now he had just said that no one could enter and Lu Ming and the rest had appeared. It was as if he had slapped his own face. This made him angry from embarrassment. However, Lu Ming did not even spare him a glance. With a flash, he appeared on the hill and went to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Father, mother, are you all right? I'm late. Lu Ming's voice trembled. When Lu Ming saw Lu Yuntian and Li Ping, he heaved a sigh of relief as the huge rock in his heart was finally lifted. Before he met Lu Yuntian and Li Ping, he was truly worried that something would happen to the 2 elders. Ming, we're fine. Why are you here? Don't worry about us. Hurry up and leave. Li Ping said anxiously. Mother, don't worry. Since I'm here, they won't be able to touch a single hair on your head. Wait a moment, we'll leave together. Lu Ming smiled. At this time, the sword-bearing man from the 10 Directions Sword sect was so angry that his mouth almost twisted. Boom. An aura as deep as the ocean erupted from his body, terrifying beyond compare. 9th level of martial arts grandmaster. This burly man with a sword on his back was actually a peerless expert of the 9th level of martial arts grandmaster. Kid, I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf? The swordsman coldly said. Who do you think you are? You asked me and I have to answer? Lu Ming cast a faint glance at him. You're looking for death. Lu Ming's indifferent expression almost made him explode in anger. With a loud roar, he unsheathed the huge sword on his back and a terrifying sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. The entire hill would be reduced to ashes if this sword were to land. Be careful. Block it. The dozen or so martial arts grandmasters behind Huaqi immediately roared and unleashed their powers, preparing to block the sword light. There was even a 9th level martial ancestor realm expert among them who was only injured and his aura was a little weak. This person must be a peerless expert of the imperial family. However, there was a figure that was faster than them. The golden-eyed blood corpse flashed and appeared in front of everyone. With a wave of its hand, a claw radiance shot out. Boom. With a loud sound, the golden-eyed blood zombie didn't move at all. But the swordsman's body was sent flying 100 meters away. How can he be so strong? Who are you? The swordsman shouted in disbelief. Even though he had not used his full strength in that attack, There were not many people in the entire Blazing Sun Empire who could force him back with a single strike. However, the golden-eyed blood corpse did not move. It was too lazy to bother with him. Tianyun. He's Tianyun. A shocked roar came from the army at the foot of the mountain. Obviously, someone had recognized Lu Ming. Lu Ming had stayed in the imperial capital for such a long time. It was normal for someone to recognize him. Tianyun? You're Tianyun? The swordsman's face suddenly changed. He then revealed a malevolent expression and shouted, Tianyun, so what if it's you? I admit that the person you brought is very strong, but do you think he can save more than 2,000 people by himself? I have 100,000 soldiers here. As long as I give the order, the 100,000 soldiers will charge together. How many people can you save? As soon as you leave, I'll exterminate them all. Oh, Lu Ming replied faintly. As for Hua Qi and the others, their expressions were extremely unsightly. On the hill, the other 2,000 or so people had heavy expressions. Eighth Prince, you should leave with Marquis Champion first. Don't worry about us. We're members of the royal family when we're alive, and we'll be ghosts of the royal family when we die. That's right, Eighth Prince. Marquis Champion is a peerless genius. As long as you escape with the help of Marquis Champion, you'll definitely be able to take revenge for us in time. Eighth Prince, you can go first. On the hill, more than 2,000 people shouted, letting Hua Qi go first. If we're leaving, we'll leave together. I definitely won't abandon everyone and escape alone. Hua Qi sternly said, his expression firm. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, the swordsman laughed arrogantly. Since I'm here, I'll definitely bring everyone out of here alive. Suddenly Lu Ming spoke. His voice was firm and everyone heard it. Ah, Tianyun, with that expert you brought with you, it's true that I can't stop you from taking a few people away. However, you're dreaming if you think you can take more than 2,000 people away. Haha. The swordsman laughed in disdain. Who said I only brought 2 people? Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? The swordsman was stunned. Oh. Right at this moment, wolf howls rang out, reverberating through the clouds. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, a violent rumble came from the ground. What's going on? The swordsman's expression changed drastically. What is this? Hua Qi was startled, but then he seemed to think of something and revealed a look of ecstasy. Kill. In the forest, the earth rumbled and the sounds of battle could be heard. Not good. These are the blood-red cavalry. Tianyun's blood-red cavalry. Block them. Block them. At this moment, the swordsman seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed drastically as he roared. Blocked? Can it be blocked? Blood-red cavalry, hear my order, kill without mercy. Lu Ming gave a long whistle and issued an order. Kill without mercy. The blood-red cavalry roared, their killing intent surging. In the next moment, heaven-suppressing battle cries came from the forest. The 100,000 soldiers in the forest were completely stunned by the sudden charge of the blood-red cavalry, and were unable to form an effective counterattack. In an instant, a large number of people died. Chapter 340. 340 The Secret of the Duanmu Family. The blood-red scaled wolf was able to walk through the forest as if it was flat ground, and its combat strength did not decrease at all. It was a completely one-sided battle. The swordsman's face turned pale and he growled, "Damn it, let's retreat." Retreat? Where are you going? A cold voice sounded. Yan Quan appeared behind the swordsman. Old man, you think you can stop me? You really think I'm a pushover? The swordsman was furious and he violently slashed his sword forward. An extremely bright sword light slashed towards Yan Quan. It was even stronger than the previous one. He wanted to kill Yan Quan with one sword strike and escape as soon as possible. He was afraid that the golden-eyed blood zombie would catch up with him, which would be troublesome. But the next moment his pupils rapidly contracted. Yan Quan's fist shot out and a fist force, vast and scorching, bombarded towards him. Bang! The fist force hit the sword light and directly shattered it. The fist force did not stop and continued to hit the sword-carrying burly man. How could this be? How can he be so strong? The swordsman cried out in horror, his voice full of disbelief. He had already used all his strength in that sword attack just now. He had originally planned to kill Yanquan with one sword attack, but he never dreamed that it would be shattered by Yanquan's fist. Why would Tianyun have so many experts by his side? I have to stop it. We must inform the sect leader of this matter first. The swordsman growled and blocked with his sword. Clang! The terrifying fist force hit his combat sword, causing it to shake continuously. His body shook violently and was sent flying backward like a cannonball, blood spurting from his mouth. Half-step king. It's a half-step king. The swordsman was scared out of his wits. Without thinking, he turned around and ran. I told you, you can't leave. Yanquan sneered, his figure was like lightning. In a few breaths he caught up to the sword-carrying man. Boom! Boom! After a few consecutive punches, the swordsman screamed as a few big holes appeared on his body. He died on the spot. Kill. Let's attack together. Hua Qi shouted. More than 2,000 people on the hill attacked at the same time, charging toward the experts of the 10-direction sword school and the army. Corpses were everywhere, truly everywhere. The smell of blood was so thick in the forest that it was like a living hell. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and tore apart a few martial grandmasters from the 10 Directions sword sect with a wave of its hand. With a roar, the golden-eyed blood corpse devoured the surging blood qi and condensed a dense blood qi on its body. Lu Ming did not make a move. He stood beside Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. There was no need for him to take part in this great battle. Not long after, the mountain forest was covered with corpses. Other than a small portion of the 100,000 troops that the 10 Direction sword sect had brought, most of them had remained here. The experts of the 10 Direction sword sect had all been killed and not a single one was left. Lu Ming, I knew you would come. Hua Qi did not make a move. He walked to Lu Ming's side and said. No one else heard their conversation. Hua Qi, I didn't expect the 10 Direction sword school to be so bold. When I heard the news, it was already too late. Lu Ming sighed. Since things have come to this, we can only move forward. Sooner or later, I will make the 10 Directions sword sect pay with their blood. Hua Qi said through gritted teeth. Lu Ming patted Hua Qi's shoulder and said in a serious tone, Don't worry. Your problems are my problems. I will definitely destroy the 10 Direction sword school. This time Hua Qi had brought Lu Yuntian and Li Ping along even in the midst of danger. Lu Ming was very touched by this and had already treated Hua Qi as a brother who would live and die for him. I believe you. Hua Qi revealed a smile, but in the next moment his expression suddenly changed as if he had thought of something. He said, Lu Ming, I have something important to tell you. What is it? Lu Ming asked. It's about the mystical sword sect. Hua Qi said. Mystical sword sect. Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. Not long ago, my father received news that the Duanmu family of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect has long since joined the 10 Direction Sword Sect. They've been working for the 10 Direction Sword Sect in secret all these years. If my father hadn't planted a chess piece in the 5 major sects, I'm afraid he wouldn't have discovered it. Hua Qi solemnly said. What? Lu Ming was shocked. Lu Ming, this should be true. My father was planning to inform the sect leader of the mystical sword sect about this. But before he could, the Heavenly Suppression King, that bastard, started his rebellion. Hua Qi said through gritted teeth. The Duanmu family actually sided with the 10 Direction Sword School? I should have thought of it. Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil as he muttered in his heart. He had been suspicious since a long time ago. He had learned from Hua Qi that the Silavir Wolf Pavilion was an assassin group trained by the 10 Direction Sword Sect. However, the head of the Duanmu family had repeatedly sent assassins from the Silavir Wolf Pavilion to kill him. However, he had previously thought that the Duanmu family had hired the Silavir Wolf Pavilion assassins. Now it seemed that they had not been hired with money at all. Not good. The mystical sword sect is in danger. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed. Lu Ming, I'm worried about this too. The 10 Direction Sword Sect has the ambition of a wolf. We don't know when they started to set up. First, it was the Ghost Moon Saber sect and they had a spy from the 10 Direction Sword sect. Then it was my royal family. The Heavenly Suppression King has long been a member of the 10 Direction Sword Sect. Now, the Omnipresent Sword Sect will definitely use the same method to defeat the Mystical Sword Sect. Once the Mystical Sword Sect is destroyed, the Blazing Sun Empire will only have one Crimson Cloud Valley left. It will be difficult for one tree to hold the fort alone, and it will be destroyed sooner or later. At that time, the Omnipresent Sword Sect will unify the Blazing Sun Empire, and we will really be defeated. Wuxia said, his voice filled with worry. We must stop this from happening. No matter what, the Mystical Sword Sect cannot be destroyed. I'll send you all to the Gazing Immortal Pass and head to the Mystical Sword Sect immediately. I hope we can make it in time. Lu Ming said. Wuxian Pass? Alright, once I get to Gazing Immortal Pass, I'll announce the crimes of the 10 Direction Sword School and Heavenly King Zhen. I'll call on the geniuses to oppose the power and army of the 10 Direction Sword School and fight them together. Wuxia said with a nod. The two of them came to a decision. At this time the battle had also ended and the army had assembled. Let's go to Wuxian Pass. Lu Ming waved his hand. With Lu Ming and the blood-red cavalry escorting them, their journey was smooth. The strange thing was that the Omnipresent Sword Sect did not make any moves. They did not send out any experts to hunt them down. This made Lu Ming and Wuxia frown. Not a single person from the 10 Directions Sword Sect was sent out to pursue them. It was very likely that the 10 Directions Sword Sect's people were used for other purposes and could not spare time. If they couldn't spare any manpower, then what could they do? Now there were only the Mystical Sword Sect in the Crimson Cloud Valley. Everyone galloped at top speed, and 3 days later, they were not far from the Gazing Immortal Pass. At this time Ming Meng had already sent an army to welcome them. Wuxia then will split into 2 groups. Lu Ming said to Wuxia. Alright Lu Ming. I'll definitely lead the army to support you as soon as possible. Wuxia said. Ming, be careful. He warned. Li Ping said worriedly. Father, mother, don't worry. I will be fine. Lu Ming nodded and bade farewell to everyone. Blood-red cavalry, follow me. Lu Ming shouted. Let's go. The 30,000 blood-red cavalry shouted, their auras soaring as they followed Lu Ming towards the east. Chapter 341. 341 The Battle of the Mystical Sword Sect. The Mystical Sword Sect had already fallen into the flames of war. Each of the 5 great courtyards was in an intense battle. Countless people roared as sword chi swept across and blood scattered. At every moment there were people dying in battle. Outside the 5 great academies, the battle cries shook the heavens. Countless soldiers in iron armor were fighting, and corpses were strewn all over the ground. Boom! Tens of thousands of meters above the Mystical Sword Sect, 2 extremely bright sword radiances were clashing, as if they could split the sky. Tens of thousands of sword chi swept out, and the collision of their forces was terrifying. Duanmu Songhai, why did your Duanmu family betray the Mystical Sword Sect? The Mystical Sword Sect has treated you well. The sect leader Lin Shui howled towards the sky, her voice filled with grief and indignation. The 2 people in the sky were Lin Shui and the old ancestor of the Duanmu family, the father of the White Tiger Hall's headmaster Duanmu Pejuan Duanmu Songhai. It's simple. The Duanmu family has been working hard for the Mystical Sword Sect for almost 1,000 years, but we can only live in a corner. The Mystical Sword Sect should have belonged to the Duanmu family long ago. On Duanmu Songhai's aged face, a cold smile could be seen. Haha, so the 10 Direction Sword School made such a promise to you. But Duanmu Songhai, do you think that the 10 Direction Sword School will keep their promise after this? How can you still be so naive at your age? Lin Shui smiled bitterly. There's no need for you to worry about that. Rest in peace. The Mystical Sword Sect will definitely flourish with each passing day in my hands. Also, don't even think that the Scarlet Heaven Valley will come to your rescue. A large number of experts from the Shifeng Sword Sect and the Heavenly Devil Cult have gathered in the Scarlet Heaven Valley. Now the Scarlet Heaven Valley can't even take care of itself. As long as I kill you all and combine all our forces, I can flatten the Scarlet Heaven Valley in one fell swoop. Duanmu Songhai sneered. Boom. Boom. The two of them exchanged a few moves in a row and the space was shaking wildly. This was a life-and-death battle between half-step kings. Ah. Ugh. Screams of pain came from all over the mystical sword sect, causing Xuelin's eyes to turn red. Every scream could mean the death of a mystical sword sect disciple. Lin Xue's heart was bleeding. When the Ghost Moon Saber sect was in trouble, Lin Xue already knew that something was wrong and had called back most of the mystical sword sect's experts in case of an accident. They had also mobilized hundreds of thousands of elite troops from the major cities to guard the mystical sword sect. Sure enough, 5 days ago the 10 Direction Sword School had launched a large-scale attack. Apart from hundreds of thousands of troops, there were also a large number of martial arts powerhouses. The mystical sword sect was caught in a great war. However, the mystical sword sect had the home ground advantage. With the 5 great academies as the base of the formation, they activated the 5 ultimate formation. With the 5 ultimate formations, the 10 Direction Sword sect would not be able to enter. After 4 days of intense battle, the mystical sword sect was as stable as Mount Tai. However, Lin Xue and the rest did not expect that the Duanmu family would rebel at this moment. They destroyed the 5 ultimate arrays in one fell swoop and attacked the mystical sword sect crazily with the help of the 10 Direction Sword sect. The mystical sword sect was caught off guard and suffered countless casualties. In the end, under Lin Xue's leadership, they fought back and barely stabilized the situation. In the sky not far away from the two of them, there were also 2 people engaged in an intense battle. The shockwaves from the battle between the two were not any smaller than Duanmu Songhai and Lin Xue. These were also 2 half-step king warriors. One was from the 10 Direction Sword sect and the other was from the mystical sword sect. The Mystic Essence Sword sect originally had 3 half-step kings, but now that Duanmu Songhai had betrayed them, only 2 were left. In addition to the peak battle in the sky, fierce battles were also taking place in other places. In the Vermilion Bird Hall in the south, the Vermilion Bird Hall's director Yanlan was engaged in a fierce battle with the White Tiger Hall's director Duanmu Pajuan. They would not rest until one of them was dead. In the Vermilion Bird Hall, Mulan let out a long cry. Sword light surged and killed an expert from the 10 Directions sword sect. By now, Mulan's cultivation had already broken through to the martial arts grandmaster realm. Moreover, it had reached an extremely profound level. In the Azure Dragon Court of the East, Zhang Miyun was one with his sword as he fought with an expert from the 10 Directions sword sect. Duanmu family, I swear to my death that I will never associate with you. Ling Kong bellowed from the White Tiger Hall in the west. Ling Kong bellowed as he charged out of the White Tiger Hall, his body covered in blood. In the sky above Qilin Court, the battle between the 2 young men attracted a lot of attention. Many of the people in the battle looked over from time to time. This was because these 2 people were too famous in the mystical sword sect. Feng Wuji, one of the 6 heroes. The other person was actually Duanmu Lin. At this moment, Duanmu Lin and Feng Wuji were engaged in an intense battle. The 2 of them continued to bombard each other with terrifying power. Duanmu Lin is too shocking. He actually managed to fight to a draw with Feng Wuji. Feng Wuji has already broken through to the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm a while ago, but Duanmu Lin is not any weaker than him. This is shocking, too shocking. Many of the elders and deacons of the mystical sword sect could not help but feel shocked during the battle. Duanmu Lin was a rare genius with an astonishing cultivation speed. The others were also constantly improving, but he had actually caught up. Feng Wuji, is this your true strength? You've really disappointed me. If I was born a few years earlier, I would have already trampled you under my feet. Duanmu Lin let out a long hiss and was extremely arrogant. Duanmu Lin, no matter how strong you are, you're just a traitor. You'll be punished by the world. Feng Wuji howled. What a joke, Feng Wuji, you're really a joke. The winner is the king and the loser is the villain. History is written by the winner, don't you know this? Duanmu Lin laughed. The 2 of them continued to battle and it was extremely intense. In the sky, Lin Xue and Duanmu Songhai's battle was getting more and more intense. Duanmu Songhai, you're too naive if you think you can destroy us with just your abilities. Lin Xulin shouted angrily. Who said it's only them? At this moment, a domineering voice came from the distance. Hiss hiss hiss. Then a hissing sound spread out. Upon hearing this voice, Duanmu Songhai was overjoyed and he laughed. Ah, we've finally arrived. Whoosh. In the distance, a fiery red light flashed like lightning. The next moment the light disappeared and a huge, ferocious centipede appeared in the air. This centipede was really huge. It was more than 100 meters long and its body was red. The most shocking thing was that it had 3 pairs of huge wings. The 2 sides of its body were covered with dense claws. The claws cut through the void like blades. On the back of the centipede there were dozens of people. Each of them had a strong aura like a mountain. The person in the lead was dressed in iron armor, and his aura was as deep as the ocean. 1,000-foot giant centipede Yin Moon's south-conquering king. Lin Shui roared in disbelief. On the back of the giant centipede was the Yin Empire's Lord Jinan Yin Tianjue. Ah, Lin Shui, how about we join forces and destroy the mystical sword sect? Yin Tianjue laughed. Despicable. How dare you collude with the Dark Moon Empire? Lin Shui roared in anger. What collusion? No wonder he was defeated. Duanmu Songhai's shriveled face revealed a sinister smile that was extremely horrifying. Chapter 342. 342 Chapter 342 Experts. Benefits Yin Tianjue, what benefits did the 10 Direction Sword Sect give you? Aren't you afraid that the 10 Direction Sword Sect will unify the Blazing Sun Empire and become stronger, and then target the Yin Moon Empire? Lin Shui looked at Yin Tianjue and asked. Ah, there's no harm in telling you. It turns out that the territory of the Ghost Moon Saber sect belongs to my Yin Moon Empire. Yin Tianjue laughed. What? The 10 Direction Sword sect is betraying our country. Lin Shui roared. The 10 Direction Sword sect had actually given the Ghost Moon Saber sect's territory to the Yin Moon Empire, which was equivalent to 1/5 of the Blazing Sun Empire's territory. The 10 Directions Sword sect was using all their means. Lin Shui, this is a win-win situation. Alright, your mystical sword sect is destined to be destroyed. Kill. Yin Tianjue ordered. Buzz. Buzz. Dozens of figures flew out from the back of the giant centipede and charged toward the mystical sword sect. Instantly, dozens of mystical sword sect disciples were killed. These people were all top-notch experts. The weakest of them was at the 6th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, and 3 of them were at the 9th level. As soon as he made his move, the situation changed drastically, and the mystical sword sect was at a disadvantage. Yin Tianjue didn't make a move, his target was Lin Shui. Duanmu Songhai, why don't we join forces and kill Lin Shui? Yin Tianjue sneered. Just what I wanted. Duanmu Songhai's murky eyes revealed a cold glint. Boom. Boom. Their auras exploded and swept across the world. The clouds in the sky were turned into dust by their auras. Buzz. Lin Shui's upper lever 4 combat sword let out a soft cry, and a beam of sword chi shot up into the sky. He looked at Duanmu Songhai and Yin Tianjue with a serious expression. Facing 2 half-step king warriors, he had no confidence at all. He knew that he had to go all out today or else the mystical sword sect would be in danger. Kill. Kill. Duanmu Songhai and Yin Tianjue shouted in unison, each of them launching a move. Duanmu Songhai used a sword while Yin Tianjue used a battle spear. The 2 attacks advanced side by side and headed towards Lin Shui. Profound heavenly sword technique. Lin Shui let out a long cry, and her entire body seemed to have transformed into a divine sword. Sword intent filled the air, and a brilliant sword light seemed to have come from beyond the heavens as it violently slashed out. Boom. Boom. 2 earth-shaking rumbles spread out for hundreds of miles. If one looked up from below, one could see that the entire sky was covered in sword chi and spear light. The space trembled and it was extremely terrifying. Whoosh. The next moment, a figure retreated frantically. Due to its speed, it created an air wave that was thousands of meters long. It was Lin Shui. She retreated a few thousand meters, groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Shui, you are no match for the 2 of us. Today you are dead. Yin Tianjue sneered. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Lin Xue's eyes flashed with madness. Drag us down with you? Ah, Lin Xue, you think too highly of yourself. Die. Yin Tianju laughed loudly, his aura like a mountain as he charged towards Lin Xue. At the same time, Duanmu Songhai also attacked Lin Xue. Boom. Boom. Another 2 earth-shaking rumbles sounded, and Lin Xue was forced back again. She coughed out blood and her face was pale. He was completely outmatched by 2 experts of the same realm. He was completely suppressed. They were both half-kings and they had both cultivated their controlling force to the extreme. They were both at the peak of the Blazing Sun Empire and the Inoue Empire. Who could be worse than the other? It was impossible for Xuelin to be a match for the two. Haha, Lin Xue, die. Yin Tianjue howled as his battle spear pierced through the air, turning into a huge spear that was a few hundred meters long as it flew towards Lin Xue. Lin Xue, let this old man send you off. Duanmu Songhai laughed coldly as his sword light shook the sky. Boundless energy burst forth from his aged body. A sword light slashed towards Lin Xue. At this moment buzz. Heaven and earth shook violently as a saber flare slashed over from the void in the distance. The blade light was hundreds of meters long and black in color. The most shocking thing was that when the blade light cut through the void, a series of shrill screams rang out, as if countless evil ghosts were screaming. The target of this blade light was Yin Tianjue. Ghost King Purgatory / Yin Tianjue cried out in alarm as his expression changed. He immediately shouted and forcefully changed the direction of his battle spear to attack the blade light. With a loud boom, Yin Tianjue's body trembled slightly as he took a few steps back. Every step he took caused a loud boom in the air. Buzz. The blade light dissipated and an old man wearing a black robe with a black moon embroidered on it appeared in the air. Shangguan, it's you. Yin Tianjue's face was dark. Ghost Moon Saber Sect's old ancestor Shangguan Ming. Lin Xue's face was filled with joy. He had thought that the Ghost Moon Saber Sect had been destroyed and Shangguan Ming had died in battle. Now it seemed that Shangguan Ming had not died. Old Shangguan, I didn't kill you last time. This time you've come to die. This is the will of heaven. Yin Tianjue sneered. Yin Tianjue and the 10 Direction Sword Sect, even if I have to risk my life, I will not let you succeed. Shangguan Ming's face was full of hatred. The Ghost Moon Saber Sect had been annihilated, and he had always wanted to take revenge. Shangguan Ming, you're an old bag of bones. You should go earlier. At this moment, a cold voice came from the distance. Then a slender figure with his hands behind his back stepped through the air. In an instant it appeared in front of him. Qiu Wuyang. Lin Xue and Shangguan Ming's expressions changed. Qiu Wuyang, the head of the 10 Direction Sword Sect, was actually nearby. Shangguan Ming, I knew that you would not give up and would always want to take revenge. That's why I didn't make a move just now. I wanted to lure you out and get rid of you both at the same time. Qiu Wuyang said lightly. His body flashed and together with Duanmu Songhai and Yin Tianjue, they formed a triangle and surrounded Lin Xue and Shangguan Ming. Lin Xue and Shangguan Ming were leaning against each other, their expressions extremely ugly. Qiu Wuyang had planned everything out, and the mystical sword sect had no chance of survival. Ah! At this moment, a long howl came from below, piercing through the sky. Lin Xue and the others couldn't help but look in that direction. Over there Feng Wuji and Duanmu Lin were fighting. But at this moment Feng Wuji was no match for Duanmu Lin. He was covered in blood and one of his arms was broken by Duanmu Lin's palm. Ah, Feng Wuji, you're not the strongest man in the mystical sword sect. You're just a piece of trash. If I was born a few years earlier you wouldn't even be able to stand out. Duanmu Lin laughed loudly. His aura was wild and his cultivation had actually reached the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. Boom. Duanmu Lin's saber slashed out and Feng Wuji barely managed to block it. He was sent flying for over 1,000 meters as blood spurted out of his mouth. Wuji. In the sky, Lin Xue was extremely worried. Hehe, Lin Xue, you've already lost. Even among the younger generation, the Duanmu family's geniuses are enough to crush you. The mystical sword sect should have been ruled by someone else a long time ago. Duanmu Songhai laughed coldly. Chapter 343. 343 The arrival of the marquee champion. Lin Xue's face was extremely gloomy. Lin Xue, I heard that Feng Wuji is the disciple you're most proud of. I'll let you watch your disciple die in front of you. Qiu Weiyang sneered. At this moment they were not in a hurry to attack. They wanted Lin Xue to watch as Feng Wuji was killed. This way Lin Xue's mind would be crushed and it would be easier to kill her. Feng Wuji, today will be your doomsday. Duanmu Lin's long hair fluttered in the wind and he was in high spirits. His entire person was filled with an aura of supremacy. His eyes were bright and full of arrogance. Boom! Duanmu Lin slashed out another saber and the saber light was extremely sharp. Feng Wuji tried his best to defend but he was heavily injured and was no match for Duanmu Lin. His body was sent flying like a cannonball and a long gash appeared on his chest. Wuji! Senior brother Wuji! Countless people from the mystical sword sect shouted when they saw this. They wanted to rush over to help but everyone had an opponent. They were entangled by their opponents and couldn't help at all. Ha ha ha. High up in the sky, Qiu Weiyang, Duanmu Songhai and Yin Tianjue laughed out loud. Below Feng Wuji and Duanmu Lin's battlefield, a few figures were looking up. One of them with a graceful bearing was Lu Yao. The others were experts from the Duanmu family and were responsible for protecting her. Lu Yao was here to witness the rise of Duanmu Lin. At this moment Lu Yao's eyes had a hint of complexity. She was also a little stunned by the Duanmu family's betrayal of the mystical sword sect. But on second thought she felt relieved. That's even better. If the Duanmu family replaces the mystical sword sect, my status will be even higher in the future. I've already cultivated to the 6th grade Great Martial Master realm, and it won't be long before I can break through to the Martial Ancestor realm. At that time I must awaken a king rank bloodline. That way I can live together with Brother Lin and become a legend. Lu Ming, did you see that? Now Brother Lin had even trampled on Feng Wuji, one of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun sect. Even if you have some talent, how can you compare to Brother Lin? How can you be worthy of me? It's a pity that you're not in the mystical sword sect, so you won't be able to see this. If you were to see this, how would you feel inferior? Lu Yao looked at Duanmu Lin, who was in high spirits in the sky. His eyes were bright, full of pride and anticipation. Feng Wuji, you are the first one among the 6 heroes that I've fought. Today I will step over your dead body and rise to the top. It's your honor to be my stepping stone. In the air, Duanmu Lin looked at Feng Wuji with disdain and was in high spirits. Duanmu Lin, you won't have the chance to do so. At this moment, a clear voice came from the distance. Who is it? Duanmu Lin's eyes turned cold as he looked into the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, 3 beams of light shot toward them. Who's there? You're looking for death. An expert from the 10 Directions Sword School shouted and charged toward the 3 beams of light. Titi. A few claw lights flew out and several 6th grade Martial Ancestor Realm experts from the 10 Directions Sword School were torn into pieces. Buzz. Buzz. And NBSP, the rainbow light vanished and 3 figures appeared in the air. It's you? The champion Ho Tianyun. As soon as the 3 figures appeared, someone shouted. Everyone in the mystical sword sect who was in the middle of a battle felt their hearts skip a beat as they couldn't help but look over. The champion Marquis Tunyun was famous throughout the Blazing Sun Empire. However, why was he here? The 3 people who had suddenly appeared were Lu Ming, Yen Quan, and the golden-eyed blood corpse. The gazing Immortal Pass wasn't far from the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming led 30,000 blood-red cavalry. After more than a day of travel, they finally neared the mystical sword sect. At this moment, Lu Ming, Yen Quan, and the golden-eyed blood zombie had arrived at the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming could not help but speak up when he saw Duanmu Lin's arrogant look. Duanmu Lin's expression could not help but turn grave as he looked at Lu Ming. Duanmu Lin naturally knew of marquee champion Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming had killed Qiu Chonglai, a genius from the omnipresent sword sect. He was extremely powerful and Duanmu Lin did not dare to underestimate him. This fellow actually managed to rush here. Where are his blood-red cavalry? Qiu Weiyang's expression changed slightly. Qiu Weiyang knew that Lu Ming had led the blood-red cavalry to the north of the Blazing Sun Empire to rescue Hua Qi. However, he had not sent anyone to deal with Lu Ming during this period of time because he had to deal with the mystical sword sect. In his eyes, Lu Ming was just a small fry. After he dealt with the mystical sword sect in the Crimson Cloud Valley, he could kill Lu Ming and his blood-red cavalry with a flip of his hand. It's him. Lin Xue's eyes moved, revealing a complicated expression. Tianyun, what are you doing here? Qiu Weiyang's voice came from the sky. I'm naturally here to kill you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. As soon as he said that, everyone's hearts trembled. To kill Qiu Weiyang and the others. What an arrogant tone. Ah, Champion Ho Tianyun, you are indeed full of pride. But in my opinion, you must have been blinded by your pride. That's right, you've achieved so much at such a young age. It's normal to lose yourself. It's ridiculous that you want to kill us. How about this? I can see that you are a talent. If you join me now, I can consider putting you in an important position. In the future, you can become the Grand Marshal of the world's army and guard the Burning Sun Empire. It's not a bad idea. Qiu Weiyang said. What bullshit Grand Marshal? Do you think I care? Qiu Weiyang, to be honest, I'm more interested in your head. Lu Ming sneered. Impudent. You're looking for death. Qiu Weiyang's face turned cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He waved his hand and a shocking sword radiance slashed toward Lu Ming. Qiu Weiyang, you're shameless. Lin Xue's face changed and she was about to help. Lin Xue, your opponent is me. Duanmu Songhai's figure moved and blocked Lin Xue. On the other side, Yin Tianjue was also staring at Shangguan Ming, preventing him from helping. What marquee champion? How dare you oppose this lord? You overestimate your own abilities, die. Qiu Weiyang's eyes were cold. However, facing Qiu Weiyang's sword radiance, Lu Ming's expression was very calm. He stood there without moving. It's over. The champion Ho Tianyun, a hero of his generation, is going to be killed just like that. Many people in the surroundings sighed. No one thought that Lu Ming would survive. Qiu Weiyang was a half-step king and only a half-step king could block his attack. However, how many half-step kings did the Burning Sun Empire have? There were only a dozen of them. Who could save Lu Ming now? Then a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. Yan Quan, who was beside Lu Ming, stepped forward and threw a punch. Boom. The space trembled violently. Then a terrifying fist radiance burst out. Chapter 344. 344 Lu Ming is back. Boom. A deafening sound rang out as the fist force and the sword radiance collided and cancelled each other out. Half-step king. That's a half-step king. Someone shouted. Many people were shocked. They did not expect that Lu Ming would have a half-step king following him. Who are you, sir? Qiu Weiyang's face turned serious. Half-step kings were all extremely famous and were the overlords of their own territories. He was very clear about the appearance of each of them, but he didn't know Yan Quan. Who am I? There's no harm in saying it, I am Yan Quan. Yan Quan parted his mouth and smiled. What? You're Yan Quan? Then this little bastard is the one who destroyed the Mo family and killed my son. As soon as Yan Quan finished speaking, Yin Tianjue roared and looked at Lu Ming with a dark expression. During this period of time he had sent people to investigate thoroughly, but they could not find the murderer at all. They only knew that Yan Quan had escaped. Now that the flame spring had appeared here, the answer was already obvious. Yin Tianjue, what's your name? Your Dark Moon Imperial family is despicable and shameless. Today I will settle this with you. Yan Quan looked at Yin Tianjue with killing intent. He took a step forward and stood opposite Qiu Weiyang and the rest. The auras of the 6 half-step kings formed a huge domain that prevented anyone below the half-step king level from approaching. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Duanmu Lin and smiled faintly. Duanmu Lin, I've just said that you don't have the chance to rise again. You'll die today. Tianyun, if you and I fight, both of us will suffer. I advise you to join the 10 Direction Sword School. Now that the school has formed its power, even if you have a half-step king protecting you, it won't be able to affect the overall situation. Duanmu Lin said as he stared at Lu Ming. With Tianyun's reputation right there, unless it was absolutely necessary, he was not willing to exchange blows with him. Both sides are injured. You really think too highly of yourself. Lu Ming revealed a mocking smile. I can defeat you in one move. Lu Ming took a step forward and closed in on Duanmu Lin. Arrogant. Let's see how you can defeat me in one move. Great Sun Thunder Blade Slash. Duanmu Lin bellowed in rage and slashed his saber. The terrifying saber radiance was even more scorching than the sun as it flew toward Lu Ming. Beast Palm. Lu Ming said softly and struck out with his palm. A huge beast claw appeared and charged toward Duanmu Lin. Bang! The beast claw collided with the blade light, and the blade light was snuffed out like a wisp of smoke. The beast Dao palm didn't stop, and it continued toward Duanmu Lin with an astonishing power. How did this happen? Duanmu Lin cried out in disbelief. Then he frantically activated his bloodline and used all his strength to slash out. Block it! Block it! Duanmu Lin let out a deep roar as his sharp blade light condensed into a sun. However, this sun was like a bubble that was destroyed by the beast Dao palm. Bang! Following that, the beast Dao palm slapped onto Duanmu Lin's body. Duanmu Lin let out a blood-curdling screech and was sent flying over 1,000 meters away. Blood continuously spurted out of his mouth as his body trembled. His clothes were in tatters and it was unknown how many bones in his body had been broken. Lin, oh. In the sky, Duanmu Songhai shouted worriedly. So strong. Even overlords like Yin Tianjue and Shangguan Ming were shocked. Lin Xue's eyes were even more complicated. So strong. Tianyun is too strong. In all directions, Yanlan, Mulan, and the others exclaimed in shock. The battle continued, but everyone's attention was drawn to this side. As martial arts grandmasters, they could see the battle from dozens of miles away. I've said it before, I'll defeat you in one move. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Impossible, impossible. Duanmu Lin roared, finding it hard to bear. He had prided himself as a peerless genius, but he was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. It was a huge blow to him. Below, Lu Yao also had a look of disbelief on her face. In her eyes, Duanmu Lin, who had been unrivaled, had actually been defeated by Tianyun in a single move. There's actually such a genius in this world. Even Duanmu Lin was defeated in one move. The title of Marquis Champion is indeed well-deserved. Lu Yao thought to herself as she looked at Lu Ming with a strange glint in her eyes. The second move will kill you. Lu Ming chuckled and took another step forward. At the same time, a cold killing intent burst out from his body. Tianyun, you dare. Duanmu Songhai roared and wanted to help. Duanmu Songhai, I'm your opponent. Lin Xue's aura locked onto Duanmu Songhai. Tianyun, there's no enmity between us in the past, nor has there been any enmity between us recently. Why must you kill me? If you kill me, my Duanmu family will never let you off. Why must you seek trouble for yourself? Duanmu Lin cried out in fear. Ah, no grudges? No complaints? Duanmu Lin, your memory isn't that good. I've said that I'll definitely return to the mystical sword sect within 2 years and kill you. You've already forgotten? At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly laughed out loud. His voice also changed, returning to his original voice. What? You're the referee. Duanmu Lin's pupils rapidly contracted and his mind was greatly shaken. Lu Ming reached out and wiped his face. He took off the disguise mask and revealed his handsome face. At the same time, the bones in his body moved and he returned to his original appearance. Lu Ming, why are you here? Duanmu Lin shrieked hysterically when he saw Lu Ming's face. This was too hard for him to accept. The champion Marquis Tianyun was Lu Ming, the Lu Ming that he looked down on. He would rather defeat his Tianyun than Lu Ming. This was a blow to his heart that was 10 times, no 100 times worse. Lu Ming has returned. In the distant sky, Yanlan, Mulan and the rest were shocked when they saw this. Then it was ecstasy, unbelievable ecstasy. Ah, this kid is actually Tianyun. This old man is too shocked. Yanlan laughed. How did this happen? Duanmu Pejuan, who was fighting against Yanlan, let out a roar of disbelief. Lu Ming, you're finally back. I knew that you'd come back. You'd come back to fulfill your promise. Mulan's eyes were filled with joy. Lu Ming is back. Lu Ming is the marquee champion, Tianyun. All the disciples and elders of the mystical sword sect could not help but shout. The news quickly spread throughout the entire mystical sword sect and the entire battlefield. No one would have thought that the renowned champion Ho Tianyun was actually Lu Ming, the man who had stormed the White Tiger Hall, killed Lu Yunxiong and killed dozens of people from the Duanmu family a year ago. In the end, he had been forced to withdraw from the mystical sword sect by the Duanmu family. Many of them even remembered the determination Lu Ming had when he left the mystical sword sect and the promise he made. He would definitely return within 2 years and kill Duanmu Lin. It had been less than 2 years. It had only been slightly more than a year and Lu Ming had returned. Duanmu Lin had been defeated by him in one move. The return of the king. A true king, no matter where he went, no matter what identity he used, was destined not to be buried. He would always shine. Lu Ming is back. I'm indeed not as good as him. Azure Dragon Hall, Zhang Muyun sighed. Haha, I knew he would come back. At the foot of the White Tiger Hall, Ling Kong, who was covered in blood, laughed heartily. Chapter 345. 345 Killing Duanmu Lin. It's him indeed. In the sky, Lin Shui revealed a bitter smile. At this moment, Lin Shui was filled with regret. Back then he had chosen the Duanmu family over Lu Ming. The facts proved that he was wrong. The entire Duanmu family had rebelled, but at the crucial moment, Lu Ming had come to their rescue. His feelings were extremely complicated. Damn it, I should have killed him with all my strength back then. Duanmu Songhai's face was extremely gloomy. Of all the people present, the one with the most complicated feelings and the most difficult to accept was Lu Yao. At this moment, Lu Yao's body was trembling violently as she looked at the familiar figure in the sky in disbelief. No, it's impossible. It can't be Lu Ming's. How can Lu Ming be Tianyun? Lu Yao called out incoherently. Not long ago she was still thinking that it was a pity that Lu Ming was not here. She could not see the gap between him and Duanmu Lin and was proud that he had chosen Duanmu Lin. However, in the blink of an eye, Tianyun had appeared and defeated Duanmu Lin with a single move. Now he was telling her that Lu Ming was Tianyun. This was a huge blow to her. No, impossible. It's fake. All of this is fake. Lu Yao shrieked, her beautiful face contorted into a hideous and terrifying expression. She couldn't accept all this. In the sky, Lu Ming casually glanced at Lu Yao and no longer paid attention to her, as if she was just a stranger. Duanmu Lin, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said softly. No, I can't die. Duanmu Lin cried out in horror as he desperately flew backward. Lu Ming, stop. Duanmu Songhai roared and a powerful aura burst out from his body, wanting to save him. However, he was being held back by Lin Shui. Yanlan, get lost. On the other side, Duanmu Pejuan also roared loudly. He wanted to save Yanlan, but how could Yanlan allow him to do so? Duanmu Pejuan, we haven't decided who's going to win yet. Where are you going? Yanlan laughed coldly as he blocked Duanmu Pejuan's way. Stop him. Yin Tianjue shouted. Buzz. Buzz. A few of the experts he had brought with him charged toward Lu Ming. Die. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. With a stab, the spear's gleam burst out and the 2 7th-grade martial arts grandmaster experts were instantly killed. At the same time, Lu Ming devoured the blood essence. Lu Ming did not stop as he charged toward Duanmu Lin. Stop him and let young Master Lin escape. The other Duanmu family experts rushed over, but the strongest was only in the 7th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm. They were all killed by Lu Ming. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared in front of Duanmu Lin. I'm not afraid. Duanmu Lin shouted in fear. Die. Lu Ming muttered and thrust his spear. Puchi. The spear pierced through Duanmu Lin's heart. Duanmu Lin's eyes immediately popped out like a dead fish's. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and regret. Immediately after, the life in his eyes quickly dissipated. Never in his dreams did he expect that he would die in Lu Ming's hands. More than a year ago, when Lu Ming left the mystical sword sect, he said that he would return to the sect to kill him within 2 years. At that time he did not take it seriously. He did not think that Lu Ming could catch up to him. However, the truth was often very different from what you expected. Duanmu Lin was dead. Bang! Lu Ming swung his long spear and Duanmu Lin's corpse flew out like a piece of trash. No, Lu Ming, you should die. You should die. In the sky, Duanmu Songhai screamed hysterically. His voice was as shrill as a ghost. Duanmu Lin was the hope of the Duanmu family, and now that his hope had been snuffed out, Duanmu Songhai simply couldn't bear it. Old man, what are you shouting for? After I left the sect, you sent people to assassinate me. I once swore to trample your Duanmu family to the ground. Now it's your turn. Golden Eye, go and kill that old man. Lu Ming berated Duanmu Songhai and then instructed the golden-eyed blood corpse. Roar. The golden-eyed blood corpse let out a deafening roar as it emitted a dense blood-red light and pounced towards Duanmu Songhai. You're looking for death. Duanmu Songhai roared and slashed at the golden-eyed blood corpse. A sharp sword light burst out, trying to cut the golden-eyed blood zombie in half. However, the result shocked everyone. The golden-eyed blood corpse waved its claws and tore Duanmu Songhai's sword light into pieces. The golden-eyed blood corpse continued to attack Duanmu Songhai with lightning speed. Half-step King Warrior? Why is it half-step King Warrior again? Duanmu Songhai let out a cry of disbelief. There was another half-step king beside Lu Ming. How was that possible? Could it be that half-step kings were cabbages? Even Lin Shui and the other half-step kings were stunned. Boom! Duanmu Songhai circulated his sword force and burst out with all his strength. Just now he thought that he could kill the golden-eyed blood corpse with a casual strike, so the sword ray was easily destroyed by the corpse. Kill! At this moment Lin Shui shouted coldly, and a terrifying sword aura burst forth, and a peerless sharp edge stabbed towards Duanmu Songhai. Arg! Lin Shui, you sneaked an attack on me, you're despicable. Duanmu Songhai howled in fear as he used all his strength to resist. Don't even think about it. Qiu Weiyang and Yin Tianjue roared and wanted to save him, but Shengguan Ming and Yan Quan had also made their moves. A battle between half-step kings suddenly erupted. The entire heaven and earth was in an uproar. Ah! An earth-shattering scream reverberated through the entire mystical sword sect. It was Duanmu Songhai. He was no match for the golden-eyed blood corpse and Lin Shui. Furthermore, Lin Shui had launched a sneak attack. With one move, a piece of flesh was torn off from his chest by the golden-eyed blood corpse. Even his bones and internal organs could be seen. His right hand had disappeared. Lin Shui's sword light had cut off one of his arms from his shoulder, almost cutting him in half. But even if he dodged it, he was already half dead. Ah, Lin Shui, you're despicable. How dare you sneak attack me? Duanmu Songhai shouted. There's no need to kill traitors in broad daylight. Kill. Lin Shui's killing intent was like a tidal wave. He hated the Duanmu family to the core. She unleashed her full power and charged towards Duanmu Songhai. Roar. The golden-eyed blood corpse also roared and charged towards Duanmu Songhai. Save me. Duanmu Song's sea urchin was scared out of its wits as it fled for its life. Unfortunately, even if Qiu Weiyang and Yin Tianjue wanted to help, they were powerless. Their opponents weren't any weaker than them. Duanmu Songhai was already heavily injured and his combat strength was greatly reduced. How could he escape? The next moment another scream was heard. He dodged the claw of the golden-eyed blood corpse, but he couldn't avoid Lin Shui's sword and was cut in half. After all, he was a half-step king with a strong life force. Duanmu Songhai was still alive and he started to scream in fear. Sect leader, please spare my life. Please spare my old bones. For the sake of all the years I've fought for the sect, please spare me. Duanmu Songhai pleaded loudly. And NBSP, he actually called him sect leader again. He was really shameless. Indeed, the older a person was, the more afraid he was of death. Fight for the sect? I think you've been working hard for yourself all these years. Duanmu Songhai, I'll send you on your way personally. Lin Shui coldly shouted. Buzz. The sharp sword chi burst out. Duanmu Songhai let out a cry of despair as the sword chi sliced through his head, splitting him into two. Duanmu Songhai, a half-step king, was dead. Chapter 346. 346 Chapter 346 Turning the Tables. Father. In the distance, Duanmu Pejuan shouted. Bang. He was distracted for a moment and Yanlan's palm landed on his chest. Duanmu Pejuan retreated as blood spurted out of his mouth. Die. Yanlan chased after him and the violent attack tilted down. Duanmu Pejuan, who was seriously injured, could only block a dozen moves before his heart meridian was shattered by Yanlan's palm. With a loud cry, he died unwillingly. Not good, let's go. Seeing that Duanmu Songhai had been killed, Qiu Weiyang let out a long howl and turned to leave. Qiu Weiyang, you can stay here today. Die. Lin Shui roared as she charged at Qiu Weiyang with her sword. The dazzling sword chi filled the void and blocked Qiu Weiyang's way out. Buzz. Buzz. Yan Quan and the golden-eyed blood corpse flashed and appeared on the other two sides of Qiu Weiyang. Qiu Weiyang's face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with anxiety. Damn it, damn it. I can't believe I've fallen into such a situation today. I never thought that this Tianyun no Lu Ming would have two half-step king warriors with him. It's all Lu Ming's fault. Damn it. Qiu Weiyang kept roaring in his heart as he rolled his eyes, trying to think of a solution. With Duanmu Songhai's death, the only half-step king warriors on their side were him, Yin Tianjue, and another expert from the 10-direction sword school. On the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's side, there was Lin Shui, a half-step king, Shangguan Ming Yan Quan and the golden-eyed blood corpse. In terms of peak combat strength, they were already at a complete disadvantage. They could only retreat for now. Otherwise, they would all have to stay here. Boom. Let's go. On the other side, Yin Tianjue and Shangguan Ming exchanged a blow. He roared and called for the powerful cultivators he had brought with him, planning to escape. Yin Tianjue, let's settle this today. Where are you going? Seeing that Yin Tianjue was about to leave, Yan Quan gave a loud roar and abandoned Qiu Weiyang to charge towards Yin Tianjue. Detestable. Yin Tianjue howled in anger as he burst forth with all his might. Buzz. As soon as Yan Quan left, Qiu Weiyang's sword chi soared into the sky. The battle sword in his hand slashed out, its sharpness unparalleled. Boom. Even the powerful golden-eyed blood corpse was sent flying thousands of meters. Qiu Weiyang seized the opportunity and was about to run away. However, on the other side, another sharp sword chi was coming at him. It was Lin Shui. Qiu Weiyang, you won't be able to escape. Lin Shui's voice was cold. Damn it. Qiu Weiyang roared and fought back with all his might. However, after a few moves he was already spitting out blood. At this moment, the howls of Wallevers could be heard from the distant land. Boom, boom, boom. The earth rumbled as countless blood-red scaled Wallevers charged over. Lu Ming's red blood cavalry had arrived. Kill. The blood-red cavalry roared and charged at the army of the 10-direction sword sect. The omnipresent sword sect immediately sent out a powerful army to stop the blood-red cavalry. Although this army was very strong and was the elite of the 10-direction sword school, it was not enough to face the blood-red cavalry. The red blood cavalry was armed to the teeth. What they wore and what they held in their hands were all the best items that Lu Ming had taken from the Martial King's storage ring. Together with the crimson-scaled wolf, they were an army that was born for war. After a few charges, the army of the 10-direction sword sect was scattered. The blood-red cavalry charged past, leaving corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river. Qiu Weiyang, your plan today is destined to fail. It's impossible for the 10-direction sword sect to rule the Burning Sun Empire. Lin Shui glared at Qiu Weiyang. Zhou Xian's face was extremely dark and his eyes were filled with anger. He didn't say anything as he tried to block Lin Shui and the golden-eyed blood corpse's attacks while looking for an opportunity to escape. "Sect leader, let me help you." At this time a loud roar was heard. A tall figure rushed over and exchanged a blow with the golden-eyed blood corpse. This person was the other half-step king of the 10-direction sword school. "I'm your opponent." The half-step king from the mystical sword sect had also caught up. "Sect leader, run. The 10-direction sword sect can't do without you. Leave this to me." The half-step king from the 10-direction sword school roared. His body emitted a strong purple light, and his originally tall body expanded again. "He's burning his blood essence. He's going to risk his life. Stop him." Lin Shui shouted. "Kill, kill, kill." The half-step king from the 10-direction sword school roared and slashed out 3 times. The power of these 3 swords was beyond imagination, infinitely close to the attack power of a king. Boom, boom, boom. The golden-eyed blood corpse, Lin Shui, and the half-step king from the mystic essence sword sect were all sent flying thousands of meters away. Buzz. Zhou Xian seized the opportunity and turned into a beam of light, disappearing into the horizon in a few breaths. "Lu Ming, Lin Shui, I Zhou Xian will exterminate your entire family sooner or later." Zhou Xian's murderous voice came from the distance. Boom. On the other side, Yin Tianju used some kind of secret technique and lost an arm to fight back Yan Quan and Shangguan Ming's encirclement. He turned into a blood light and rushed out, disappearing into the horizon. "Detestable!" Lin Shui roared as she turned her attention to the 10-direction sword school's half-step king. Although he had burned his blood essence and increased his combat strength, he couldn't last long. His blood essence was exhausted and he was torn into pieces by the golden-eyed blood corpse. Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared in the air. Looking at the corpse of the 10-direction sword sect's demi-king, Lu Ming sighed in pity. The other party's blood essence had already been exhausted. This was a half-step king. The energy contained in its blood essence was absolutely terrifying. To Lu Ming it was a supreme treasure. Furthermore, the blood essence of a half-step king was extremely condensed, and its essence dissipated very slowly. Any jade bottle could store it for a very long time. Previously, Duanmu Songhai's blood essence had already been stored in a jade bottle by Lu Ming. He could keep it for later consumption and refinement. After taking a look at his surroundings, Lu Ming wiped his face with his hand and transformed back into Tianyun. "Blood-red iron cavalry, hear my order. Kill the people of the 10-direction sword sect without mercy." Lu Ming gave the order heartlessly, his voice spreading far and wide. "Kill! Kill!" The blood-red cavalry roared, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted as well. He wielded his spear and charged at the martial arts grandmaster from the omnidirectional sword sect. At the same time, the golden-eyed blood corpse, Yan Quan, Lin Shui, and the other half-step kings also charged toward the 10-direction sword school. With so many half-step kings joining in, it was simply a massacre. Screams of pain and agony filled the air as a large number of experts were killed. "Run, quickly run." The people from the 10-direction sword school didn't have the heart to continue fighting. Even their sect leader had escaped, and the other party had so many terrifying experts. Staying behind to fight was simply an act of courting death. One by one they began to flee from the mystical sword sect. The attack of the 10-direction sword school this time could be considered a complete failure. Lu Ming was on a killing spree. With a wave of his long spear, a few experts from the Duanmu family were killed. Lu Ming had his eyes on the Duanmu family. In fact, it was the same for the other people in the mystical sword sect. They were also targeting the Duanmu family. Even if the people from the 10-direction sword school were to escape, they could not let the people from the Duanmu family off. Betrayer, only death. Chapter 347. 347 Meeting Lu Yao again. Chaos. The scene was in chaos. Screams and curses were heard. The people from the Duanmu family screamed and fled. "Don't leave me. Not far from Lu Ming there was a shriek. A few figures soared into the sky trying to escape. Whoosh! Xiu! Xiu! Lu Ming's long spear shook and the spear's radiance burst out. These 4th and 5th grade martial arts grandmasters were easily killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming appeared in a flash. He looked down and frowned slightly. Below, Lu Yao lay limply on the ground, her face filled with despair. Duanmu Songhai, Duanmu Lin and Duanmu Pejuan all died. The Duanmu family's higher-ups were killed one after another in front of her eyes. This completely shattered her fantasy and her future. Lu Ming, it's all your fault. You've ruined me. Lu Yao raised her head and looked at Lu Ming with reddened eyes. Her eyes were filled with resentment. I destroyed you? What a joke. Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao and chided her coldly. From the beginning to the end I've never provoked you. You've been lying to me and even deprived me of my bloodline. When I came to the mystical sword sect, it was the Duanmu family who tried to kill me time and time again. Now you're saying that I destroyed you? So you're saying that I can only let you do whatever you want to me and I can't fight back? How laughable. Lu Yao, let me tell you, you only have yourself to blame for everything. Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao and said slowly. His voice was very calm and one could not tell any emotional fluctuations. He was just stating a fact. He asked for it. You brought this upon yourself, huh? Lu Yao muttered to herself, then burst out laughing. Buzz. Buzz. At that moment 2 figures appeared beside Lu Ming. They were Qiu Yu and Xianxia. After Lu Yao laughed, she calmed down and looked at Xianxia and Qiu Yu. Qiu Yu and Xianxia, one in a white dress and the other in a black dress, stood in the air like a goddess. Lu Yao had always prided herself on her beauty, but compared to Qiu Yu and Xianxia she was still not as good. In addition, Qiu Yu and Xianxia exuded a powerful aura. Standing beside Lu Ming they looked like a celestial couple. At this moment, Lu Yao's heart was filled with complicated emotions. There was regret, hatred and envy. She had brought this upon herself. Yes, Lu Ming was right. She had brought this upon herself. All of this was caused by herself. If she had not thought so much in the past, looked down on Lu Ming, despised him and even deprived him of his bloodline just because he was dispirited for a moment, and did not pursue geniuses and rich families, but stayed by Lu Ming's side obediently, then the person who was envied by countless people would not be others but her. At this moment she truly understood the meaning of the phrase, "Don't bully the young for being poor." People would always have their ups and downs. However, the low point was only temporary. As long as he didn't die, he would rise up eventually. I envy the prosperity and brilliance of others, but I ignore the brilliance and potential of the people around me. In the end it's all for nothing. Perhaps I was wrong. Lu Yao suddenly let out a long sigh. Hoo-hoo. All of a sudden the true energy in Lu Yao's body went berserk, and streams of fiery red true energy rushed out of her body. Poochie. Then Lu Yao's body trembled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura rapidly weakened and she finally became like an ordinary person. His cultivation was crippled. In a short period of time, Lu Yao had gone through a great roller coaster ride, and her mental state had also experienced a great roller coaster ride which actually led to the collapse of her mental state, causing her cultivation to be completely crippled. Lu Yao lay limply on the ground, her eyes unfocused and filled with despair. At that moment the scenes from her journey to this place appeared in Lu Yao's mind. She suddenly realized that the 3 years that she spent with Lu Ming were the real happiness. Later on she pursued more and it became more tiring. After a long while Lu Yao suddenly burst into tears. She looked at Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, I'm sorry." "All right." Lu Ming suddenly sighed. One must always look at the side. Although the scenery in the distance is beautiful, it's just an illusion. It's like a dream. It's not a bad thing that you'll be an ordinary person in the future. After that, Lu Ming called over an expert from the Blood Red Cavalry and instructed, "Take her to an ordinary village nearby and let her spend the rest of her life there." Yes. The Blood Red Cavalry accepted the order, picked up Lu Yao and disappeared in a flash. A gentle breeze blew past and a crystal-clear teardrop floated towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming opened his palm and the teardrop landed on it. "This is good too." Lu Ming muttered. What's wrong? You can't bear to part with your old lover? Xianxia pouted. Old lover. Aren't you my old lover? Lu Ming smiled. Me? Bah. Who's your old lover? Xianxia rolled his eyes at Lu Ming and said through gritted teeth. However, her face was a little red. Qiu Yu blinked her watery eyes and looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia. She smiled gently and did not say anything. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. In the end, the Duanmu family was almost completely annihilated, and the 10 Direction Sword School also suffered heavy losses. Only a small number of people managed to escape. As for the dozens of experts that Yin Tianjue had brought with him, all of them had been killed except for himself. The 5 courtyards of the mystical sword sect were covered in ruins and corpses. The ground was dyed red with blood. The atmosphere was heavy. Although the mystical sword sect had won this battle, they had also suffered heavy losses. It could be said that the mystical sword sect's strength had dropped by a large margin after this battle. Due to the Duanmu family's betrayal, the White Tiger Hall was almost crippled. Lu Ming was walking among the ruins. Marquis Champion. Marquis Champion. The mystical sword sect's disciples bowed respectfully when they saw Lu Ming. Their hearts were filled with complicated feelings. Initially, Lu Ming was just like them, a disciple of the mystical sword sect. However, things were different now. Now Lu Ming was the Marquis Champion and he was in control of the army. His own strength was extremely powerful and he had 2 half-step king warriors under him. He had already become one of the overlords of the Blazing Sun Empire, an overlord that could be on equal footing with Lin Shui. Lu Ming nodded in response. Marquis Champion. Lu Ming met Zhang Muyun in the Azure Dragon Hall. He was covered in blood and Zhou Yirong was by his side. Brother Zhang, you don't have to be so polite. Lu Ming said with a smile. Lu Ming was happy for Zhang Muyun and Zhou Yirong. Although Lu Ming did not have many interactions with the 2 of them, he still admired their character. Many people have died. Duan Gang also died in battle. Zhang Muyun sighed, his voice filled with solemnness and sadness. Is Duan Gang dead? Lu Ming muttered. Duan Gang was the #1 genius among the bronze-level disciples of the Onyx Tortoise Hall. He had once competed with them for a place on the bronze ranking. He was a very straightforward young man. But now he had died in battle. After chatting with Zhang Muyun for a while, Lu Ming left the place. He walked around and arrived at the Vermilion Bird Hall. Lu Ming. With a soft cry, Mulan walked toward Lu Ming leisurely, her eyes filled with joy. At this moment, Lu Ming had already returned to his true appearance, and everyone in the Blood-Red Cavalry already knew his true identity. Chapter 348. 348 Chapter 348 Times have changed. Senior Sister Mulan. Lu Ming also smiled and walked towards Mulan. Lu Ming, I was right about you. It's been a long time since we last met. Your achievements have exceeded my imagination. And now that you're the Marquis Champion, should I call you Lord Marquis when I see you? Mulan came to Lu Ming's side with a smile and teased him. It had been more than a year since they last met, and Mulan's figure had become even more voluptuous. She was wearing a tight-fitting black chiffon dress that outlined a shocking curve on her body. The faint fragrance of her body continuously sneaked into Lu Ming's nose. It was filled with endless temptation. It was completely like a ripe peach. Senior Sister Mulan, you've laughed at me. In front of Senior Sister, I'm still that junior brother. Lu Ming said with a bitter smile. A satisfied smile appeared on Mulan's face as if she was saying, at least you know your place. Then Mulan sized Lu Ming up carefully. A trace of longing flashed across her eyes, but no one noticed it. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure appeared in the air above them. It was a middle-aged man. Marquis Champion, the sect leader has something to discuss with you. He's in the meeting hall. The middle-aged man cupped his fists and saluted. All right, I'll be there immediately. Lu Ming nodded. Many thanks, Marquis Champion. The middle-aged man cupped his fists in thanks and left. Senior Sister Mulan, let's talk another day. Lu Ming said with a smile. All right. Mulan nodded. Then Lu Ming soared into the sky and headed out of the mystical sword sect's mountain gate. The Blood-Red Cavalry's temporary camp was here. Lord Marquis. The Blood-Red Cavalry saluted Lu Ming the moment he returned. Regardless of whether it was Lu Ming or Tianyun, the Blood-Red Cavalry would not care. They only recognized one person, and that was the Marquis champion himself. Then Lu Ming brought the golden-eyed Blood Corpse and Yan Quan to the meeting hall of the Mystical Sword Sect. The Mystical Sword Sect's meeting hall was located deep within the 5 great academies. It was the place where the sect leader, golden-robed elders and golden-ranked disciples cultivated. It was also the core of the Mystical Sword Sect. Back then Lu Ming had stayed in the Mystical Sword Sect for so long, but he had never come here. Now he had left the Mystical Sword Sect and came here. Things were really wonderful. The Marquis champion has arrived. Lu Ming had just appeared outside the meeting hall when someone announced his arrival. Then dozens of people walked out of the meeting hall. The one in the lead was Lin Shui, and on the right was the only remaining half-step king warrior of the Ghost Moon Saber sect, Shangguan Ming. On the left was another half-step king from the Mystical Sword Sect. The other dozens of people were mostly the golden-robed elders of the Mystical Sword Sect, as well as the deans of the Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise and Azure Dragon halls. Feng Wuji was one of them. "Ah, the Marquis champion is here. Please come in, and Brother Yan as well." Lin Shui laughed and cupped her fists at Lu Ming and Yan Quan. His tone was very polite and he treated Lu Ming as a person of the same level. "Greetings to Marquis champion and Senior Yan Quan." The golden-robed elders also cupped their fists and said. Their feelings were complicated. Lu Ming was once a disciple of the Mystical Sword Sect and a proud son of heaven. He had entered the Mystical Sword Sect and created many records. In the end, because of the Duanmu family, they made Lu Ming leave the Mystical Sword Sect. However, it had only been a short while and Lu Ming had made such great achievements alone. Even they had to bow down to Lu Ming. This was simply unbelievable. And NBSP, sect leader Lin Seniors, you don't have to be so polite. Lu Ming smiled. Yan Quan's face was expressionless. Of course, the golden-eyed Blood Corpse did not have any reaction. It followed Lu Ming closely. A group of people walked into the meeting hall and took their seats. This time, it's all thanks to Marquis Champion's timely arrival. Otherwise, my Mystic Essence Sword Sect would have been destroyed by the 10 Direction Sword Sect. On behalf of all the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, I would like to thank Marquis Champion. At the head of the hall, Lin Shui stood up and solemnly thanked Lu Ming. Sect leader Lin, you are too polite. I just don't want the 10 Direction Sword Sect to unify the Blazing Sun Empire. Lu Ming smiled faintly and his attitude was indifferent. No matter what, I still have to thank the Marquis Champion. Lin Shui cupped her fists again. She sighed in her heart and was a little disappointed. It was obvious that Lu Ming did not have a good impression of them. He had thought that it was possible to get Lu Ming to return to the Mystical Sword Sect. However, looking at Lu Ming's attitude, it seemed impossible. Lin Shui collected herself and continued, I invited Marquis Champion here today to discuss the current situation and what we should do. Lu Ming nodded. This time the 10 Directions Sword School has been defeated. They will definitely not let it go and will definitely make a comeback. Moreover, the 10 Directions Sword School has joined forces with the Heavenly Fiend sect. In addition, they have occupied the imperial capital. No one is the 10 Directions Sword School's match. Therefore, we must join forces with the Crimson Cloud Valley to have the power to fight against the 10 Directions Sword School. The most important thing now is to rescue the Crimson Cloud Valley. Previously, some experts from the Heavenly Fiend sect and the 10 Directions Sword School were missing, most likely to have gone to deal with the Crimson Cloud Valley. I wonder what Marquis Champion and Senior Shangguan think about this? Lin Shui analyzed and then looked at Lu Ming and Shangguan Ming. I have no objections as long as we don't let the 10 Directions Sword School succeed. Shangguan Ming said. I have no objections either. Lu Ming nodded. No one had any objections, so they immediately sent experts to assist the Crimson Cloud Valley. Lin Shui went personally, Shangguan Ming volunteered, and Lu Ming sent Flame Spring. The 3 half-step kings led a large group of experts and charged toward the Red Cloud Valley. Lu Ming entered the supreme shrine and began to devour and refine the blood essence. In this battle, Lu Ming had devoured a large amount of blood essence and used it all to improve his 9-dragon bloodline. His cultivation had improved too quickly and he still needed some time to polish it. Therefore all the blood essence was used to improve the bloodline. Now Lu Ming felt that his 9-dragon bloodline had reached the limit of the 1st-grade king level. He would soon reach the 2nd-grade king level. With a wave of his hand, a jade bottle appeared. Within the jade bottle there were 9 drops of blood essence. These 9 drops of blood essence were placed together and did not mix with each other. They were like 9 bright rubies. This was the blood essence left behind by Duanmu Songhai. With a breath of genuine qi, a drop of blood essence flew out. At the same time the bloodline of 9 dragons appeared. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and the drop of blood essence was swallowed by the bloodline of 9 dragons. Boom! After a drop of blood essence was absorbed, it was like a volcano had erupted, erupting with terrifying energy. The body of the 9-dragon bloodline actually swelled up rapidly. Roar! The 9 dragon bloodlines roared and their voices rumbled, shaking the heavens and earth. They began to refine rapidly. The blood essence of a half-step king was too rich. The endless energy was all absorbed by the 9-dragon bloodline. Buzz! Half an hour later the bloodline of the 9 dragons trembled. Around his body there was only one Esilavir chakra. At this time a second lighter-colored Esilavir chakra also appeared. King level 2. His 9-dragon bloodline had advanced to the 2nd rank of the king level. The blood essence of a half-step king is indeed terrifying. Lu Ming sighed. Chapter 349. 349 Chapter 349 The War of the Whole Nation. Just a drop of blood essence had elevated the 9-dragon bloodline from the 1st level to the 2nd level. Continue. Lu Ming took out another drop of blood essence and devoured it. This time Lu Ming upgraded his 2nd blood meridian. The 2nd bloodline was an ancient stone tablet. There seemed to be some words on it, but they were blurry and unclear. It seemed very mysterious. Moreover, up until now, the 2nd bloodline did not seem to have any other magical effects other than increasing Lu Ming's combat strength when he activated it. This was not in line with the level of king-level bloodline. Lu Ming speculated that this might be because the level of the blood meridian was still too low. As long as the level of the blood meridian increased, the 2nd blood meridian would definitely show some power. A huge stone tablet emerged and surging blood essence energy was constantly injected into the stone tablet. However, his 2nd bloodline was now at the 4th level of the king tier. The amount of blood essence energy required to upgrade it was too much. 1 drop, 2 drops. After refining a total of 7 drops, his 2nd bloodline had only advanced to the limit of the 4th tier of the king level. Next, Lu Ming refined 2 more drops in a row. Unfortunately, the 2nd blood meridian did not improve. It was still at the limit of the 4th level of the king tier. Right now the increase in bloodline level is too slow. Even a half-step king can only increase it by this little bit. Usually 8th or 7th stage martial ancestors have little effect, and 9th stage martial ancestors have a better effect. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and was rather speechless. He really didn't know what kind of blood essence he would need to continue upgrading. Martial King Realm. At the thought of this, Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. A day has passed. Let's go out and see the situation. With a single thought, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine. After he came out, he received news that Lin Shui and the others had returned. So fast. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Yan Quan then told him what had happened. It turned out that when Lin Shui and the others rushed to the Crimson Cloud Valley without stopping, they actually met the people of the Crimson Cloud Valley on the way. They were on their way to the Mystical Sword Sect. When the two sides met, they found out that the 10 Direction Sword School and the Heaven Fiend School had indeed sent a large number of experts to besiege the Crimson Cloud Valley. However, the Scarlet Heaven Valley had not been infiltrated by the 10 Direction Sword School. How could it be so easy to break through when the top and bottom were united? However, the people of the Crimson Cloud Valley could not come out either. They were blocked and could not help the Mystical Sword Sect. Unexpectedly, after 2 days, the 10 Direction Sword sect and the Heaven Fiend sect suddenly retreated. Only then did the Crimson Cloud Valley send people to the Mystical Sword sect for help. Everyone guessed that the masters besieging the Crimson Cloud Valley retreated because the 10 Direction Sword sect had suffered a crushing defeat at the Mystical Sword sect. Lu Ming nodded. It was a great thing that the Crimson Cloud Valley was fine. After Lu Ming and Yan Quan chatted for a while, Lin Shui sent someone to invite him to discuss some matters. This time, of course, they were discussing their next move. After the discussion, the Mystical Sword sect began to gather the various armies and experts around the Mystical Sword sect. The same was true for the Crimson Cloud Valley. 5 days later, Hua Qi and Ming Meng led their armies to the Mystical Sword sect. Naturally, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were there as well. Lu Ming arranged for Lu Yuntian and Li Ping to stay in the Mystical Sword sect. This way, as long as the Mystical Sword sect remained standing, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping would be safe. On the second day of Hua Qi's arrival, he announced it to the world as a legitimate member of the royal family. In the announcement, Hua Qi pointed out that Heavenly King Zhen had colluded with the 10 Direction Sword sect and Heavenly Fiend sect to usurp the throne, kill the Burning Sun Emperor Hua Jingxing, and slaughter the entire royal family. It was a great treasonous act and everyone had the right to punish him. Therefore they gathered all the righteous men in the world to attack Heavenly King Zhen, Shifang Sword School and Tiansha sect. When the announcement was made, Lu Ming was the first to respond. He was willing to lead an army to attack the omnipresent sword sect. The Marquis Champion and the Blood-Red Iron Cavalry were the first to respond, and the world was shaken. Following that, the supporters gathered. Needless to say, all the armies and forces in the Mystical Sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley's territories obeyed their orders. Many of the Imperial Army's troops also rushed to the Mystical Sword sect's territory in response to Hua Qi's call. Half a month later, Hua Qi had gathered an army of nearly 1 million. At this time, the Mystical Sword sect was located in the eastern part of the Blazing Sun Empire, forming a triangular formation with the Crimson Cloud Valley in the southern part of the Blazing Sun Empire. Together with Hua Qi's army, their strength was unprecedented. At the same time, the 10 Direction Sword sect and the Heaven Fiend sect also made their move. They gathered their armies and began to attack. The two forces started a life-and-death battle. This battle lasted for a month. The Blazing Sun Empire did not have a true martial king. The strongest was a half-step king, so the battle between the two sides was not one-sided. Although the Omnidirectional Sword sect and the Malevolent Sky sect were slightly stronger than the Mystical Sword sect, the Crimson Cloud Valley and Lu Ming, they were still too weak. However, since Lu Ming had brought Yan Quan and the Golden-Eyed Blood Corpse, they were not at a disadvantage in terms of half-step king warriors. Even if the 10 Direction Sword School was slightly stronger, it was not by much. It was impossible to defeat Lu Ming's side in a short time. The two sides were in a stalemate. The total number of soldiers on both sides exceeded 8 million, and there were constant small and big battles. During this time, the Blood-Red Cavalry were extremely eye-catching and had won every battle. They had made great contributions, causing the expressions of the 10 Direction Sword sect to change. However, there was a flaw, and that was that there were too few of them. There were only 30,000 of them, and as the battle continued, their numbers would decrease. In a battle with millions of soldiers, it was difficult to establish a decisive advantage. In the Dark Moon Empire, in the South Vanquishing Prince's mansion, a group of people were discussing some matters. The Duke of the South, Yin Tianjue, was missing an arm. He sat at the head of the table with a gloomy expression as if he was in deep thought. "Your Royal Highness, why didn't we send troops to aid the 10 Direction Sword sect and destroy the Mystical Sword sect, Crimson Cloud Valley and Lu Ming in one fell swoop?" One of the generals asked. "Help the 10 Direction Sword sect? What good would that do us?" Duke Shennan sneered coldly as if he had everything under control. "Isn't it good like this? The internal battle of the 10 Directional Sword School will exhaust each other. When both sides have suffered heavy losses, we will lead the army and wipe out the Burning Sun Empire in one fell swoop. The entire Burning Sun Empire will come under our command. Your Highness is wise." In the conference hall of Shifang Mountain, There were dozens of people in the hall. They were all the upper echelons of the 10-Direction Sword Sect and Heavenly Fiend Sect. Heavenly King Zhen and Qiu Weiyang were also among them. Qiu Weiyang was sitting at the head of the table. "How's the situation now?" Qiu Weiyang asked. "Sect leader, right now the two armies are at war with each other. Neither side can truly suppress the other." A golden-robed elder of the 10 Directions Sword School reported. "And the other party is very cunning and heavily guarded. We've repeatedly sent assassins to assassinate their experts, but they've discovered us in advance and killed the assassins we sent." Another gold-robed elder reported. "That's right. The most difficult to deal with was Lu Ming's blood-red iron cavalry. They caused a lot of casualties on our side." The gold-robed elder from before sighed. Bang. Qiu Weiyang slammed the table with a gloomy face and shouted, Lu Ming again." Chapter 350. 350 Qiu Changkong's Secret. At the mention of Lu Ming, Qiu Weiyang's face darkened and his killing intent soared. It was all because of Lu Ming that the situation had fallen into such a state and the omnipresent sword sect was in such a passive position. According to Qiu Weiyang's plan, everything should have been perfect, and the blazing Sun Empire should have been unified by now. It was all because of Lu Ming's interference that his plan was completely ruined. "I must get rid of this Lu Ming as soon as possible." Qiu Weiyang gritted his teeth. "It's difficult to get rid of Lu Ming." A gold-robed elder sighed. Lu Ming's own combat strength was very strong, and he had a half-step king following him at all times. It was almost impossible to kill him. "What about Yin Tianjue? Still no response?" Qiu Weiyang asked. "No, the messenger he sent said that Yin Tianjue didn't see him at all." "Damn it, Yin Tianjue, that old fox. He's waiting for us to both suffer losses so that he can benefit from it." Qiu Weiyang shouted angrily. "Sect leader, you don't have to worry so much. It won't take long for us to destroy the mystical sword sect, the Crimson Cloud Valley and Lu Ming." At this moment a clear voice was heard. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes turned to the person who spoke. This man was in his 20s and he was Qiu Changkong. "Zhangkong, do you have a way to solivere this?" Qiu Weiyang asked. "Haha, sect leader and all the seniors present, have you all forgotten that the day of recruitment for the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, which happens once every 5 years, is about to arrive?" Qiu Changkong laughed. "The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace is recruiting Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards." Qiu Weiyang was stunned at first, but then he seemed to have thought of something and said ecstatically, That's right. Look at how anxious I am. I've forgotten about this. Changkong, with the help of that person, there's a great chance for you to join the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. As long as you join the Emperor Sky Divine Guards and borrow a little of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace's power, the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, the Crimson Cloud Valley, and Lu Ming will all be annihilated with the flip of a hand. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Some of the golden-robed elders of the 10 Direction Sword School also laughed in a carefree manner. As for the experts from Heavenly Fiend Sect, they were a little puzzled. "Brother Qiu, as far as I know, the Detian Divine Guards only recruit once every 5 years. All of them are extremely rare and monstrous geniuses. Furthermore, they're not recruiting from the 36 countries of Emperor Yun, but from the entire eastern region of the Xianxia region. The eastern region of the Xianxia region is extremely vast. The Cloud Emperor mountain range that the 36 nations of the Cloud Emperor Empire are located in is merely a small part of it. There are many regions that are larger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range, and it can be said that geniuses are as common as clouds. It's not that I'm looking down on nephew Changkong, but your talent is naturally extremely shocking. However, it's still a long story if you want to join the Emperor Sky Divine Guards." The sect master of Heavenly Fiend Sect said from the side. The Divine Wilderness continent had many large regions. The Cloud Emperor mountain range was located in the Xianxia region. The Xianxia region was extremely vast, and the Cloud Emperor mountain range was just an unremarkable mountain range in the Xianxia region. Even though Qiu Changkong's strength was unparalleled in the blazing Sun Empire, and countless young geniuses paled in comparison to him. He was nothing in the entire eastern region of the Xianxia region. On the other hand, Qiu Chongkong, Qiu Wuyang, and the elder from the 10 Direction Sword sect seemed very confident. Nephew Chongkong was accepted as an in-name disciple by a major character of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The sect master of Heavenly Fiend sect stood up from his chair with a loud bang and was practically shouting. The Heavenly King of Suppression and a few other experts from Heavenly Fiend sect had the same expression. Shocking, this was too shocking. A major character in the Eastern Palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. What kind of existence was that? He had actually taken a fancy to Qiu Chongkong and accepted him as an in-name disciple. Although he was only an in-name disciple and not a true disciple, it was already shocking enough. No wonder Qiu Chongkong could be so much ahead of the other geniuses and enter the Cloud Emperor ranking. He even killed a genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking not long ago. I see. The Xianxia sect master sighed as he looked at Qiu Chongkong with envy. We'll pull back our forces now and maintain a stalemate with the mystical sword sect. When Chongkong becomes an Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard, we'll be able to use a bit of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace's power and annihilate the mystical sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley in an instant. Qiu Wuyang laughed. Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, the martial emperor's treasure is mine. Let's see how long you can hide. Qiu Chongkong's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Ever since the news that Lu Ming was Lu Yuntian spread, Qiu Chongkong had deduced that Lu Yuntian was Lu Ming's father and that Lu Ming was the one who had saved Lu Yuntian. Lu Yuntian has been holding back for so many years because he wants to pass on the secret of the martial emperor's treasure to his son. Lu Ming, you should know about the secret of the martial emperor's treasure by now, right? Well, I'll pry it out of you. Qiu Chongkong's eyes flashed with a sinister light. After a short while, Qiu Wuyang gave the order for the Shifeng sword sect to withdraw their forces and start defending, waiting for the day when the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace recruited the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. They didn't have to wait long. A month later, both sides stopped fighting at the same time. The higher-ups of both sides issued orders that not even small conflicts were allowed to happen. Anyone who violated this order would be executed. Because on this day, an emissary from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had arrived at the Blazing Sun Empire. Every time the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was about to recruit the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards, they would send out emissaries to patrol the various countries and send out invitations to those geniuses. Only geniuses who received an invitation letter could participate in the selection of the Detian Divine Guards. With the arrival of the emissary from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, both parties naturally did not dare to start a war, for fear of causing the emissary to be unhappy. Both parties were waiting for the emissaries of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace to send out their invitations. In a secret chamber in the 10-square mountain, Qiu Wuyang and Qiu Chongkong were sitting opposite each other. Zhongkong, Lu Ming's talent is also extremely shocking. If he were to participate in the Detian Divine Guard selection, he might pose a threat to you. Although this threat is very small, you can't let him off. Qiu Wuyang said. Lu Ming, he won't be able to receive the invitation. Qiu Chongkong said with a cold smile on his face. You can't get an invitation? Could he be the master of your Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Qiu Wuyang was overjoyed. Qiu Chongkong shook his head. It's just a small matter. There's no need to trouble, master. He's one of my senior brothers. I've already sent him a message. Lu Ming won't be able to receive the invitation. Qiu Chongkong laughed coldly and said with a hint of pride. Haha, this is great. Qiu Wuyang laughed. Chapter 351. 351 Lu Ming did not. After a few days. In the conference hall of the Mystical Sword Sect, the higher-ups of the Mystical Sword Sect, the Crimson Cloud Valley, Lu Ming, Huaqi, and the others were all gathered for a discussion. The Emperor Sky Divine Guard selection is an opportunity to break the stalemate between the two sides of the Blazing Sun Empire. I reckon that the 10 Direction Sword sect will definitely seize this opportunity and let Qiu Chongkong participate in the Emperor Sky Divine Guard selection. Once Qiu Chongkong successfully joins the Emperor Sky Divine Guard, we'll all be in danger. The first to speak was Lin Shui. That's right. The Emperor Sky Divine Guards have great authority. When the time comes, even a little bit of their power will be terrifying. With Qiu Chongkong's talent, although he might not be able to join the Emperor Sky Divine Guards, the truth is hard to predict. Even if he becomes a reserve Emperor Sky Divine Guard, he'll still be a great danger. The Valley Master of the Scarlet Cloud Valley Ling Potian nodded and said, "We also need someone on our side to become a Detian Divine Guard before we can fight against Qiu Chongkong." Someone sighed. The next moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. On their side, only Lu Ming's talent was unparalleled, and he had the potential to fight Qiu Chongkong. The Detian Divine Guards. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It was reasonable to say that he should stay away from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, because the Palace Master of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Martial Emperor De, was his destined enemy. However, Martial Emperor De was still far away from the Xianxia region, so he didn't have to worry about it for the time being. Moreover, Lu Ming also yearned to become an Emperor Sky Divine Guard. It was said that the Detian Divine Guards were all peerless geniuses from all over the world, and they were unimaginably powerful. Only by constantly clashing with these monsters could he become stronger, stimulate his potential and improve quickly. Seeing that Lu Ming was deep in thought, everyone looked at him without saying a word. If Lu Ming did not wish to participate in the Detian Divine Guard selection, they would not force him. "I'm willing to go, but I don't know how to go," Lu Ming said. The others were overjoyed to see Lu Ming nodding. "Haha, it's very easy to participate. The emissary of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace is currently patrolling the Blazing Sun Empire. It won't be long before he sends out an invitation letter to the geniuses of the Blazing Sun Empire. Only with an invitation letter can one participate in the selection of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards." The Valley Master was overjoyed. "Oh, so that's how it is." Lu Ming nodded. "Marquis Champion, with your talent, you'll definitely receive an invitation. Although the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards will be facing the endless eastern territory of the Xianxia region, where there are countless geniuses, it's not impossible for you to get a reserve position for the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards with your talent. At that time you'll have the confidence to fight against Qiu Chongkong." Lin Shui stroked her beard and her face revealed a happy expression. Preparing for the Detian Divine Guard? It might not be. Lu Ming was stunned. Could it be that Lin Shui thought that he couldn't even get into the reserve Detian Divine Guard? Lin Shui seemed to have read Lu Ming's mind and explained, "Marquis Champion, the eastern part of the Xianxia region is too vast. The Cloud Emperor Mountain range we are in is just a corner of the region. Beyond the Cloud Emperor Mountain range, there are many other regions that are even larger than the Cloud Emperor Mountain range. Each region has many powerful empires. For example, there is a region near the Cloud Emperor Mountain range called the Thousand River region. There are more than 100 empires in this region. The strongest one is a high-level empire. It is 100 times stronger than the Burning Sun Empire. There are many geniuses and monstrous talents. This is only the Thousand River region. There are other stronger regions, so the competition is too strong." Lin Shui finished and sighed. "That's right. In the past, even when all the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor's list were annihilated, none of them became reserve Emperor Sky Divine Guards. The geniuses on the Cloud Emperor's list this time are much stronger. However, I predict that there will be no more than 3 who can become real Emperor Sky Divine Guards and no more than 10 who can become reserve Emperor Sky Divine Guards." The Valley Master also sighed. Lu Ming was speechless. Less than 3 of the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor's list could become official Detian Divine Guards. The competition was really terrifying. However, the next moment, Lu Ming's eyes were burning with flames again, and his blood was boiling. Wasn't this what he wanted? To fight with geniuses and heroes, to break the shackles, to realize self-ascension and to constantly surpass. Looking at Lu Ming's burning fighting spirit, Lin Shui and the rest looked at each other. They saw hope in each other's eyes. Given the situation in the Blazing Sun Empire, they could only pin their hopes on Lu Ming. At this moment, Lin Xue's expression suddenly changed. She waved her hand and a 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman appeared in her hand. He was overjoyed when he saw the message in the talisman. The emissary from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace has sent someone over. He's probably here to issue an invitation. Let's go and welcome him. The group hurriedly walked out of the hall and flew outside. In the sky outside the mystical sword sect, a young man stood alone with his hands behind his back. The young man was about 26 or 27 years old. He wore a purple robe and was filled with a noble aura. I am the sect master of the mystical sword sect, Lin Xue. Greetings, emissary of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. I am the valley master of the Scarlet Cloud Valley, Ling Patian. Greetings, emissary of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lin Xue and Ling Patian hurriedly cupped their fists and saluted. The young man in purple nodded his head and glanced at Lin Xue and Ling Patian. It's good that the Crimson Cloud Valley is here. It saves me the trouble of making an extra trip. After saying that, 2 golden invitation letters appeared in the purple-robed young man's hands. With a wave of his hand, the 2 invitation letters flew towards Lin Xue and Ling Patian. Lin Xue and Ling Patian reached out to receive it. These 2 invitation letters, one for Feng Wuji and the other for Ling Yanqi. Get them to bring the invitation letters to the Cloud Desolate Empire to participate in the preliminaries. The young man in purple said indifferently. The young man in purple turned around and was about to leave. Envoy, please wait. Lin Xue hurriedly called out. What's wrong? Do you have any questions? The young man in purple turned around with a cold expression. Emissary, may I ask why Lu Ming doesn't have an invitation? Lin Xue asked carefully. Lu Ming. The young man in purple sneered and said, what's so strange about not having an invitation? It just means that he's not qualified. Alright, there are no other questions. That's it. Emissary. Lin Xue gritted her teeth and shouted again, Messenger, did you make a mistake? With Lu Ming's talent and reputation, how could he not have an invitation? Can the messenger help to ask the higher-ups? That's right, emissary. I think there's really a mistake. How could the marquee champion Lu Ming not have an invitation? Ling Patian also said. Even Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi had invitation letters, how could Lu Ming not have one? One must know that Lu Ming could already kill geniuses at the level of the 6 Scorching Sun heroes. During the battle with the mystical sword sect, Duanmu Lin was even killed by him. One must know that Duanmu Lin had defeated Feng Wuji. In the end, Feng Wuji had an invitation but Lu Ming did not. It was really strange. Legendary Paths of the Dragon Lord. Chapter 352. 352 The Young Half-Step King. What's wrong? Are you guys suspecting me? Or are you doubting the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? The young man in purple's face turned cold as he stared at Lin Xue and Ling Patian with hostility. Lin Xue and Ling Potion's expressions changed. However, whether Lu Ming could participate in the assessment was related to the situation in the Burning Sun Empire and the life and death of the mystical sword sect in the Crimson Cloud Valley. He had to be clear about this. Emissary, it's a misunderstanding. However, Lu Ming does not have an invitation. It's really strange. Could you please report this to the higher-ups? Lin Xue gritted her teeth and continued. Impudent. Before Lin Xue could finish her sentence, the young man in purple shouted. At the same time, a terrifying aura burst out from the young man in purple. This aura was as heavy as a mountain and as vast as the ocean. It was extremely powerful and vast. Half-Step King. Lin Xue and Ling Patian exclaimed in unison. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from their bodies to offset this force. However, their bodies couldn't help but sway and retreat 3 steps. Strong, he was too strong. Everyone was shocked and stared at the young man in purple with wide eyes. No one would have thought that this purple-robed youth was actually a half-step king. He looked like he was only 26 or 27 years old. At such a young age he had already reached the half-step king realm. This was truly shocking. Moreover, it seemed that he was even stronger than Lin Shui. Is this the strength of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Just a random young man who came to the Blazing Sun Empire to deliver an invitation letter is already so powerful. At the side, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and his expression turned grave. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace naturally has their own reasons for doing things. How can I allow you all to be suspicious? Since this is your first offense, I won't pursue it. But if there's a next time, I don't mind killing you all. The young man in purple's eyes were gloomy as he spoke coldly. He was filled with an arrogant attitude. Sect leader Lin, say no more. Lu Ming had sent a voice transmission to Lin Shui. Lin Shui and Ling Patian let out a long sigh and didn't say anything else. Humph. The young man in purple snorted coldly and left with a wave of his sleeve. Just as he turned around, he glanced at Lu Ming with a cold look in his eyes. Although it was just a flash, Lu Ming still caught it. What was going on? I've never seen this person before, and I don't have any grudges with the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Why does this person look at me with a hint of coldness in his eyes? Lu Ming frowned and pondered. What's going on? Why didn't the Marquis Champion receive an invitation? Ling Potion's temper was more impatient, and as soon as the young man in purple left, Ling Patian cried out. That's right, this matter is too strange. Lin Shui's brows were also tightly furrowed, full of worry. Without an invitation, one could not take part in the Detian Divine Guard assessment. If Chiu Chongkong hadn't joined the Detian Divine Guards, it would have been fine. But if he had joined the Detian Divine Guards, even if he was only a reserve, they would all be in danger. Sect leaders, Marquis Champion, I have a guess, but I don't know if it's true or not. At this moment, an old voice was heard. An old man with white hair walked out. Senior Hua, do you have any guesses? Lin Shui hurriedly asked. This old man was a senior of the royal family. Even if Hua Jingxing was still alive, he would have to call this man uncle. His seniority was extremely high and his cultivation was at the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. He was the only 9th-level martial ancestor expert left in the imperial family. The old imperial uncle pondered for a moment before saying, I like to make friends with people from all over the world. I even have friends in the 10-direction sword sect. I once heard a secret that when Chiu Chongkong was young, he was taken in as an in-name disciple by an important figure in the eastern branch of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. What? Chiu Chongkong is an in-name disciple of an important figure in the eastern branch of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? The old imperial uncle's words were like a bomb, causing everyone's minds to rumble. All of them looked at the old imperial uncle in shock. Senior, is what you said true? Lin Shui's voice was trembling. The old imperial uncle nodded and said, there shouldn't be a mistake. Sisigu. Everyone gasped, and the atmosphere became extremely oppressive and heavy. If that's the case, Chiu Chongkong must have done something. Otherwise, with the Marquis Champion's talent, how could he not have received an invitation? Lin Shui said in a deep voice, her eyes were filled with seriousness. What should we do? With such a powerful figure backing Chiu Chongkong, doesn't that mean that he'll definitely be able to join the Empyrean Sky Divine Guards? A golden-robed elder said. That's not necessarily the case. The selection of the Detian Divine Guards has its own rules. You can't join just because you have a backer. In the end, it still depends on your own strength. Ling Patian said. Not bad. The others all nodded. Even so, the atmosphere at the scene was still extremely oppressive. Seniors, there's no need to be so worried. At that time, it'll just be a battle. Who will win? Before the battle, who would know? At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. There was no sign of dejection on his face. He stood straight, still confident and determined, like a divine spear that could shatter the heavens. So what if Chiu Chongkong had a powerful backer? At most, it would just be a battle. Marquis Champion is right. Things haven't reached the worst point yet. We don't have to be discouraged. Right now, the only way is to keep improving our strength. Lin Shui said. After that, everyone returned to the main hall and discussed for a while before leaving. It was just that everyone's heart was weighed down by a huge stone, and it was difficult to let go for a while. Lu Ming returned to the Blood-Red Army camp's main tent and entered the Supreme Shrine. He sat down cross-legged. No matter what the situation is, as long as you are strong enough, you can solve everything. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then he waved his hand and a pile of spiritual herbs appeared on the platform. Lu Ming planned to start cultivating the 10,000 spiritual combat body. It had been a while since he had cultivated his physical body. The reason was that he didn't have any high-level spiritual herbs. Those level 1 and level 2 spiritual herbs were not effective in cultivating and were a waste of time. During this period of time there had been many battles. Lu Ming had killed a large number of martial arts grandmasters and obtained their storage rings. There were quite a number of level 4 spiritual herbs. Previously, Lu Ming had already achieved initial success in the 5th grade physical body. Only level 4 spiritual herbs would have a greater effect on his improvement. With a wave of his hand, 2 level 4 spiritual herbs were caught in Lu Ming's hand. He began to circulate the 10,000 spiritual combat body. Not long after, the 2 spiritual herbs turned into the chi of myriad spirits and seeped into the depths of Lu Ming's body, refining the strength of his physical body. After refining 2, he took out another 2. Time slowly passed as Lu Ming cultivated. Vermilion Bird Hall, Yanlan's residence. Lan, do you really want to go to that place? Yanlan looked at Mulan anxiously. Grandfather, is there any other way? Only by going to that place can we get an invitation for Lu Ming and let him participate in the selection of the Detian Divine Guards. Mulan said with a determined expression. Lan, you have to consider this carefully. Yanlan sighed. Chapter 353. 353 Lu Ming's invitation. Grandfather, with Lu Ming's talent, joining the Detian Divine Guards is the best choice. Only then can he fully display his talent and achieve greater achievements. Moreover, only by doing so can we save the mystical sword sect and keep you safe, grandfather. Mulan said. Lan, are you yourself? I've been wronged. Yanlan said worriedly. Grandpa, don't you trust Lu Ming? I believe in him. As long as he joins the Detian Divine Guards, he'll be able to truly return my freedom. At this point, Mulan's eyes glowed. It was the light of her firm belief in Lu Ming. It's difficult. Although Lu Ming is extremely talented, that's only in the Blazing Sun Empire. In the Imperial Sky Divine Guards he's very ordinary. It's difficult to achieve that. Yanlan sighed. Grandpa, I believe in my judgment. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll be going now, Grandpa. With that, Mulan bowed to Yanlan and then floated away, disappearing from the Vermilion Bird Hall. Lu Ming naturally knew nothing about this. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. In 7 days, Lu Ming had refined more than 500 level 4 spiritual herbs and cultivated his physical body to the perfected 5th grade physical body. However, at this point, no matter how many spiritual herbs Lu Ming refined, his physical body could not break through. He was completely stuck at the perfected 5th grade physical body. It seems that level 4 spiritual herbs are too low. They can't help my body break through to level 6. Lu Ming pondered secretly. Do I need level 5 spiritual herbs or other level 5 treasures? At the thought of this, Lu Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Level 5 spiritual herbs and other level 5 treasures were equivalent to king tiers. If they were treasures that even king tiers could use, how precious would they be? It was something that could only be encountered and not sought. I'll put my fleshly body aside for now. A complete 5th grade fleshly body is enough for now. Even among half-step kings, not many people have a 5th grade fleshly body. Many martial artists who did not focus on cultivating their bodies would not even reach the 5th grade when they reached the half-step king realm. Only after stepping into the martial king realm and going through the power of heaven and earth, as well as the transformation of the true essence unique to kings, could one's body reach the 5th grade. In other words, Lu Ming's current physical body was no longer inferior to those martial kings who did not specialize in physical cultivation. Of course, that was only his physical body. His combat strength was still miles away from that of a martial king. After that, Lu Ming began to study the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. The 9 dragons' sky-treading steps and the last of the 3 palms, the heavenly path palm, were the martial arts techniques that Lu Ming had to comprehend and cultivate every day. However, the cultivation of these 2 martial arts techniques was too difficult. Up until now, Lu Ming had not succeeded in cultivating the 2nd step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. As for the heaven's path palm, he knew nothing about it. Time flew by and another 5 days passed. There were only a few days left before the start of the Ditian Divine Guard's preliminary competition. On this day, Mulan came to look for Lu Ming. "Senior sister Mulan, I heard that you've been out during this period of time." Lu Ming asked Mulan with a smile. Mulan hummed softly and looked at Lu Ming, seemingly deep in thought. Senior sister Mulan seems to have something on her mind. Lu Ming's heart stirred. However, since Mulan didn't say anything, he didn't ask. After a long while, Lu Ming's palm glowed and a golden piece of paper suddenly appeared. An invitation to the Ditian Divine Guard selection? Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he could not help but blurt out. Mulan nodded. She opened the invitation and revealed the words inside. Blazing Sun Empire, Lu Ming. On the invitation there were 6 words in gold. Why is it me? Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank and he cried out in disbelief. In the beginning, Lu Ming thought that Mulan had taken out someone else's invitation. It was like the wind, fearless and Ling Yanqi. He had never expected his name to be on the invitation. Lu Ming, this is the invitation letter for the Ditian Divine Guard selection. Take it. I hope that you can defeat Qiu Chongkong and successfully join the Ditian Divine Guard. Mulan finally revealed a faint smile. Senior sister Mulan, where did you get this invitation? Lu Ming asked, feeling extremely curious. The invitation from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace couldn't be faked because there were special inscriptions carved on it that made it easy to distinguish. No one would dare to impersonate him unless they wanted to die. I, your senior sister, have my own ways. You don't have to worry about that. Take it and perform well. I believe in you. Mulan passed the invitation to Lu Ming and said with a smile. Lu Ming received it in a daze. Lu Ming, I might have to leave the mystical sword sect from today onwards. Suddenly Mulan sighed. What? Senior sister Mulan, you're leaving the mystical sword sect? Are you going to gain experience or? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. He felt that things were very strange. None of them. Mulan shook her head and studied Lu Ming carefully. After a while she said, Lu Ming, as long as you join the Ditian Divine Guards, perhaps we'll meet again. Mulan suddenly stepped forward and pulled Lu Ming into her arms. Lu Ming was stunned. The next moment he felt 2 lumps of meat squeezed on his chest. They were shockingly elastic. Mulan's body fragrance wafted into his nose, making Lu Ming's heart beat rapidly. Mulan hugged Lu Ming tightly. After a long while she suddenly let go of him. Her face was flushed red. She glanced at Lu Ming, then turned around and left. Lu Ming joined the Ditian Divine Guard. I look forward to seeing you again. The voice came faintly, but the beauty had already disappeared. Senior sister Mulan. Lu Ming stared in the direction that Mulan had left in a daze. He did not come back to his senses for a long time. Lu Ming only came to his senses after a long while. What's going on? Why would senior sister Mulan have an invitation from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Also, where is she going? Lu Ming's heart was full of doubts. Buzz. Lu Ming's figure moved and he appeared in the sky. He looked into the distance and saw that Mulan had already left. He did not know where she went. Dean, yes, go and ask the dean. Lu Ming thought of Yanlan. Yanlan was Mulan's grandfather, so she should know the inside story. After a while, Lu Ming found Yanlan in the Vermilion Bird Hall. It had been a while since they last met and Yanlan seemed to have aged a lot. Lu Ming's heart tightened and he felt that something was not right. Lu Ming, take a seat. Yanlan invited Lu Ming to take a seat and poured him a cup of tea. I knew you'd come looking for me. You want to ask about Lan, right? Yanlan said. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded and immediately asked his question. Yan Lan was silent. He seemed to have fallen into deep memories. After a while he sighed. Lu Ming, I'll tell you everything. That girl Lan is stubborn. She won't say anything. Lu Ming, you know that I'm Lan grandfather, but you've never met her parents, have you? Yan Lan said. Lu Ming was stunned and immediately shook his head. It was true that he had never met Mulan's parents before, nor had he heard Mulan mention them. Lanner's mother passed away a long time ago. As for Lanner's father, he's an important figure in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Yan Lan revealed a shocking secret. Chapter 354. 354 Mulan's past. What? Lu Ming was dumbfounded and shocked. Mulan's father was actually a big shot in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. This had completely exceeded his expectations. Since Mulan's father was an important figure in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, why did Mulan stay in the mystical sword sect instead of cultivating in the palace? The cultivation conditions in the palace were definitely not something that the mystical sword sect could compare to. Yan Lan seemed to have read Lu Ming's mind and continued, Lanner's father is a major character in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. He is extremely tyrannical and acts arbitrarily. Before Lanner turned 15, she was in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. However, her father tried to control her. After that, without Lanner's consent, his father arranged a marriage for her. The marriage partner is a peerless genius of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. However, Lanner didn't like him at all. Therefore, in a fit of anger, she ran out of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and came to my place. Yan Lan's answer cleared up many of Lu Ming's doubts. Lu Ming understood now. Mulan must have helped him get his invitation card when she returned to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. This made Lu Ming even more worried. He said, did senior sister Mulan return to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace this time? Wouldn't that mean we're facing marriage? He did not know why, but he felt a little uncomfortable at the thought of Mulan being engaged to someone else. That's right. In order to obtain that invitation, Lan has already promised her father to stay in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Now, the only person who can save her and prevent her from marrying someone she doesn't like is you. Yan Lan said. Me? Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. Lan once made an agreement with her father. Lan said that the person she liked would definitely be stronger than the genius of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. One day she would bring the person she liked to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and defeat that genius to break off the engagement. That person is you. Yan Lan looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. Me? I'm fucked. Lu Ming's eyes almost popped out. The person Mulan likes? He. Lu Ming's heart was beating rapidly. He recalled the various things that happened when Mulan left. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Lu Ming said firmly, Principal, don't worry. I'll definitely join the Detian Divine Guards and defeat that genius to return senior sister Mulan her freedom. It's difficult. Yan Lan sighed and said, I heard from Lan that the genius had already broken through to the Martial King realm 3 years ago. Now I don't even know what realm he has reached. That genius is only 1 year older than Lan. Martial King. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. Mulan was not even 23 years old. In other words, the genius of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was only 24 years old. 3 years ago he was only 21 years old. Breaking through to the Martial King realm at the age of 21 was truly terrifying. Lu Ming was 18 years old now, almost 19 years old. However, he was not confident that he could break through to the Martial King realm at 21 years old. He was indeed a terrifying genius. The geniuses of the Blazing Sun Empire, no, even the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking were a pile of trash compared to him. After a while, Lu Ming's eyes burst with a strong fighting spirit and an unshakable determination. Don't worry, Dean. No matter how strong he is, I'll defeat him sooner or later and set senior sister Mulan free. All right. Lan believes in you and so do I. However, Lu Ming, with your current cultivation and combat strength, it'll be very difficult for you to join the Detian Divine Guards. I hope you can make another breakthrough. Yanlan's eyes seemed to reveal a trace of hope. After that, Lu Ming chatted with Yanlan for a while before he bade farewell and left. A day later, the news that Lu Ming had received an invitation to the Detian Divine Guard selection spread among the higher-ups of the Mystical Sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley. This caused those who knew to be shocked, and then they were overjoyed. Although they were curious as to how Lu Ming had obtained the invitation, that was not the main point. The main point was that Lu Ming could participate in the selection of the Detian Divine Guards, which gave them a glimmer of hope. At this time, the preliminaries of the 36 countries of Emperor Yun were getting closer and closer, and it was time to set off. Lu Ming bade farewell to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Qiu Yu said that she had not seen Lu Yuntian and Li Ping for a long time and wanted to stay by their side to take care of them. Naturally, Lu Ming nodded in agreement. On the other hand, Xianxia wanted to go with Lu Ming. The reason was that he wanted to meet the geniuses from the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. 2 days later, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Feng Wuji, and Ling Yanqi left the Mystical Sword sect and headed west. Lu Ming did not bring the golden-eyed blood corpse or the flame spring. The golden-eyed blood corpse and Yan Quan were important forces in the battle. If they left, it would be bad for the battle. Moreover, Lu Ming had the intention of leaving the golden-eyed blood corpse behind to protect Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. The Cloud Desolate Empire was one of the 8 medium empires in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. However, it was very powerful and was ranked first among the 8 medium empires. This was why the Cloud Emperor mountain range preliminaries were held in the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial capital. Starting from the Mystical Sword sect, one would have to pass through 8 empires along the way. It was a long journey of more than 700,000 li. However, with everyone's cultivation, if they flew at full speed, it was still quite easy to fly 10,000 miles in an hour. Including the rest time, they used 5 days to rush to the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial capital. The Cloud Desolate Empire was indeed worthy of being the strongest empire among the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Just the imperial capital alone was 10 times larger than the Burning Sun Empire's imperial capital. It was grand and majestic with no end in sight. On the city wall, rows of armored soldiers patrolled. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed when he saw them. These armored soldiers were actually martial artists of the great martial master realm. Each of them had powerful auras and penetrating gazes. Lu Ming secretly sighed. The #1 empire in the Cloud Emperor mountain range was really powerful. After entering the city gate, the inside was extremely spacious. The street was 200 meters wide and all kinds of beast roars could be heard. Many people were riding all kinds of mounts and strolling on the streets. Lu Ming even saw a martial artist riding a huge python that was more than 30 meters long and as thick as a water tank, wandering on the street. On both sides of the street there were many shops. A few spirit weapon shops were sparkling with treasure light. In some spirit herb shops, the fragrance of herbs assailed the nose. Lu Ming and the few of them walked as they watched, full of admiration. On the way they could see young martial artists passing by from time to time, all of them with an imposing appearance and extraordinary aura. One look and one could tell that they were dragons and phoenixes among people. They should all be here to participate in the qualifiers. Brother Lu, Brother Feng, Miss Xia, let's find a place to eat. We've been hurrying on our journey these past few days and haven't had a good meal. I'm so tired of eating. Ling Yanqi touched his stomach and grinned. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The few of them walked around for a while and came to the front of a restaurant. The Drunken Pavilion was the name of this restaurant. It was 7 stories high and covered an area of several acres. Dear guests, please come in. At the entrance of the restaurant, a waiter came to greet them. Chapter 355. 355 The Blue Blade Family. The 4 of them followed the waiter and arrived at the 5th floor of the restaurant. The 5th floor was extremely spacious. On one side there were private rooms and on the other side there was a hall. They didn't choose a private room but found a seat by the window. From this position he could see a lake from the window. The lake was clear like a mirror and when the breeze blew, it was extremely comfortable. Waiter, if there's anything good to eat, bring it all to me. Also bring me 4 jars of good wine. Ling Yanqi shouted. All right. The waiter replied. It was very fast and it didn't take long for a table full of food and wine to be served. The 4 of them ate while listening to the conversations of the other people in the restaurant. It's really lively recently. All the great geniuses can't sit still anymore. There's competition from time to time. That's right, I've seen a few battles on the Cloud Emperor board. That level of cultivation is really shocking. The ordinary geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking are still okay, especially those who are ranked higher. They are really terrifying. Half a month ago, Ji Ruffing, the 7th genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking, killed 3 late-stage martial grandmasters in Tianyuan Peak with 1 strike. That's more terrifying. That's nothing. I heard that 10 days ago, a sect angered the 2nd-ranked young master of the Cloud Emperor ranking, Wei Tianxi. Wei Tianxi went to the sect and annihilated the entire sect. That sect had a few 9-grade martial ancestor realm experts. What? There's actually such a thing? Wei Tianxi is too terrifying. Lu Ming and the other 3 heard the discussions around them. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi were shocked. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with solemnness. It was impossible for Lu Ming to kill 3 martial arts grandmasters in the later stage of the 8th level with a single sword strike, let alone annihilate a sect that had a few martial arts grandmaster 9th level powerhouses. The top geniuses on the Cloud Emperor board were indeed amazing. Also, there's a young master Huoling who recently emerged. He defeated Yuan Zhifei, who was ranked 15th on the Cloud Emperor ranking. He's the strongest dark horse. That's right. This person can be said to be the strongest among the rising stars. Don't forget that there's another person who's also a dark horse. Oh. Who is it? Qiu Wuyang. He was born in the small blazing sun empire, but he rose to power. He was ranked 36th on the Cloud Emperor ranking and killed the genius ranked 22nd not long ago. I heard that 5 days ago Qian Jun, who was ranked 11th on the Cloud Emperor ranking, also suffered a loss at his hands. What? Qian Jun had actually lost to Qiu Chongkong? Qiu Chongkong is so terrifying, he's going to make it into the top 10. In the Cloud Emperor mountain range, this generation of young people is indeed very powerful. I wonder if they can compete with the geniuses from other regions. Qiu Chongkong has actually become so strong. Feng Wuji murmured, his eyes were filled with shock and fear. As one of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes, the difference between us and him is too great. Ling Yanqi sighed and was also very serious. The stronger Qiu Chongkong was, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He did not say anything and continued drinking. Xianxia's mouth twitched slightly and he seemed to be a little disdainful. Then the 4 of them ate while listening. Squeak. At this moment the door of another private room opened and 4 young men walked out. These 4 young men were all wearing blue robes, embroidered with a sky blue long blade. This is a person from the Cloud Desolate Empire's Blue Blade family. Could the person in the box be an important figure of the Blue Blade family? I know who it is. It's the 2nd young master of the Blue Blade family, Lan Yunfei. I saw him go in earlier. The 4 blue-robed young men caused a wave of discussion to break out, but the voices were very low as if they were very afraid. The 4 youths from the Blue Blade family were actually walking towards Lu Ming and the other 3. He walked to the 4 of them and one of them, a young man in a blue robe, cupped his fists and said, "May I know where the 4 of you are from?" Although he cupped his fists, his tone was arrogant as if he was giving an order. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He did not like the other party's attitude. "We are from the Burning Sun Empire." Feng Wuji didn't want to offend anyone. He stood up and clasped his fists. The Burning Sun Empire. When the 4 blue-robed young men heard this, their eyes revealed a look of contempt. So it's the Scorching Sun Empire, that godforsaken place. Alright, I won't waste my breath on you. My 2nd young master is going to invite a friend to a banquet today. This girl looks quite good, so he wants to invite her to accompany him for a drink. Alright, come with me. A young man in a blue robe said scornfully. Then he looked at Xianxia and ordered. It turned out that they were here because they had their eyes on Xianxia. Lu Ming frowned again while Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi looked anxious. Xianxia's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. He glanced at the 4 blue-robed young men and said, "Your second young master, which dog is he? Are you worthy of this lady accompanying you to drink?" As soon as he said that, the 4 blue-robed young men's expressions changed. The expressions of the other people in the restaurant also changed drastically. "She's finished. A mere woman from the Burning Sun Empire dared to call Lan Yunfei a dog. She's finished. She's doomed to a miserable fate. The Blazing Sun Empire is too small after all. Other than Qiu Chongkong, there are no other geniuses. Their knowledge is so shallow that they even dare to offend the Blue Blade family." The other people in the restaurant lowered their voices and whispered among themselves ears, as if they were afraid that the Blue Blade family would hear them. "Bitch, what the fuck did you just say?" A young man in a blue robe pointed at Xianxia and roared. "What did you just call me? Slap your own mouths, 100 each, or I'll break your legs." Xianxia glanced at them and said coldly. The others were shocked. Crazy, too crazy. The Blue Blade family was arrogant, but Xianxia was even more arrogant. "I guess she is a rare genius in the Blazing Sun Empire and is used to being arrogant. However, this is not the Blazing Sun Empire, but the Cloud Desolate Empire, where all the geniuses from the 36 countries of the Cloud Desolate Empire are gathered. How can she be arrogant?" Someone in the restaurant shook his head and sighed. "What did you just say? Break our legs? Ah, laughable, laughable. A mere piece of trash from the Burning Sun Empire dares to say that he will break our legs. This is too laughable." The 4 blue-robed young men sneered. "Little bitch, I originally wanted you to drink with me and forget about it. Now, not only do I want you to drink with me, but I also want you to sleep with me. Get over there." A blue-robed young man clawed at Xianxia's hair. The claw contained a powerful true qi. This blue-robed young man was actually a martial arts grandmaster 3 Dan expert. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi's faces changed drastically. They shouted, "Be careful." Bang! The next moment a figure flew out. It was the blue-robed young man. He flew more than 10 meters away and crashed into a few tables and chairs. He fell to the ground and screamed in pain. His 2 legs were bent and deformed, having been broken. Chapter 356. 356 Xianxia's rage. The others were stunned. The blue-robed young man was definitely not a weakling. He had reached the 3rd tier of the martial ancestor realm at such a young age. He was definitely an elite that the Blue Blade family had nurtured with great care. His combat strength was definitely not something that ordinary martial artists of the same realm could compare to. However, in the hands of Xianxia, he couldn't even last one move. Many people didn't even see when Xianxia made his move. Only a small number of geniuses focused their eyes and saw how Xianxia attacked. "Little bitch, how dare you hit a member of the Blue Blade family? You're looking for death. Let's attack together. Take this bitch down and torture him." Boom, boom, boom. The remaining 3 blue-robed young men roared as powerful auras erupted from their bodies. Each of them had the cultivation of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. When the 3 of them joined forces, their power was terrifying. Feng Wuji's and Ling Yanqi's expressions changed. They were about to help, but Lu Ming smiled at them, telling them not to worry. "Slap his mouth." At this moment, Xianxia shouted and waved his hands. Black lotuses appeared one after another. Then the black petals broke the 3 young men's attacks like divine blades. Buzz. Xianxia moved and appeared in front of the 3 young men. He extended his palm. Pa, pa, pa. 3 loud slaps were heard and the 3 blue-robed young men were sent flying. Whoosh, whoosh. Before the 3 young men could land on the ground, Xianxia waved his hand and lotus petals flew towards the legs of the 3 young men. "Stop." A furious shout came from the private room. However, Xianxia didn't care at all. The black petals didn't stop. The black petals all hit the legs of the 3 blue-robed young men. By the time they fell to the ground, their legs were already covered in blood and wounds. Even their bones could be seen. CSI. Gasps could be heard all around. What a powerful battle strength, what a ruthless method. If he said he would break their legs, he would immediately break their legs. Buzz. At this time the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. A blue figure rushed out of the private room and appeared in the hall. The young man looked to be around 23 or 24 years old. He was wearing a sky-blue tight-fitting robe, a blue jade belt around his waist, and a pair of blue and gold combat boots. He was full of luxury. However, his face was as dark as winter. Lan Yunfei, it's really him. It's over. That woman is finished. Even her companions are dead for sure. He even dared to beat up the people of the Blue Blade family. Lan Yunfei will never stop. Although Lan Yunfei didn't enter the Cloud Emperor board, he is very close to it. I heard that he has already said that he will definitely enter the Cloud Emperor board this time. Besides the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking, there are only a handful of people who can fight with Lan Yunfei. The other people in the restaurant looked at Xianxia, including Lu Ming, as if they were looking at a dead man. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Lan Yunfei looked at Xianxia coldly. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't get a good look when he was in the room, but now that he got a closer look, he realized that Xianxia was even more stunning. I did, but who are you? Do I have to do as I'm told? Xianxia looked at Lan Yunfei with disdain. Do you know the consequences of not following my orders? If I attack, I'll either die or be injured. Lan Yunfei sneered and continued, but I'll let you go since you're a woman. How about this, I'll lock up the three of them first and you'll come back with me to serve me. If you're comfortable with it, I'll consider letting you go. This condition is already the biggest concession I can make. As Lan Yunfei spoke, his eyes flashed with lust as he scanned Xianxia's body. Xianxia frowned. Lu Ming, Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi were all dumbfounded. Is there something wrong with this brother? Didn't he see that there were 4 of them now, while he was alone? He even said that they would be locked up first and asked Xianxia to go back and serve him. Wasn't he too full of himself? Lu Ming had seen many people who felt good about themselves. However, the man in front of him was definitely ranked first. Brother Feng, Brother Ling, why do you think I'm so unlucky? Why do I have to run into idiots everywhere I go? I'm just having a meal and I'm actually able to run into such a weird idiot. I'm speechless. Lu Ming picked up a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp, sighing and groaning. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi looked at each other and did not say a word. They were not as bold as Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming did not lower his voice and it spread throughout the entire floor of the restaurant. The scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Lu Ming actually dared to say that about Lan Yunfei. How could these people of the Burning Sun Empire be so arrogant? He's really a country bumpkin who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Many people thought. Kid, who are you talking about? Lan Yunfei let out a furious shriek. His facial features were contorted and he looked at Lu Ming with an extremely sinister expression. I'll say who answered. Lu Ming continued to hold up his wine glass and replied indifferently. He then drank the wine in one gulp. You're looking for death, you're looking for death. Now I take back what I just said. You're dead. No condition can save you. Lan Yunfei bellowed in rage. A powerful aura burst out from his body. A ray of sword light rushed up and slashed toward Lu Ming. I'm your opponent. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. She waved her hands and a black lotus appeared in front of the sword radiance. Clang. The sword light struck the black lotus flower, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The sword light was blocked. If you dare to stop me, I'll kill you as well. Lan Yunfei was completely enraged. His killing intent rose. His sword hummed softly and beams of sharp sword chi shot towards Xianxia. He was at the peak of the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. Lan Yunfei's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 4th level martial ancestor realm. No wonder he was second only to the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking. On the Cloud Emperor ranking, the few people who were ranked at the bottom were only at the early stage of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. Who can you kill? Xianxia sneered as a powerful aura burst out from his body. Martial Ancestor 4 Dan later stage. During this period of time, Xianxia's progress was also extremely shocking. He fully utilized the advantage of a 7th-level king bloodline. Great demonic palm. Xianxia waved his hands and sent out palm prints towards Lan Yunfei. He didn't know what level Xianxia's martial technique was. When she was a martial grandmaster, she used the same martial technique. Now that she was a martial ancestor, she was using the same martial technique. Moreover, as Xianxia's cultivation level increased, the power of this martial skill became more and more terrifying. Boom. Boom. In an instant, the palm print and the sword light collided 8 times in a row, producing 8 loud bangs. Of course, in their moves, they had deliberately compressed their true energy and did not let it spread out. Otherwise, the entire restaurant would have been blown up. To be able to build such a huge restaurant in the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial capital was not something an ordinary person could do. If he blew it up, it would probably be hard to explain. After 8 moves, Lan Yunfei retreated 8 steps. He was completely at a disadvantage. The other people in the restaurant were dumbfounded. Chapter 357. 357 Chapter 357 Seeing Yang 6 Extremes Again. How could an unknown woman of the Burning Sun Empire suppress Lan Yunfei? How was this possible? If the truth wasn't right in front of their eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Arg. Die. Lan Yunfei's anger soared to the sky. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. With a loud roar, blood light exploded and a sky-blue broadsword appeared. Around the broadsword there were 2 Esilavir chakras. This was Lan Yunfei's bloodline, a 2nd-level king bloodline. Slash. His bloodline exploded, increasing Lan Yunfei's combat strength by a notch. He slashed at Xianxia. I'm too lazy to play with you. Xianxia's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand. At this moment, a jade-like hand also condensed in the air. This hand wasn't real. It was at least 10 times bigger than Xianxia's hand. It was perfect, like the most perfect work of art. Just like Xianxia's hand, it was in the shape of a flower and full of demonic charm. Break. Immediately, Xianxia shouted and flicked his flower-pinching fingers. Bang. The blade light of Lan Yunfei's slash was instantly destroyed. The finger force did not stop and shot toward Lan Yunfei. Lan Yunfei's expression changed drastically. It was too late for him to dodge, so he could only block with his saber. With a boom, Lan Yunfei groaned and retreated more than 10 meters. He crashed into a few tables before he could stabilize himself. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Sisigu. Gasps could be heard all around. Xianxia was too strong. Lan Yunfei was no match for him even before his bloodline was activated. Other than Qiu Chongkong, when did the Blazing Sun Empire have such a powerful genius? Get down. Xianxia shouted again and pressed his palm down. That huge hand also pressed down at the same time, pressing down towards Lan Yunfei. Lan Yunfei bellowed in anger. He exploded with all his strength and slashed upward. But with a bang, the blade light was instantly destroyed and the palm pressed down without stopping. Lan Yunfei roared. Buzz. At this moment, there was an air-piercing sound at the top of the stairs. A figure rushed up like lightning and arrived in front of Lan Yunfei. He threw a punch upward. Boom. The air wave swept out and the fist force and palm disappeared. At this time, everyone saw that there was already one more person in front of Lan Yunfei. It's him. Yang 6 Extremes. 33rd on the Cloud Emperor ranking, Yang Liuji from the Blood Zhao Empire's Great Sun Sect. Could he be the one Lan Yunfei invited? Upon seeing who it was, the crowd exclaimed in shock once more. It's actually him. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Back in the ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace, Lu Ming had fought with Yang Liuji. In the end, Lu Ming defeated Yang Liuji with the help of the golden-eyed blood corpse. Xianxia was also stunned as he also recognized Yang Liuji. On the other hand, Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi's expressions changed drastically. The Scorching Sun Empire and the Blood Zhao Empire were close to each other, and the name of Yang Liuji had long since reverberated in their ears. Brother Yang, you've finally come. Seeing Yang Liuji, Lan Yunfei was overjoyed. Brother Lan, I'm sorry I'm late. Yang Liuji said as he looked around. The moment he saw Xianxia and Lu Ming, he was stunned. Then his eyes flashed with a cold, killing intent. Little bastard, is that you? Ah, good, you've really worn out your iron shoes in a long search, but you found it without any effort. Since I've encountered you today, then don't leave. Yang Liuji revealed a sinister smile. When he came out of the Yun Emperor Palace, he wanted to ask the senior masters of the Great Sun Mansion to kill Lu Ming, but Lu Ming escaped too quickly. He searched around the Yun Emperor Palace but could not find Lu Ming. During this period of time he hated Lu Ming to the core. He did not expect to meet him here. He was so ecstatic that he almost laughed out loud. What's wrong? You've been defeated, are you looking for a beating again? Lu Ming said indifferently. The crowd was stunned. From Lu Ming's tone, could it be that Yang Liuji had lost to Lu Ming before? No way. If that was the case, wasn't the Burning Sun Empire a little too terrifying? Nonsense, you little bastard. Back then you only relied on external forces and a puppet. Now that your puppet is gone, I'll kill you in 3 moves. Yang Liuji shouted and hurriedly corrected Lu Ming's words. The others came to a realization. It turned out that Lu Ming had relied on external forces. No wonder. It was useless if it was not one's own ability. They let out a long breath. If even a small empire like the Burning Sun Empire was this strong, how could they bear it? Kill me in 3 moves? Just you? Aren't you afraid of laughing your head off? Lu Ming continued to say indifferently. This kind of indifferent attitude made Yang Liuji's anger rise. You're looking for death. You're courting death. Yang Liuji roared, his body emitting a scorching aura that made the restaurant look like a furnace. Xianxia moved and stood in front of Yang Liuji. Little Qing, there's no need for you to deal with him. Let me play with him. Lu Ming picked up a glass of wine and finished it in 1 gulp. He then stood up and walked towards Yang Liuji. Hurry up and finish it, we haven't finished our meal. Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming and went back to his seat. His tone was casual, as if Lu Ming could easily deal with Yang Liuji. This caused the surrounding people to be dumbfounded. Ah, I know you're concerned about me and worried that the food won't taste good if it's cold. Don't worry, I'll deal with him. The food won't get cold. Lu Ming laughed. The others' lips trembled. These 2 were both more confident than the other. They were still thinking about eating and the dishes wouldn't even get cold. Please, your opponent is the genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking, Yang Liuji, not some random cat or dog on the side of the road. Crazy, too crazy. Yang Liuji almost vomited blood, feeling his heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys throb in pain. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. It's useless to rely on your mouth. You'll soon pay the price for your stupidity. Yang Liuji roared, and the scorching aura around his body became even more intense. His entire body was like a sun and he almost set the restaurant on fire. This place is too narrow, let's go out and fight. Lu Ming said. Good, just what I want. Yang Liuji shouted angrily. The 2 of them flew out of the window and appeared in the sky above the small lake. At this time, it had already alerted the people on the other floors of the restaurant, and they all looked out one by one. That's Yang Liuji. Yang Liuji is going to fight someone. Who is the other person? Is he also a genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking? No, there's no such person on the Cloud Emperor ranking. He's so young, he looks less than 20 years old. This person actually dared to fight Yang Liuji, this is going to be a good show. The people on the other floors of the restaurant were discussing. Die. And NBSP, kill. The moment they left the restaurant, Yang Liuji roared, his aura exploding. Wuzong 5 Dan Peak. Obviously, Yang Liuji's cultivation had also improved during this period of time. Back in the ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace, Yang Liuji's cultivation was only at the early stage of the 5th level of Martial Ancestor Realm. Boom. The powerful fire force exploded, making Yang Liuji look like a small sun. It emitted an extremely hot aura, and the lake water below began to boil, filling the air with mist. Divine Sun Fist. Yang Liuji roared and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Chapter 358. 358 Settling it in one move. A fist radiance that was as bright as the sun was aimed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming struck out with his palm and a huge palm print appeared, clashing with the fist radiance. After a loud boom, the fist radiance and palm print dissipated. One move. Lu Ming muttered. Didn't Yang Liuji say he would kill him in 3 moves? He helped him calculate. Yang Liuji's expression changed. Lu Ming could actually block one of his moves. His gaze turned serious. Fist of the Great Divine Sun, fist radiance shatters the sky. Yang Liuji roared again and threw a punch. This punch was even more terrifying. It was like a sun falling down. Yang Liuji, who had reached the peak of the 5th stage of martial arts Grandmaster realm, had extremely terrifying combat power. An ordinary warrior at the peak of the 7th stage of martial arts Grandmaster realm would probably only have this kind of combat power. Beast Palm. Lu Ming struck out another palm. A huge beast claw appeared and grabbed at the sun-like fist energy. The sun-like fist force was like a pitiful little flame that was extinguished by the beast's claw. 2 moves. Lu Ming said again. The people watching the battle were stunned, especially those on the 5th floor. Lu Ming could actually fight with Yang Liuji. This was too unbelievable. The blazing Sun Empire was too terrifying. Experts were emerging one after another. Arg. Damn it, divine fist of the great sun incinerating the world. Yang Liuji roared in anger and used his strongest move. At the same time his bloodline power exploded. His bloodline was also at the 2nd level of the king tier. Walala. The lake water below churned and actually boiled. A shocking fist radiance came crashing down on Lu Ming from above. Break. Lu Ming said softly. A long spear appeared in his hand and he thrust it upward. Chi-chi. The long spear pierced through Yang Liuji's fist radiance. Lu Ming's body rushed past it and flew into the sky. 3 moves. Yang Liuji, you said you'd kill me in 3 moves, but it turns out that you want to kill me with just the power to scratch an itch? What a joke. Lu Ming said contemptuously. Damn it, how did this little bastard become so strong? How is that possible? Yang Liuji roared in his heart, his expression extremely ugly. He stared at Lu Ming and said coldly, I'll let you go today and we'll fight another day. With that she wanted to leave. Another day? Did I say another day? You want to leave after a fight? How can there be such a good thing in the world? Stay here. Lu Ming said coldly. A terrifying aura enveloped Yang Liuji. What do you want to do? Do you still want to make a move on me? How dare you? I'm a disciple of the Great Sun Mansion, do you understand? I'm a disciple of the Great Sun Mansion. Yang Liuji roared. And NBSP, you don't need to repeat that you are a disciple of Great Sun Prefecture. Great Sun Prefecture is none of my business. I don't care where you are from. Just take one of my attacks and you'll die. Lu Ming bellowed, his aura was wild as he pulled the long spear downward. Boom. A spear light that was hundreds of meters long, carrying the power of wind and fire, came down on Yang Liuji. While the spear radiance was still in the air, the lake below was suppressed by the force of the air. The lake water split into 2 and a waterless zone that was a few hundred meters long appeared. It had the same shape as the spear radiance. You coward. Yang Liuji roared and used all his strength to punch the air a dozen times in an attempt to block the spear radiance. However, it was useless. The dozen or so fist lights were like fireworks and collapsed in one strike. The spear radiance's momentum did not stop as it heavily smashed into Yang Liuji's body. Yang Liuji's body was like a cannonball falling towards the lake. Boom. He fell heavily into the lake, causing huge waves. Even the ground shook and a whirlpool appeared on the surface of the lake. Everyone saw that Yang Liuji had smashed a deep hole in the bottom of the lake, and the lake water had completely flooded Yang Liuji. This fuck. The surrounding spectators were all dumbfounded. And NBSP, this was too violent. He had defeated Yang Liuji with one move and Yang Liuji had no chance to fight back. Especially the spectators on the 5th level. Their mouths were so wide open that they could practically swallow a chicken. This is crazy. The Burning Sun Empire is crazy. How can there be so many talented warriors? That's right. The Burning Sun Empire has always been ranked at the bottom of the list. It's unbelievable that so many geniuses have been born. The people on the 5th floor shouted in disbelief. Whoosh. At this moment, a figure rushed into the lake and came out again the next moment. It was Lan Yunfei. He was holding Yang Liuji in his arms. Yang Liuji's body was covered in blood and his face was pale. Blood was dripping from his mouth, and his eyes were full of disbelief, shame and anger. Previously he had boasted shamelessly that he would kill Lu Ming in 3 moves. In the end, Lu Ming easily received his 3 moves. Not only that, but he had also beaten him half to death in 1 move. This made him want to find a hole to hide in. If you don't have the strength, then keep a low profile. Don't always act like you're the best in the world. It's embarrassing. This time I'll teach you a lesson. Get lost. Lu Ming waved his hand as if an elder was lecturing a junior. You win. Yang Liuji was so furious that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Lu Ming, don't be so arrogant. You'd better not run into my big brother during the Detian Divine Guard selection. Otherwise you'll die an ugly death. Let's go. Lan Yunfei roared in anger, then his figure soared into the sky. Lu Ming smiled and did not mind. He returned to the restaurant in a flash. Come, let's continue eating. Lu Ming laughed and sat down to eat and drink again. The rest of the people in the restaurant were dumbfounded. Brother Lu, we must guard against the big brother that Lan Yunfei spoke of. Feng Wuji's face turned solemn. That's right, the 5th-ranked genius on the Cloud Emperor board also has the surname Lan. His name is Lan Yundao. I'm pretty sure he's Lan Yunfei's big brother. Ling Yanqi's expression was also serious. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, they did not think that Lu Ming could be a match for those who were ranked at the top of the Cloud Emperor ranking. Those people were too powerful. They were all monsters. 5th on the Cloud Emperor ranking. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and his lips curled into a smile. He did not mind and continued to eat and drink. After a short while, the 4 of them left the restaurant and found an inn to stay in. There were still 3 days before the Detian Divine Guard's preliminary competition. At this moment, news of Xianxia, Lu Ming, Lan Yunfei, and Yang Liuji's battle spread quickly. Many people were shocked and secretly sighed. There were so many geniuses these days, and yet another unknown genius had risen. In a room in the inn, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and thought about the battle. Speaking of which, this was the first time that Lu Ming had a direct battle with a genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking. Although he appeared confident on the surface, he did not dare to underestimate his opponent. Yang Liuji was only ranked 33rd on the Cloud Emperor list, but his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 5th stage of Martial Ancestor realm. His combat strength was comparable to an ordinary peak of the 7th stage of Martial Ancestor realm. In that case, how strong were the geniuses at the top of the rankings? Especially the geniuses in the top 10, how strong were they? Lu Ming did not dare to underestimate his opponent. My biggest disadvantage now is that my cultivation is low. I'm only at the peak of the 4th level of the Martial Ancestor realm. I have to find a way to break through as soon as possible. Lu Ming pondered secretly. After a few months of polishing, Lu Ming's foundation had long been stable. As long as there was enough energy, Lu Ming's cultivation would be able to break through. Legendary Paths of the Dragon Lord. Chapter 359. 359 The Gathering of Geniuses. Lu Ming immediately circulated the True War Dragon technique and began to temper his essential qi. A day passed in the blink of an eye. On the evening of the 2nd day, the people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace actually came to find them. They had sent an invitation letter for the Detian Divine Guard selection. It was for Xianxia. It seemed that the news of Xianxia's defeat of Lan Yunfei yesterday had already spread to the higher-ups of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. That was why they had sent an invitation letter. With Xianxia's combat strength, he was fully qualified to receive an invitation. The next 2 days were peaceful and no one disturbed Lu Ming and the rest. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the Detian Divine Guard's preliminary round. The Detian Divine Guard preliminaries were to select a group of elites from the geniuses who had received invitations from the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Only this group of people would be qualified to participate in the final selection of the Detian Divine Guards. The gathering place for the preliminaries was in front of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's residence in the cloud-desolate imperial capital. Early in the morning, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Feng Wuji, and Ling Yanqi headed to the assembly point. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's residence in the cloud-desolate empire's imperial capital was extremely grand and majestic. It was even more majestic than the cloud-desolate imperial palace. In front of the mansion there was a wide square. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, the square was already surrounded by people. Most of them were people who came to watch the show. However, there were not many people in the square. This was because there were people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace guarding the square. Only the geniuses participating in the preliminaries could step on it. If anyone else were to step in rashly and was discovered, they would be killed without mercy. No one dared to take the risk. When the four of them arrived, they walked directly to the square. Guys, look, there's a genius from the preliminaries here. Two of them look so young. Which empire are they from? I don't know him, he's a complete stranger. I know. I saw them a few days ago. The youngest man and woman are the two who defeated Yang Liuji and Lan Yunfei 3 days ago. They are the geniuses from the Burning Sun Empire. The surrounding crowd was discussing when someone suddenly shouted. What? It's them, just like the rumors, they're really that young. I thought the rumors were exaggerated. I can't believe that the Blazing Sun Empire has produced such a genius. In the past few days, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's names had spread throughout the Cloud Wilderness imperial capital. Many people were very curious and they looked at Lu Ming and the other three. The four of them had also seen big scenes before, so their expressions didn't change. They walked to the square and stood at the side. It seems that we came too early. Feng Wuji chuckled. It's a good opportunity for me to meet the other geniuses. Ling Yanqi's eyes were filled with excitement. Time slowly passed and more people came. Without a doubt they were all young people, all under the age of 30. Most of them were in their 20s and there were very few under the age of 20. Look, that's Lu Xiaofeng, who is ranked 35th on the Cloud Emperor ranking list. Suddenly someone pointed at a yellow-robed young man and shouted. Also, that's Wang Kai, who is ranked 26th on the Cloud Emperor board. Oh my god, that's Su Yingying, who is ranked 13th on the Cloud Emperor board. I've long heard that Su Yingying is a devastatingly beautiful woman. Now that I've seen her today, I see that she is indeed worthy of her reputation. With the arrival of the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking list, the audience was excited. The 36 countries of Emperor Yun were vast, but there were only 36 people on the Emperor Yun list. Usually, the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking were scattered all over the place. It was hard to see them at all. But now they had seen so many people at once and everyone was excited. Even Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi's eyes lit up as they started to size up the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor board. Soon no less than 300 people had gathered in the square, and the number was still increasing. This made Lu Ming sigh with emotion. Only geniuses on the same level as the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun could receive an invitation. However, hundreds of such geniuses had arrived. Lu Ming suddenly felt a murderous intent enveloping him. He could not help but turn around to look. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. So it was the 6 extremes of Yang. After not seeing him for a few days, Yang Liuji's injuries had almost recovered. He was looking at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Beside Yang Liuji was a tall young man. He was wearing the same clothes as Yang Liuji and was obviously from the Blood Zhao's Great Sun House. He was also staring at Lu Ming with an unfriendly look. Yang Liuji is here. The one beside him, is he the #1 expert among the younger generation of the Great Sun House, Yan Feishuan? It's definitely him. Yan Feishuan ranked 9th on the Cloud Emperor ranking list. Exclamations of shock came from the surroundings. The top 10 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking list had finally appeared. It was as if Yan Feishuan's arrival was the start of the event that had happened 10 days ago. In the air, a blue light flashed and two figures appeared in the square. One of the two blue-robed young men was Lan Yunfei. The other man was tall and had a saber on his back. He had a wild aura. Lan Yunfei and Lan Yundao. The fifth-ranked Lan Yundao has arrived. There was another round of exclamations in the surroundings. As soon as Lan Yunfei and Lan Yundao arrived, they swept their gazes across the surroundings. In the next moment they discovered Lu Ming and the rest. The two of them strode toward Lu Ming and the rest. There's a good show to watch. The crowd's gaze was fixed on Lan Yundao and Lu Ming. The geniuses on the square were also watching with interest. Very soon Lan Yunfei and Lan Yundao were not far from Lu Ming and the rest. You two are Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lan Yundao's gaze fell on Lu Ming and Xianxia. He did not hide the murderous intent in his eyes. That's right. I didn't expect to be so famous now. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not care. Xianxia pouted and didn't even bother to reply. Seeing this, Lan Yundao's face darkened and he said coldly, "You dare to beat up my Blue Blade family's people, you're really bold. However, those who dared to beat up my Blue Blade family's people are no longer in this world." Oh really? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? The world is so big and there are so many experts. There are also many people who can destroy your family with a flick of their hands. You even said that the people who dared to attack your Blue Blade family are no longer in this world. You really have no shame in talking big. Lu Ming said indifferently, his voice full of ridicule. What did you just say? Lan Yundao was furious. Brother Lan, there's no need to waste words with them. Just attack and kill them. At this moment Yan Feishuan walked over and said with a murderous look. You want to kill me? Why don't you try? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent and a powerful aura rose from his body. Xian Yanqing, Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi walked to Lu Ming's side and glared at Yan Feishuan, Lan Yundao and the rest. The battle was about to begin. This place doesn't allow a great battle. Anyone who violates this rule will be killed. Suddenly, a middle-aged man shouted loudly and a mountain-like pressure rose from his body. This burly man was a guard of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Lan Yundao and Yan Feishuan's expressions changed and they withdrew their qi. Lu Ming and the group also retracted their aura. I'll let you off today. Lu Ming, I hope you can pass the preliminaries smoothly. At that time, I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Blue Blade family in the Detian Divine Guard selection. Lan Yundao said coldly before he turned around and left with Lan Yunfei. Chapter 360. 360 Chapter 360 Sword Wind Cloud. Yan Feishuan and Yang Liuji glared at Lu Ming coldly before turning to leave. Miss Xia, Brother Lu, you must be careful. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi were extremely worried. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled slightly, his expression relaxed. Xian Yanqing on the other hand was expressionless. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, another sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Qiu Changkong is here. And the strongest dark horse, Prince Huoling. Someone shouted. Lu Ming looked up and saw a few figures flying down from the sky. One of them was very young, about 21 or 22 years old. He wore a fiery red robe and had eyes like lightning. He had a powerful aura and his hands were behind his back. This man must be young Master Huoling. The other person had a sword on his back. If he wasn't Qiu Changkong, who else could he be? Qiu Changkong's eyes were filled with killing intent the moment he saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I don't know how you got the invitation. You could have lived a little longer if you didn't participate in the Detian Divine Guard selection. Now that you're here, you're just looking for death. After the preliminaries, it'll be your death when the real selection competition begins. Qiu Changkong's eyes were cold as he kept thinking. Naturally, he had heard of the news that Lu Ming had defeated Yang Liuji. At first he was extremely shocked. They were shocked by Lu Ming's invitation and his ability. However, he was only a little shocked at the beginning and did not have any fear. He had 10% confidence that he could kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at Qiu Changkong, his eyes filled with killing intent. He had to kill Qiu Chongkong. Lu Yuntian's 8 years of torture were all thanks to Qiu Chongkong. Buzz. Buzz. The sound of air being torn could be heard from time to time as people kept coming. Not long after, Jiang Hongwen, who was ranked 3rd on the Cloud Emperor ranking, and young Master Tianxi, who was ranked 2nd, arrived together, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. Young Master Tianxi was wearing a green robe. His face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. He was like a venomous snake that was about to devour people. Anyone who was targeted by him would feel a chill. Jiang Hongwen was tall and had a majestic and domineering aura, which was the complete opposite of young Master Tianxi. Up until now, there were nearly 600 people in the square. Each and every one of them was a dragon among men and had extraordinary auras. When they were gathered together, it was extremely spectacular. Jian Fengyun isn't here yet, could he be dead? Hee. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. It was young Master Tianxi. Everyone couldn't help but look at him. How could Jian Fengyun die if you, a venomous snake, didn't die? Not far away, Jiang Hongwen sneered. Many people's expressions changed slightly. There were not many people on the Cloud Emperor list who dared to speak to young Master Tianxi in such a manner. Lan Yundao was ranked 5th and was arrogant. However, in front of young Master Tianxi he had to be obedient. I heard that Jian Fengyun went to another region for training. It's normal for him to die outside. Young Master Tianxi smiled sinisterly. Jian Fengyun was the #1 genius on Emperor Yun's board and the top expert among the younger generation in Emperor Yun's 36 kingdoms. Wei Tingyi, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. At this time a loud laugh came from the distance. Whoosh! A sword light cut through the air at an unbelievable speed. He was clearly 10 miles away a moment ago, but in the next moment he was already in the sky above the square. The sword light dispersed and a young figure appeared. He was about 24 or 25 years old, wearing a long gray robe. He had a slender figure and bright eyes. He looked like an unsheathed divine sword. The most eye-catching part was the long scar on his face, which looked very ferocious. Jian Fengyun, you're finally here. Young Master Tianxi's eyes moved, revealing a trace of solemnness. He was Jian Fengyun, who was ranked 1st on the Cloud Emperor board. There was a burst of excited discussion. Why was there a scar on Jian Fengyun's face? I didn't have it before. Who is so powerful that he could leave a scar on Jian Fengyun's face? Whispers could be heard from nearby. Waiting, I'm here. Are you very disappointed? Jian Fengyun looked at young Master Tianxi and said, What's there to be disappointed about? You've come at the right time. This time I'm going to defeat you completely. Young Master Tianxi sneered. Then his eyes flickered and he said, Jian Feng, I heard that you went to another region for training. You've been injured by someone. This is too embarrassing. What's there to be embarrassed about? I was injured by the geniuses there when I was training in the Thousand River region. I have to tell you that the geniuses from other regions are far stronger than those in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Jian Fengyun said frankly. This made young Master Tianxi, Jiang Hongwen, and the other geniuses' faces turn grave. Jian Fengyun, what's your ranking in the Thousand River region? Young Master Tianxi asked. 18th place. Jian Fengyun said word by word. What? As soon as he said that, the entire place was in an uproar. The #1 genius of the Cloud Emperor mountain range was defeated by the #18 genius of the Thousand River water region and had a scar on his face. How was this possible? Was the Thousand River region really that powerful? Jian Fengyun, in my opinion, it's not that the opponent is too strong. It's that you're too weak. It seems that you've regressed in the past few years. This time I'll surpass you completely. Young Master Tianxi laughed out loud. He didn't believe that the Thousand River region was that powerful. If the 18th place could defeat Jian Fengyun, didn't that mean that there were at least 18 geniuses who were above him, young Master Tianxi? This was only the waters of the Thousand Rivers. What about the regions? With young Master Tianxi's pride, he would never believe that so many geniuses would surpass him. He thought that Jian Fengyun was too weak to move forward. Many people also secretly nodded and were more willing to believe young Master Tianxi's words. Frog in the well. Jian Fengyun smiled faintly and did not bother to say anything else. Young Master Tianxi snorted coldly and stood at the side. By now the number of people had reached 600. Ka. At this moment the gate of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace opened, and a few figures walked out. The leader of the group was an old man with white hair and wearing a black robe. The old man had a kind expression on his face. There was no aura fluctuation on his body, as if he was an ordinary person who had not cultivated. However, no one dared to underestimate him because he was a member of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. It seems that everyone is here. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhou Xian and I'm the host of this preliminaries. I'll also be leading you to the real selection later. The old man introduced himself. Greetings, Senior Liu. The geniuses on the square all saluted. Zhou Xian nodded. Alright, let's cut the chit-chat and come with me. This isn't the venue for the preliminaries. After saying that, Zhou Xian rose into the air and flew towards the north. The participating geniuses on the square also rose into the air and followed. Lu Ming and the other three were mixed in the crowd and did not stand out. The people around the square sighed and felt it was a pity. He would not be able to see the exciting content after that. Chapter 361. 361 Chapter 361 Measuring the Power. The group headed north, a group of 600 over people flying above the cloud-desolate empire's imperial capital. It was a spectacular sight. Their target was a mountain peak to the north of the imperial capital. The distance of 100 miles was covered in an instant. Lu Xiu led the group to a flat land in front of the two mountains. Alright, I'll first tell you the rules of the preliminaries. The preliminaries are actually very simple. It's split into 2 rounds. The first round is to test one's aura. I'll test the level of your comprehension of force. Those who haven't reached major accomplishment will be eliminated. Lu Xiu announced. What? He's going to be eliminated before his force is fully formed? Someone cried out in extreme disappointment. Good, you see the stone pillar in front, right? It's the treasure to test force. As long as you input force into this stone pillar, it will appear in different colors. They are divided into blue, purple, acylavir, and gold, corresponding to the entry level of force, small success, large success, and perfection. Only when the stone pillar appears acylavir will it be considered a pass. Now begin. Lu Xiu announced. Lu Ming and the rest nodded. This rule was simple. I'll go first. A skinny young man took the lead and walked out with great confidence. He walked in front of the stone pillar and struck out with his palm. A powerful wind force surged out of his palm and poured into the stone pillar. Instantly the stone pillar emitted a faint acylavir light, beautiful and magnificent. Wind force, early stage of major accomplishment. Pass. Next. Lu Xiu announced. Naturally there were people registering at the side. I'll do it. A strong young man walked out and a strong aura poured into the stone pillar. The stone pillar immediately emitted a acylavir light, which was darker than the youth's. Force of Earth, mid-stage of great completion. Pass. Next. Lu Xiu announced. Then one by one the young men stepped forward to take the test. These young men had all reached the peak level of their control force. Some of them were at the early stage of the peak level, some were at the middle stage, and only a few of them had reached the late stage. Those youths who had not reached the level of great accomplishment did not even step forward to take the test. I'm going too. I'll go with you. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi also went up for the test. Feng Wuji had comprehended the force of wind and reached the early stage of the Deshang realm. Ling Yanqi had comprehended the force of fire and reached the middle stage of the Deshang realm. Soon more than 400 people passed the test. 4 geniuses at the level of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes. Most of them had already reached the major accomplishment stage. Of course, there were also a few who did not reach that level. However, not a single person had reached the peak of Sure. Although there was only one step between the great completion and great perfection of control force, the difference was huge. One was flawed while the other was perfect. The difference in power was several times. Yang Liuji has entered the arena. Many people's eyes lit up. Up until now, no one from the Cloud Emperor ranking had entered the arena. They wanted to see how far the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking could go. Yang Liuji walked up to the stone pillar, his entire body exuding a burning aura. With a wave of his hand, Shi poured into the stone pillar. Buzz. The stone pillar trembled and an extremely dense Esilavir light spread out, making the entire stone pillar look as if it was made of pure Esilavir. Force of fire, the limit of large success. Wuxia announced. The limit of the upper tier was just one step away from the Great Circle. This was the first person who had reached the peak of Shi. Lu Ming's gaze was calm. He was not surprised at all. He had fought with Yang Liuji before, so he was very clear about the strength of Yang Liuji's force. Yang Liuji's appearance opened the prologue to the appearance of the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list. Then one by one the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list appeared. However, it was a pity that most of the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list had only reached the limit of the upper tier. There were even a few people who were only at the late stage of the Dishang realm, and none of them had reached the perfection realm. Even those ranked in the top 10 on the Cloud Emperor ranking were only at the limit of the great completion. It's the Fire Spirit Prince's turn. Someone shouted. Young Master Huoling strode forward with a cold and arrogant expression, but he was only at the peak of the profound level. Following that, Qiu Chongkong, Yan Feishuan and Lan Yundao stepped forward one by one. Unfortunately, none of them had reached the peak of their astral force. From this, one could see how difficult it was to reach perfection. I'm going to take the test. Do you want to come with me? Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them stepped forward and attracted a lot of attention. Lan Yun said. Yan Feishuan and Qiu Chongkong turned their cold gazes over. I'll go first or you go first. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming. Anything is fine. Lu Ming said with a smile. Then you go first. Xianxia said. Lu Ming stepped forward. A scorching aura burst out from his body. The power of the fire surged into the stone pillar and it turned pure Esilavir immediately. The force of fire is at the limit of perfection. Wuxia announced. Many people were not too surprised. Since Lu Ming could defeat Yang Liuji, his comprehension of force would naturally not be bad. It was normal for him to reach the limit of large success. Lu Ming smiled and took a few steps back. During this period of time, he had cultivated the force of fire to the limit of large success, but it was difficult to break through to perfection. As for wind force, it had also reached the limit of the small success stage and was about to break through to the large success stage. Lu Ming believed that the power of the fusion of the two types of Shi would not be inferior to that of a perfected Shi. Lu Ming retreated while Xianxia stepped forward. Boom! All of a sudden, a terrifying aura erupted from Xianxia's body as he was surrounded by a green light. Who? This was the force of the wind. The powerful force of the wind gushed into the stone pillar. Buzz! The stone pillar began to shake violently. In the next moment, golden rays of light began to spread out. Golden light, it's golden light. Someone shouted. Perfect force. This woman has already cultivated her force to perfect force. How terrifying. What a monster. Why haven't I heard of him before? The surroundings were filled with clamors and cries of alarm. Lu Ming was stunned as well, then he sighed. A 7th level king level blood meridian was indeed terrifying. Even his comprehension of force was unique. Yan Feishuan, Lan Yundao and Qiu Chongkong's eyes were filled with killing intent. Jian Fengyun, young Master Tianxi and Jiang Hongwen's eyes lit up. Especially young Master Tianxi, who was staring at Xianxia with greed and lust in his eyes. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi's mouths were wide open in shock. Wind force perfect, good. Wuxia laughed heartily. The stronger the geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range, the more contribution he would make and the corresponding rewards would be given. Naturally he was happy. Humph. Xianxia retracted his essential qi and walked to Lu Ming's side. He pursed his lips provocatively as if to say, Do you see that? I'm stronger than you. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Next. Lu Xiu shouted. I'll do it. Jiang Hongwen strode forward, waved his hand, and a force landed on the stone pillar. The stone pillar trembled, and then it also emitted a golden light. Force perfection. I'll do it. Then young Master Xianxia stepped forward. His body trembled slightly and a long snake-like force slammed into the stone pillar. The next moment golden light filled the air. It's your turn. Young Master Xianxia looked at Jian Fengyun. Jian Fengyun smiled. He didn't move, but two sword lights shot out from his eyes. This was a sword light condensed from Shi, and it landed on the stone pillar. The stone pillar trembled violently and emitted a rich golden light. Similarly, force perfection. Only 4 people's Shi had reached perfection. They were Jian Fengyun, young Master Xianxia, Jiang Hongwen, and the rising star Xian Yanqing. Chapter 362. 362 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array. Next, who else is going to take the test? Lu Xiu looked at the remaining 60-odd people. These 60-over people had been standing still the entire time, clearly not confident in themselves. At this moment all of them had ugly expressions and were hesitating. If you don't come up, you'll be disqualified and eliminated. Lu Xiu announced. I'll do it. Finally, someone went up and decided to give it a try. Unfortunately, Shi was only at the limit of the initial success stage and had not yet reached the major success stage. It was mercilessly eliminated. Following that, a few more people came forward with a fluke mind, but they were all eliminated one by one. The rest of the people shook their heads and sighed. No one continued to test because there was no need. They knew best whether their control force had reached large success or not. Alright, those who were eliminated, leave this place. Those who succeeded, follow me into Myriad Illusion Canyon. Lu Xiu shouted. Those who had been eliminated sighed and soared into the air, ending the selection of the Detian Divine Guards. Alright, follow me. Lu Xiu said, then turned around and walked back. 10,000 Illusion Canyon was in the middle of the 2 mountain peaks. That place was heavily guarded. As he followed Lu Xiu, he was not obstructed by any obstacles and entered the canyon. The canyon was very wide, at least 1,000 meters wide, and on both sides were cliffs that were thousands of feet tall. In front of the canyon there was a huge light screen that separated the canyon. Behind the light screen it was all blurry and he could not see anything clearly. Behind this layer of light is a large inscription array, called the 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array. The second round of the preliminaries will be carried out in this 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array. As long as you enter the 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array, powerful warriors or demonic beasts will be condensed inside. As long as you kill the warriors or demonic beasts inside, you will be able to obtain the corresponding points. The 2 stone tablets in front of the 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array will show your points and ranking. Only those who have scored 500 points will be considered to have passed and be able to participate in the true selection of the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. The time limit is only half an hour. Once the time is up, you will be automatically transported out. This standard is the same in many regions in the eastern part of the Tianxian region. Lu Xiu briefly introduced the rules of the second round. Sure enough, in front of the light curtain, they saw 2 huge stone tablets that were 100 meters tall and dozens of meters wide. Alright, the rules are very simple. Next, it will depend on your strength. The 10,000 Illusionary Killing Formation can allow 50 people to enter at a time. You can make your own choice. We can start now. Lu Xiu announced. As soon as Lu Xiu finished speaking, everyone looked at each other. Then someone strode out and walked towards the 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array. With someone taking the lead, the others naturally followed one by one. In a short while, 50 people had rushed into the 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array. When the 50 people rushed into the Myriad Illusionary Killing Array, the 2 stone tablets in front of them started to emit a hazy light. After a few breaths, a few lines of words appeared on the first stone tablet. Wasp 1 point. Longmao 1 point. 7 to 8 names appeared in succession, and behind the names were the corresponding points. After a few more breaths, some people's points went from 1 to 2 and then to 3. More and more names appeared on the stone tablet. Two minutes later, 50 names appeared on the stone tablet, and behind each name was the corresponding score. Some people's points increased very quickly, while some people's points increased much slower. After a while, someone had already reached 400 points, approaching 500. As long as they reached 500 points, they would be able to pass the preliminaries and obtain the qualifications to participate in the true selection. At this moment, the light screen trembled and someone flew out from inside. Everyone could see that wounds had appeared on this person's body and blood was dripping. Everyone's heart trembled. It seemed that this formation was not that safe. After this person flew out, his name disappeared from the first stone tablet. This person looked defeated. He had failed. After this person, the light screen would shake from time to time and people would constantly fly out. Without a doubt, none of these people who flew out had 500 points. They all ended in failure. When the half an hour was about to end, 47 people had already flown out, and none of these 47 people had reached 500 points. Only the last 3 people who flew out had more than 500 points. The highest score was 553 points. When the last 3 people came out, the second stone tablet lit up and 3 names appeared. First place, Hornets, 553 points. Second place. The 3 names were those who had reached 500 points. These 3 were naturally overjoyed, while the other 47 people had unsightly expressions and were extremely dejected. The rest of the people who had not entered looked extremely serious. The elimination rate was too high. Out of the 50 people, 47 people were eliminated and only 3 passed. Although there weren't any impressive geniuses in this group, the elimination rate still made people gasp. Alright, the first group has finished. Next group, continue. Wuxia announced. But everyone looked at each other and for a moment, no one stepped forward. Hurry up. The result will be the same in the morning and at night. It won't be easier to get up at night. Wuxia frowned. What's there to hesitate about? I'll go. Yang Liuji coldly snorted and strode forward. After that, one figure after another also walked forward. 50 people disappeared from the light screen. A breath after he entered the light screen, a name suddenly appeared on the first stone tablet. Yang 6 Extremes. After that, Yang Liuji's points started to soar. 1 2 5 10. The speed at which his points rose was terrifying. In just 5 minutes his points had already exceeded 500 and were still rising. The others were much slower than him. Yang Liuji's points only started to slow down when he reached 1,000 points. At this moment the light screen trembled again and someone flew out from inside. Soon half an hour had passed and everyone in the group had come out. This time, there were a total of 6 people who had more than 500 points and passed the preliminaries. The names of these 6 people also appeared on the second stone tablet. Including the 3 people before them, there were a total of 9 names on the second stone tablet. On the other hand, Yang Liuji had obtained a total of 10 points, ranking first. Yang Liuji had a smug expression as he walked to the side. After that, the third group of 50 people entered. This time 5 people passed. In this group there was also a genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking. This person was slightly stronger than Yang Liuji and had 22 points more than him. He rushed to the first place while Yang Liuji became second. Then the fourth group, the fifth group. Group by group they went in. The further they went, the more experts went in and the more qualified people there were. Chapter 363. 363 Chapter 363 Indirect Contest. The second stone tablet's ranking fluctuated continuously. People were constantly being surpassed and people were constantly rushing up. After the sixth group, Yang Liuji had dropped to 21st place. This made his face extremely gloomy, especially when a few unknown people had surpassed him. This made his face even uglier. There were still quite a few experts who had yet to go on stage. Originally, Yang Liuji had been very ambitious and wanted to make it to the top 30 or even the top 20, but now it seemed that there was no hope at all. It would be good enough if he could keep his position on the Cloud Emperor board. After the 6th group was finished, it was the 7th group's turn. "Brother Yan, how about we attack?" Lan Yundao looked at Yan Feishuan and said with a smile. "Just what I wanted." Yan Feishuan smiled. "Count me in." A young man in green stepped out. Everyone recognized him as the 7th-ranked Ji Ruffing. The top 10 geniuses are about to make their move. Everyone's heart trembled as they revealed looks of anticipation. Would there be any changes in the top 10 this time? Their bodies flickered as they charged forward. Young Master Huoling has also made his move. "And Qiu Changkong." Someone shouted. Lu Ming looked up and saw the arrogant young Master Huoling and Qiu Changkong. These two people had attracted a lot of attention recently. Many people were guessing whether the two could make it into the top 10. Buzz. Buzz. The 50 figures charged into the myriad illusionary killing array. Everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the 2 stone tablets. There were many experts in this group, so the competition would definitely be intense. Buzz. A breath after everyone had rushed in, the first stone tablet suddenly glowed with names. Lan Yun said. Ji Ruffing, Yan Feishuan, Qiu Changkong and young Master Huoling were all here. At the same time, the points behind their names jumped up rapidly and began to soar. These 5 people's points rose at almost the same speed, leaving the others far behind. In just 2 minutes, the points of the 5 of them had exceeded 500 points and continued to soar. In 8 minutes, his score had exceeded 1,000 points. At this time, the speed of the 5 people slowly slowed down. This is truly shocking. Qiu Changkong and young Master Huoling are actually able to keep up with Lan Yundao's speed. This is truly shocking. Can the 2 of them really make it into the top 10? It's hard to say. The higher the level of the 10,000 illusionary killing array, the more difficult it is. At their level, if they want to determine the winner, they will have to see the later battles. Many young men were discussing. Her score continued to rise. 1,500, 1,800, 2,000. 20 minutes later, all 5 of them had more than 2,000 points. At this moment, it could be seen that Lan Yundao's growth was the fastest, followed by Ji Ruffing. However, Yan Feishuan, Qiu Changkong and young Master Huoling were almost the same. When it broke through 2,100 points, Yan Feishuan, the fire spirit young master, and Qiu Changkong's points rose at the speed of a turtle. When the 30 minutes were up, the screen flickered and a few figures flew out. They were Yan Feishuan, Qiu Changkong and the fire spirit young master. The 3 of them looked pale and weak. Qiu Changkong is in the lead. His points are actually higher than young Master Huoling and Yan Feishuan. Someone cried out in shock. Qiu Changkong's score was 2,235 points. Yan Feishuan, on the other hand, had 2,205 points, 30 points less than Qiu Changkong. And the fire spirit young master had 30 points less than Yan Feishuan. Damn it! Yan Feishuan shouted angrily, killing intent flashing in his eyes. He had actually been surpassed by Qiu Changkong. I was just lucky. If we were to fight face to face, I would definitely be able to kill them all. Young Master Huoling coldly snorted. He was very unhappy. When the final moment arrived, Lan Yundao and Ji Ruffing also appeared. Both of them had more than 2,400 points. However, Lan Yundao had more points and was ahead of Ji Ruffing. At the same time, the second stone tablet glowed and the ranking on it changed. Lan Yundao was temporarily in first place, followed by Ji Ruffing, Qiu Changkong, Yan Feishuan and the fire spirit young master. As for Yang Liuji, he had already reached the 29th place. This made Yang Liuji's face as dark as charcoal. Next, the 8th group. Lu Xiu announced. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man stepped out. Jian Fengyun. Everyone was shocked. Jian Fengyun was about to make his move, and everyone was extremely excited. Jian Fengyun was a rare genius who dominated the Cloud Emperor ranking and suppressed the other geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. It was because he was too strong. As for him, it had been almost 2 years since anyone had seen him in action. What level had his cultivation reached now? Pa Jian Fengyun, you're finally going to fight. Alright, even though this isn't a direct fight, it's an indirect one. Let me see how much you've improved during this period of time. Young Master Xianxia sneered and also stepped forward. Since you've all made your moves, I'll play with you too. Jiang Hongwen also walked out with a smile. Everyone felt their hearts beat faster. The top 3 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor board were going to fight together. This was too shocking and exciting. Everyone seemed to be able to see countless sparks shining. 2 of the top 10 geniuses had wanted to make a move, but they stopped. If he were to attack together with Jian Fengyun, young Master Xianxia, and Jiang Hongwen, he would only serve as a foil. Tianxi, I will let you see that the gap between you and me is getting bigger and bigger. Jian Fengyun smiled faintly, his confidence was undeniable. Humph, strength is not something that can be said with words. Young Master Xianxia coldly snorted. Buzz. Buzz. In the next moment, their figures flickered and rushed into the myriad illusionary killing array. Immediately the score began to soar. Jian Fengyun, young Master Xianxia, and Jiang Hongwen's points were skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. 500 points, 1,000 points, 1,500 points, 2,000 points. After 2,000 points, their speed didn't slow down and continued to soar. Many people's hearts were in their throats as they watched with wide eyes, afraid to miss the wonderful scene. 3,000 points. When they reached 3,000 points, young Master Xianxia and Jiang Hongwen's speed began to slow down. However, Jian Fengyun was still very fast. Oh my god, 3,000 points. According to my guess, after 3,000 points, the opponents that appear will be in the early stage of Martial Ancestor Realm Level 9. And there are 20 of them. That's right. Their opponents are indeed 20 early 9th Martial Ancestor Realm experts. Lu Xiao gave an affirmative answer. Everyone gasped. Lu Ming's gaze also narrowed. Facing the siege of 20 early stage 9th level Martial Ancestor Realm experts, he could still keep increasing his points. The top 3 on the Cloud Emperor list were indeed terrifying. As time passed, it became more and more difficult for young Master Xianxia and Jiang Hongwen to increase their points. In the end, they basically stopped. Jian Fengyun's points continued to rise. In the end, he was ahead of young Master Xianxia by more than 600 points. Buzz. Buzz. Once the 30 minutes were up, they were teleported out one by one. Chapter 364. 364 Chapter 364 Crushing Everything. After coming out, young Master Xianxia hurriedly looked at the stone tablet. When he saw the score on the stone tablet, young Master Xianxia's face changed greatly and he roared, "Impossible, Jian Fengyun. How could your score be so much higher than mine? Impossible." It was more than 600 points higher. This was not just a little bit, it was several levels higher. Young Master Xianxia couldn't believe that the gap between him and Jian Fengyun was so huge. Nothing is impossible. Xianxia, you've been hiding in this corner of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. You think you're a peerless genius, but you're just a frog in a well. There are many people like you in the world. Jian Fengyun said indifferently. Impossible. Young Master Xianxia roared, thinking that Jian Fengyun was trying to hurt him. Jian Fengyun sneered and walked to the side. He didn't bother to talk to young Master Xianxia. The others were extremely shocked. Jian Fengyun was too strong. No wonder he was ranked first on the Cloud Emperor board. He was way ahead of the second place and no one else could surpass him. Lu Xiao nodded his head. The Cloud Emperor mountain range would have to rely on Jian Fengyun for the Emperor Sky Divine Guard selection this time. The ranking on the second stone stele had changed. Jian Fengyun was in first place, while young Master Xianxia was in second place, having more than 100 points higher than Jiang Hongwen. Jiang Hongwen was third. As for Lan Yundao and the others, they were pushed back 3 places. Alright, Group 9, get ready. Lu Xiao announced. Lu Ming, let's go together. Let's see who can suppress who. Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with provocation. I'll keep you company. Lu Ming smiled. The 2 of them strode out. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi also rushed forward. Xianxia has made his move. Her sure has reached a terrifying level of perfection. I wonder what rank she'll get. It's hard to say. The myriad illusionary killing array tests one's overall combat power. Although Xianxia's control force is strong, his overall combat power might not be that strong. He also has to consider the bloodline level, cultivation method, physical cultivation and comprehension of martial arts techniques. Xianxia's cultivation is too low, so he might not be able to get too high. It'll be good if he can make it to the 36th place. You're right. The top 36 are equivalent to being on the Cloud Emperor board. Look, Shangguan Yunyan and the others have made their move. The surrounding crowd was in a heated discussion when suddenly, a cry of surprise could be heard. Shangguan Yunyan, the fourth genius on the Cloud Emperor board and the only woman in the top 10, was peerless. In addition, there were a few geniuses in the top 10 of the Cloud Emperor board, such as the 6th and 8th. This batch was also worth watching. As for Lu Ming, he was directly ignored. Although Lu Ming had defeated Yang Liuji, what was his ranking now? He was about to fall out of the Cloud Emperor ranking. Even if Lu Ming could defeat him, how powerful could he be? At most, he would be able to enter the Cloud Emperor board, which would not attract anyone's interest. Buzz. Buzz. The 50 people rushed into the 10,000 illusionary killing array and disappeared. The moment Lu Ming rushed into the light screen, he suddenly felt that the sky and earth were spinning. The next moment he realized that he was standing on a grassland. In front of him there was a flash of light and demonic beasts began to form. There were a total of 20 black tigers. They looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent and roared before pouncing at him. It's equivalent to the early stage of the 5th level of Martial Ancestor Realm. Killing one will give you 1 point. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and some information flashed in his mind. At the same time, the demon subduing spear appeared in his hand and he swept it out. Bang! Bang! Like fireworks, the 20 demonic beasts that were equivalent to the early stage of the 5th level martial arts Grandmaster realm were all blown up by Lu Ming's spear. They turned into wisps of energy and dissipated in the air. Hoo-hoo. After the 20 giant tigers exploded, energy swept through the air. After a few breaths, another 20 giant tigers appeared. The only difference was that the auras of these 20 giant tigers were much stronger than before, reaching the middle stage of Martial Ancestor 5 Dan. In the middle stage of the Martial Ancestor realm, killing one would give him 2 points. It was the same for everyone who entered. They would encounter 20 demonic beasts at the early stage of the 5th Martial Ancestor realm at the beginning. After killing all of them, stronger demonic beasts would appear. In the early stage of the 5th level of the Martial Ancestor realm, killing one would give 1 point. In the middle stage of Martial Ancestor Realm level 5, killing one would give him 2 points. Later stage of the 5th level of the Martial Ancestor Realm, each of them was worth 3 points. And so on, for every small level the points gained from killing one would increase by 1 point. For example, the peak of the 5th level of the Martial Ancestor Realm was worth 4 points, and the early stage of the 6th level was worth 5 points. In order to obtain 500 points and pass the preliminaries, one had to at least reach the later stage of the 6th level of the Martial Arts Grandmaster Realm and kill at least 6 existences of the later stage of the 6th level of the Martial Arts Grandmaster Realm. To be able to kill 6 of the 20 demonic beasts of the Martial Ancestor Realm advanced stage, his overall combat strength was probably comparable to the peak of the Martial Ancestor Realm. The 20 giant tigers in the middle of the 5th level Martial Ancestor Realm were still unable to fight back against Lu Ming. Whoosh! Xiu! Xiu! Lu Ming's spear trembled and rays of spear radiance burst out. 20 giant tigers were shot and exploded by the spear radiance. On the stone tablet outside, Lu Ming's points naturally soared. However, it didn't attract too much attention. In the beginning it was normal for the points to soar. In the myriad illusionary killing array the killing continued. After the 20 tigers were killed, another 20 demonic beasts of the Martial Ancestor Realm advanced stage appeared. It was still an easy kill. Then there were 20 giant tigers at the peak of the 5th level of the Martial Ancestor Realm. After the 20 giant tigers at the peak of the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm were killed, the world suddenly changed. Lu Ming realized that he was in a swamp. Whoosh! Xiu! Xiu! From the swamp, 20 huge snakes as thick as a bowl suddenly shot out and pounced towards Lu Ming. The strength of its aura was a lot stronger than the giant tiger from before. It was a demonic beast in the early stage of martial ancestor 6 Dan. Lu Ming's expression was calm as he continued to stab with his long spear. Bang! Bang! The giant snakes exploded in the air. A 6th-level martial ancestor realm demonic beast was no match for Lu Ming and could not do anything to stop him. Lu Ming swept down with a destructive force. His points also skyrocketed. Very quickly he had surpassed 500 points. It continued to rise. 600 points, 700 points. By the time Lu Ming had killed all 20 demonic beasts at the peak of the 6th-level martial ancestor realm, his score had reached 720. At this moment the surrounding scene changed again. It turned into a huge mountain surrounded by rocks. Suddenly the rocks in the surroundings started to wriggle, turning into giant stone men that were 3 meters tall. There were 20 stone men in total. Thump! Dong! Each of the stone golems was equivalent to the early stage of the 7th-level martial grandmaster realm. They held a mace made of stone in their hands. They stomped on the ground and charged at Lu Ming with a loud boom. The mace came crashing down on Lu Ming like a huge mountain. Lu Ming took a step forward and his body shot out like a cannonball. The power of wind and fire on his long spear merged and he swept out. Bang! One of the golems was struck by the spear and exploded, sending debris flying everywhere. Instantly Lu Ming's points increased by 9. Even an early stage of the 7th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm could not stop Lu Ming. Chapter 365. 365 Chapter 365 Comprehension. Whoosh! Whoosh! The long spear stabbed out continuously, and the golems exploded one after another. Not long after, the 20 golems were all defeated by Lu Ming. Next, the 7th-level martial arts grandmaster mid-level stone golems could not stop Lu Ming either. He swept through everything. When the 20 stone golems in the later stage of the 7th realm martial arts grandmaster realm were defeated, Lu Ming's points had already surpassed Yang Liuji's. Outside the formation, Yang Liuji's eyes were fixed on the steel, his teeth clenched. Lu Ming. Yang Liuji growled. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt extremely unhappy that Lu Ming had surpassed him. However, the others did not pay much attention to Lu Ming. The top 10 on the Cloud Emperor board were no slower than Lu Ming in terms of points. Boom! Boom! In the 10,000 illusionary killing array, Lu Ming shot a few times in succession and defeated the last 2 7th peak martial ancestor realm golems. At this point, Lu Ming's points had reached 1560 points. At this time the surrounding scene changed again. Lu Ming realized that he had appeared in a huge canyon. In the canyon the wind whistled and tore the sky apart. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. A series of air-piercing sounds suddenly rang out in the midst of the violent wind. The next moment, streaks of saber radiance slashed at Lu Ming. They were so fast that they were in front of Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and his body trembled slightly. His body was like a flickering light and a fleeting shadow as he drifted back dozens of meters. Buzz. The long spear shook and swept out horizontally, sending a figure flying. At this moment, Lu Ming saw that it was a figure completely wrapped in a black robe. The 10,000 illusionary killing array would not only form demonic beasts, but also warriors. Whoosh! Behind Lu Ming, there were also rays of saber light slashing at him. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming waved his long spear and blocked a few attacks. These black-robed men were all in the early stage of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. Wind force. Lu Ming cast the force of the wind and began to sense the tracks of the black-robed person. Although the black-robed man was fast, he could not hide from Lu Ming's wind force. "I've found you." Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed and he stabbed more than 10 times with his long spear. Lu Ming pierced through 5 to 6 black-robed men in a row, turning them into energy and dissipating. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, the early 8th level martial arts Grandmaster realm martial artists were no match for him. After he found their tracks, they were killed by Lu Ming one after another. Very quickly, the 20 black-robed men in the early stage of the 8th martial ancestor realm were all killed. In the next moment, 20 black-robed men in the middle of the 8th level martial Grandmaster realm appeared. The 20 black-robed men were even faster. In the midst of the strong wind, they were as fast as lightning. Even when Lu Ming cast wind force, it was difficult to capture the trajectory. These black-robed people actually also grasped wind force. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shock. Amazing, truly amazing. This is only a grand formation, but the martial artist condensed inside actually also grasps the force of the wind. Lu Ming was amazed. This wind force is different from the one I comprehended. That's right, so wind force can also be like this. Why didn't I think of it before? For a moment, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to kill these black-robed men. Instead, he blocked them and sensed the momentum of the wind at the same time. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, if he used all his strength and executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, he would definitely be able to cross 4 small realms and fight with a martial arts grandmaster at the peak of the 8th level. He might even win. It was not impossible for him to break through this stage with his full strength. However, Lu Ming was no longer in a hurry. Outside the 10,000 illusionary killing array, everyone was staring at the stone tablet. In the beginning, Lu Ming did not attract much attention. However, when he passed the 7th level martial arts grandmaster stage and accumulated 1560 points, he attracted a lot of attention. This was a threshold. Those who could cross this threshold, even in the Cloud Emperor ranking, were top geniuses and could definitely be ranked in the top 20. Lu Ming is actually so strong. He has accumulated 1,560 points. He's going to face a martial arts grandmaster 8th realm early phase next. I wonder how far Lu Ming can go. Many people were discussing. When Yang Liuji heard this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. Yan Feishuan muttered. You have some ability, but you still have to die. Lan Yundao snorted. Lu Ming, I didn't expect your strength to have reached this level. It looks like I'll have to find an opportunity to kill you during the Detian Divine Guard selection this time. Qiu Weiyang's eyes glowed with a cold light. But not long after, their expressions changed. Lu Ming's points continued to rise at a very fast speed, no slower than Shangguan Yanchen and the other geniuses in the top 10 of the Cloud Emperor ranking. It's still increasing. Lu Ming's points are still increasing. He's too strong. Could it be that Lu Ming can charge into the top 10? I really didn't expect Lu Ming's combat strength to be so terrifying. He probably didn't use much of his strength when he defeated Yang Liuji, right? Oh my god, look, Xian Yanqing's points aren't bad either. They're all from the Blazing Sun Empire. Including Qiu Chongkong, the small Blazing Sun Empire has 3 such terrifying geniuses. Unbelievable. Exclamations could be heard from the surroundings. Very quickly, Lu Ming's points shot up to 1,820. This meant that Lu Ming had already killed 20 martial arts grandmaster 8th realm martial artists. Next, Lu Ming will be facing 20 martial arts grandmaster 8th realm intermediate stage martial artists. As long as he can pass this stage, there's a high chance that he'll make it into the top 10. If he can pass the next stage, he'll be able to surpass Qiu Chongkong and enter the top 10. I'm looking forward to it. No, have you noticed that Lu Ming's points have stopped moving? Yes, could it be that he has reached his limit? That's most likely the case. I think he's already at the end of his rope and should be doing his best to resist. That's why his points have stopped moving. Who? Qiu Chongkong, Yan Feishuan, and the others also heaved a long sigh. Qiu Chongkong in particular was nervous when he saw Lu Ming's points increase rapidly. He was afraid that Lu Ming would surpass him. Given his pride, he would definitely find it hard to accept that Lu Ming had surpassed him. Fortunately, Lu Ming's points suddenly stopped. Hehe, Lu Ming, is this your limit? What a disappointment. Qiu Chongkong murmured, a smile on his face. At the same time, Lan Yundao and the others were also sneering. Lu Ming was just that. He did not pose a threat to them. Look, Xian Yanqing's points are slowing down too. Not bad. It seems like Xian Yanqing's combat power is slightly higher than Lu Ming's, but he's not as strong as the top 10 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking. Some people were discussing with each other, expressing their own opinions. That was because the top 10 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor board were still increasing their points. Not long after, 3 of the top 10 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor board had surpassed Qiu Chongkong and pushed him down to the 9th place. Yan Feishuan, on the other hand, fell to the 10th place. Detestable. Yan Feishuan gritted his teeth. He was originally ranked 9th, but this time he was ranked 10th. Not only did he not improve, but he also dropped 1 rank, which made him depressed. Chapter 366. 366 Year the Second. Time passed slowly and soon the half-hour time limit was up. The screen shook and Xian Yanqing came out. As for Lu Ming's score, it was still stagnant, but it did not come out. He's really able to hold on. But this is the preliminaries, what's the point of holding on? Qiu Chongkong coldly laughed. However, the next moment his eyes popped out and his mouth opened so wide that he could swallow a dead rat. On the first stone tablet, Lu Ming's stagnant points suddenly soared again at a terrifying speed. On the field, the others' expressions were similar to Qiu Chongkong's. They were all dumbfounded. How is that possible? How was this possible? Why did Lu Ming's points start to soar? Could he have been hiding his strength? That's impossible, right? The crowd was in a heated discussion and even Jian Fengyun was stunned. Lu Ming's points exceeded 2,000 in an instant, then 2,100, 2,200, and then he surpassed Qiu Chongkong. When Lu Ming's points reached more than 2,400, the light screen trembled and he flew out directly. Shangguan Yunyan and the other geniuses in the top 10 of the Cloud Emperor ranking also flew out. Nest, why are you running out of time? After coming out, Lu Ming could not stop mumbling. He was somewhat speechless. Previously, when he saw the black-robed men gain some insight, he couldn't help but start to comprehend the force of the wind. He had already reached the limit of the small success stage of wind force. With this comprehension, wind force smoothly broke through and reached the large success stage. The force of wind and the force of fire fused together and increased their power. Previously, the power of the wind and fire was one strong and one weak, and it was not balanced. Although the power of the fusion was great, it did not reach its maximum. Now that the 2 types of Shi were in balance, its power was truly terrifying. It completely surpassed the power of a single Shi at perfection. Lu Ming's 2 forces merged into the long spear. With a sweep of the long spear, the black-robed men in the middle of the 8th-level martial arts Grandmaster realm were defeated one after another. It was impossible to stop them. In just a few breaths' time, the 20 black-robed men in the martial ancestor 8th realm middle stage were all defeated. Next, there were 20 black-robed men in the later stage of the 8th-level martial arts Grandmaster realm. However, they could not withstand Lu Ming's attack and were killed in a short time. Just as Lu Ming was about to fight the 20 black-robed men at the peak of the 8th-level martial arts Grandmaster realm, the space suddenly trembled and he was teleported out. Lu Ming immediately knew that the time was up. Forget it, this score should not be too bad. Lu Ming muttered. Brother Lu, congratulations. At this moment Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi walked over and cupped their fists. However, the 2 of them looked helpless and bitter. Lu Ming knew that the 2 of them definitely did not pass the test. Their points did not reach 500 points. Lu Ming had already guessed this and did not say much. At this moment the second stone tablet was shining and the ranking had changed. The top 3 remained the same. They were still Jian Fengyun, Young Master Tianxi and Jiang Hongwen. The 4th place had changed to Shangguan Yunyan. 5th place still Lan Yun said. The top 7 on the Cloud Emperor board had not changed. However, the 8th place had changed to Lu Ming. Qiu Chongkong, on the other hand, had dropped to the 10th place. Yan Feishuan directly fell out of the top 10 and was ranked 11th. Damn it! Yan Feishuan trembled with anger. Before this competition he was full of confidence and wanted to advance a few more ranks. Now not only did he not advance but he even fell back a few ranks. Lu Ming is to blame. Yan Feishuan immediately put the blame on Lu Ming. If Lu Ming had not made it to the 8th place he would not have dropped out of the top 10. Although there was only a 1-rank difference between the 11th and the top 10, they were on 2 completely different levels. On the other side, Qiu Changkong's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lu Ming had actually surpassed him. He found it hard to accept that they were both from the Blazing Sun Empire. From then on, the leader of the Blazing Sun Empire's geniuses was Lu Ming, not him. Kill, kill, kill. Qiu Changkong roared in his heart. Lu Ming seemed to have sensed Qiu Changkong's killing intent. He looked at Qiu Changkong and sneered. Little Kong, I'm sorry. I accidentally surpassed you. Now in the Burning Sun Empire you're number 2. Lu Ming, you're a coward. Qiu Changkong bellowed, his eyes red with anger. What did Lu Ming call him? Little Kong. What did he mean by not wanting to surpass him? Did he become the second child? Every word was so infuriating that Qiu Changkong felt his heart, liver, spleen, lung and kidney ache. Lu Ming, just because you have a high score for the myriad illusionary killing array doesn't mean that you can win a real life and death battle. Qiu Changkong took a deep breath and calmed himself down after a while. Oh, was it? Then let's have a real life and death battle. Lu Ming glared at Qiu Changkong with murderous intent. Qiu Changkong was someone he had to kill. It would be great if he could take this opportunity to get rid of him. However, Qiu Changkong's eyes flickered but he didn't agree. He snorted coldly and walked to the side. Now he did not have any chance of winning. He had no confidence in Lu Ming's combat strength. So you didn't dare, you're really a coward. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Qiu Changkong's eyes turned red again and he almost exploded in anger. He could not wait to turn around and cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. However, his rationality told him that he had to endure it. Lu Ming, I'll make sure you die without a burial place sooner or later. Qiu Changkong bellowed in his heart. The test was still going on and there was only one group left. However, this group did not have any outstanding geniuses, so the crowd was not interested. Very quickly, half an hour had passed and the last group was finished. The names of the preliminary qualifiers had all been announced. A total of 98 people passed the preliminaries and obtained the qualifications to participate in the Detian Divine Guard selection. More than 600 people had come, but only 98 people had passed. This probability was not low. Don't forget, these 600 people were all geniuses on the same level as the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun. Alright, the 98 of you have passed the preliminaries and become the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. The selection will be held in the Myriad Stars City in 3 months. All you need to do is to get to the Myriad Stars City within 3 months. Wuxia announced. Myriad Stars City? Many people were stunned, obviously not having heard of it. The Myriad Star City is the branch palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace in the eastern part of the Profound Heaven region. All of you just need to rush to the Myriad Star City and gather at the courtyard in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. I will be waiting for you there. This is the map to the Myriad Star City. Wuxia gave them a brief introduction, then took out a stack of maps and distributed them to everyone. Alright, now follow me out. You can make your own arrangements for the next 3 months. Wuxia said. Then everyone followed Wuxia out of Myriad Illusion Canyon. Then they all dispersed. Lu Ming, I've been surpassed by you this time. Next time I'll definitely surpass you. On the way back, Xianxia gritted his teeth and said to Lu Ming. This time Xianxia was ranked 15th, falling behind Lu Ming. She was still brooding over this. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Why did this chick want to surpass him every day? Chapter 367. 367,000 River Region. On the side, Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi's faces were flushed red, They wanted to laugh but they were too embarrassed to. Little Qing were already an old couple. Don't be like this. Brother Feng and Brother Ling will laugh at us. Lu Ming whispered in Xianxia's ear. Who are you flirting with? Don't talk nonsense. Xianxia's face turned red and she glared at Lu Ming. We've already seen each other. We're not considered an old couple. Do I really have to do you? Lu Ming touched his chin and muttered. Lu Ming die. A sharp cry rang out, piercing Lu Ming's eardrums. Xianxia gritted her teeth. If not for Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi, she would have pounced on Lu Ming and bit him. Gentle, gentle, a girl must be gentle, understand? Don't let Brother Feng and Brother Ling see you as a joke. Lu Ming put his hands behind his back and smiled evilly. At the side. Arg. Brother Ling, the sky is so beautiful today and the moon is so bright. Haha, you're right, Brother Feng. It was broad daylight and the sun was shining brightly. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi looked up at the sky and lied through their teeth, pretending that they did not see Lu Ming and Xianxia. The few of them quarreled all the way back to the inn. News of this test started to spread like wildfire in the Cloud Desolate Empire's capital. Jian Fingyun's power and invincibility naturally caused a heated discussion among many. In addition, the names of Lu Ming, Qiu Chongkong, and Xianxia were also mentioned. This was because the three of them came from the same empire, the Blazing Sun Empire, a small country. The Blazing Sun Empire had produced so many terrifying geniuses, and two of them had even made it into the top 10. This was even more terrifying than many of the middle-level empires. For example, the Blood Zhao Empire did not even have a single top 10. 2 days later, on a mountain peak, Qiu Chongkong knelt down before an old man. Master, why are you here? Qiu Chongkong respectfully replied. This old man was Qiu Chongkong's in-name disciple. He was an important figure in the eastern branch of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Zhongkong, although you were ranked 36th on the Cloud Emperor board, you were arrogant and never put the other geniuses on the board in your eyes. After this preliminary round, you should have realized that there is always someone better, right? Moreover, this is only the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. The Cloud Emperor Mountain Range is a barren land, and the geniuses there can't be compared to those from other regions. It's still very difficult for you to successfully join the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. The old man sighed. Please give me some guidance, Master. Qiu Chongkong respectfully replied. And this time Master came here to bring you to the 100 deities slope to cultivate. This quota was obtained with great difficulty by Master, so you must treasure it. The old man said. 100 gods slope. Qiu Chongkong was ecstatic upon hearing this. The 100 deities slope was an extremely famous sacred cultivation ground in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. He had heard of this name long ago, but he was not qualified to enter. This time his master had actually helped him obtain such a precious quota. Chongkong, thanks, Master. I'm willing to go through fire and water for Master. Qiu Chongkong knelt down once more. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, the old man and Qiu Chongkong disappeared without a trace. Cloud Desolate Empire Imperial Capital Inn. Little Qing, you're leaving? Where are you going? Lu Ming asked. Just now, Xianxia had said goodbye to him. Of course I'm going to find a place to seclude myself. Fortunately, I'll surpass you in 3 months. Well, I'll see you in the Myriad Star City in 3 months. Lu Ming had a feeling that when he met Xianxia again in 3 months, her cultivation would have improved greatly. Looks like I'll have to work hard too. Otherwise, I might really be surpassed by her. Lu Ming smiled faintly. After a long while, Lu Ming looked at Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi. Brother Feng, Brother Ling, what are your plans after this? Lu Ming asked. We're planning to return to the Blazing Sun Empire. What about you, Brother Lu? Feng Wuji said. I'm going to set off for the Myriad Star City now. I'll cultivate while I'm on the way. Lu Ming said. He had already seen the map. The Myriad Star City was too far away from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation, it would take him a month to fly at full speed. Therefore, Lu Ming decided to cultivate as he hurried on his journey. He treated this journey as a kind of training. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi both nodded. Brother Feng, please help me tell my parents that I'm safe after you return. Lu Ming said. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring it. Feng Wuji nodded. After that, Feng Wuji bade farewell to Ling Yanqi and Lu Ming and left for the Blazing Sun Empire. All of a sudden, Lu Ming was the only one left. I should also make a move. Lu Ming smiled and left the imperial capital of the Cloud Desolate Empire. He rose into the air and flew towards the west, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. The Cloud Emperor mountain range was located in the easternmost part of the Xianxia region. It was extremely far from the Myriad Star City and was separated by many regions. Back when he was traveling from the Blazing Sun Empire to the imperial capital of the Cloud Desolate Empire, Lu Ming did not use his full speed because of Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi. Now that he was alone, he used all his strength and his speed was shocking. Countless mountains, rivers, and plateaus flashed past Lu Ming's feet. In just 3 days, Lu Ming had left the Cloud Emperor mountain range and entered another area. In the Thousand River region. The Thousand River region was a region close to the Cloud Emperor mountain range, and it was several times larger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. It was extremely wide and had given birth to hundreds of empires and countless people. Among them, the strongest empire was called the Qianjiang Empire. It was a high-level empire and was extremely powerful. Back then, Jian Fengyun had trained in the Thousand River region. The terrain of the Thousand River region was completely different from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The Cloud Emperor mountain range had many mountains and steep terrain. As for the Thousand River region, the terrain was flat and the rivers flowed rapidly. There were countless large rivers scattered across the vast land. Lu Ming was standing in the sky above a large river, dumbfounded. This was because the river was simply too wide. Looking down from a height of 10,000 meters, the river was 100 miles wide. If not for Lu Ming's amazing eyesight, he would not be able to see the end. As for its length, it was impossible to measure it with the naked eye. On the river, many large ships sailed on the water. As expected, it has a different flavor. Looking at the vast river, Lu Ming felt his heart open and his mood was extremely comfortable. The true qi in his body also began to circulate rapidly. Chapter 368. 368 Chapter 368 Heaven's Gate. And NBSP Hu. The Qi cyclone in his dantian also spun at an even faster speed. The spiritual energy from all directions was gathering toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. A moment later, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly, and the sound of a big river surging came from his body. An aura that was twice as strong as before burst forth, but it quickly receded in the next moment. Early stage of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm a few months ago. He had been polishing his true qi and strengthening his foundation for the past few months. He had long reached the realm of being as one. Just now, when he was feeling relaxed and at ease, his cultivation base had naturally broken through without the slightest hindrance or hesitation. Now what is my ranking on the Cloud Emperor board? A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. In a flash, he flew along the river at high speed. It's a martial arts grandmaster. There were shadows of sails in the river. Someone on the boat saw Lu Ming and shouted. Even in the Thousand River region, martial grandmasters were high and mighty figures. What a young martial arts grandmaster. I want to be like him. Some of the teenagers looked at Lu Ming in the sky with envy. These people did not catch Lu Ming's attention. His speed increased and the vast river crossed under his feet. The river was many kilometers long. Lu Ming had already flown along the river for 100,000 kilometers, but he still had not reached the end. Along the way, they passed by countless tributaries and countless people built their empires near the river. Lu Ming guessed that this river was one of the main rivers in the Thousand River area. It was said that there were 18 main rivers in the Thousand River area and countless tributaries. Walala. At this moment, a violent rolling sound came from the river below, and water splashed in all directions. The waves rolled and Lu Ming saw countless fish in the water. All kinds of fish jumped around. Some of them were dozens of meters long and they were extremely huge, giving off powerful auras. They were clearly fish-type demonic beasts. These fish-type demonic beasts actually advanced side by side, swimming towards the front of the large river. Lu Ming was very curious. He followed the fish-type demonic beasts. The further they went, the more surprised Lu Ming was. There were more and more fish in the river. There were even many shrimp and turtles, all of which were of the water race. They lined up and swam forward. What's in front? It actually attracted so many water tribe members? Lu Ming pondered and was extremely curious. After traveling for about 1,000 miles, Lu Ming saw a tributary. Although it was called a tributary, it was actually about 100 miles wide, extremely wide. From this tributary, a large number of water tribe members also swam out and joined the group. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Lu Ming saw a middle-aged man and woman flying in the air. Like him, they were following the water tribe. The middle-aged man and woman clearly saw Lu Ming as well. Their eyes flashed but they did not say anything. Lu Ming was more and more certain that there was a problem ahead. After traveling for another 10,000 miles or so, the water tribe in the river was already densely packed, and there were already dozens of warriors in the sky. Those who could fly in the air were all martial arts grandmasters. It seems like the Dragon Gate is about to appear again. I wonder where it will appear this time. In the sky, a few young men whispered. Lu Ming's ears twitched and he naturally heard every single word. It's hard to say. The Dragon Gate, also known as the Heaven Gate, is extremely magical. Every time it appears, the water area is different and the time is not fixed. This time it's our lucky chance. We must seize it. Senior Pan is right. It's said that when the Heaven's Gate appears, an extremely mysterious aura will spread out. People in that range will often be able to think more actively, especially their comprehension of Sure. It will greatly improve. This time I must seize the opportunity and break through to the great success stage of the water Sure. Senior brother, I heard that the Heaven's Gate spurts out all kinds of treasures. Is that true? It's true. Legend has it that the Heaven's Gate is extremely mysterious. It's connected to an extremely ancient and powerful world. Every time the Heaven's Gate appears, precious items from that world will spray out. Perhaps, these secrets were not rare in the waters of the Thousand River. Therefore, when the few young people were discussing, they did not deliberately hide it. Lu Ming heard everything clearly. Dragon Sect? Heaven's Gate? There's such a magical thing? Lu Ming secretly sighed. Feeling even more curious, he followed them all the way. After a few thousand miles, the water tribe stopped. In front of them was a huge intersection. 3,000-mile-wide rivers joined together to form an even wider river that flowed into the distance. At the intersection of the three rivers, there was a huge whirlpool. The river water rotated like a funnel. The vortex was huge, at least hundreds of miles in diameter. In the other two rivers, there were also a large number of water tribe members and many warriors. There should be about 100 martial artists in total. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a violent roar came from the vortex. In the river, countless members of the water tribe made different sounds. They all stared at the vortex with reverence. Haha, every time the Heaven's Gate appears, it will attract a large number of water tribe members. These water tribe members are really stupid. They really want to make the great leap. One of the burly men laughed. The others also smiled faintly, clearly used to it. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the sound from the vortex became even louder, as if a behemoth was about to emerge from it. Boom. The next moment, the ground suddenly trembled and something actually rushed out from it. It was actually a mountain peak. A mountain peak emerged from the vortex. At first, it was the peak of the mountain, then it was the middle of the mountain, and slowly the bottom of the mountain was revealed. An extremely huge mountain peak appeared at the intersection of the three rivers, causing a large amount of river water to flow to both sides. Buzz. At this moment, the mountain shook. A powerful aura spread out from the middle of the mountain, and a huge stone door appeared. The Heaven's Gate has appeared. Someone shouted. Lu Ming was also extremely shocked. He looked at the mountainside from dozens of miles away. The stone door was 100 meters tall, and a hazy light emanated from it. Charge, charge. Someone shouted and flew toward the mountain. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He followed the crowd and flew to the mountain peak. He stopped halfway up the mountain and ran toward the stone gate. However, when he was about 1,000 meters away from the stone door, Lu Ming felt a strong force acting on his body. This was no ordinary power. It was a power that was as vast as the heavens and earth. It was very similar to Shi, but it was many times more powerful. Could this be the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth? Lu Ming was greatly shocked. He could feel an extremely mysterious and all-encompassing aura from it. It seemed to contain countless types of forces and countless types of profound meaning of heaven and earth. Bang! Some people were pressed down by this force and directly knelt down. Chapter 369. 369 The Genius of the Thousand River Region. True Qi is useless against momentum. Someone shouted. Boom! Boom! Instantly all kinds of Shi burst out. Wind, fire, metal, wood, mountain, thunder, water, and so on. Lu Ming realized that most of these people had comprehended the force of water. Probably had something to do with the environment of the Thousand River region. He could only move forward by blocking with force. Some of the Wuzongs who had not comprehended force directly knelt down around 1,000 meters. As for those grandmasters who had comprehended the basics of force, they could walk within 900 meters. Those at the early stage of the initial success stage could advance 800 meters, and those at the middle stage could advance 700 meters. Every bit of power he gained was a bit closer to the heavenly gate. However, Lu Ming was standing at a distance of about 1,000 meters, motionless. He stood there and comprehended. He felt that the last palm of the 3 palms, the palm of heavenly path, was extremely similar to the aura emitted by the Heaven's Gate. Heavenly Tao, great Tao of heaven and earth, so that's how it is. Lu Ming's eyes lit up when he compared the heavenly path palm with the aura that the Heaven's Gate was emitting. He had finally figured out a little about the heavenly path palm. The heavenly path palm was said to be infinitely close to a heaven-grade martial arts technique once cultivated. Its power was incomparably terrifying, but in history only a few people were able to cultivate it as it was too difficult. Lu Ming had been cultivating for a long time, but he still did not have any clues. At this moment, there seemed to be a door that was wide open in front of him. This aura, I want to capture this aura and engrave it in my heart. Then I will reflect it with the heavenly Tao palm. I believe that I will be able to cultivate the heavenly Tao palm very soon. Lu Ming's mind was racing. He focused all his attention on sensing the aura. After a while, Lu Ming used his aura to resist and advanced 100 meters. However, he retreated very quickly. The heavenly Tao aura ahead was even more intense, but at the same time, it was even more difficult to capture and memorize something. It was still more suitable to be within 1,000 meters. While Lu Ming was trying to understand the situation, 2 figures were moving forward at the fastest speed. These were 2 old men and they could actually walk within 300 meters. Sure, at the peak of its completion, they are the 2 monsters of Min River. Someone recognized the 2 old men and shouted. It was obvious that these 2 old men were very famous. Lu Ming took a closer look and realized that the 2 elders' cultivation had already reached the peak of the 8th level martial arts grandmaster realm. It's best if you can comprehend it within 300 meters. Moreover, the closer you are to the treasure that will be ejected from the Heaven's Gate, the higher the chance of obtaining it. Some people were extremely envious. Everyone tried their best to get closer to the Heaven's Gate so that they could gain more. Buzz. At this moment, a figure came from afar and arrived on the mountain in an instant. Then he continued to rush towards the Heaven's Gate. It was a young man in his 20s. A powerful force erupted from his body and he was extremely fast. Soon he was within 300 meters. Who is this person? Sure is actually so powerful. You don't even know autumn water. What? He's Li Qiushui, who's ranked 78th on the Thousand River Top 100. Someone was shocked. You two old fogies, get lost. Once Autumn Water was within 300 meters, she looked at the Min River monsters coldly. The faces of the Min River duo darkened and one of them said, Li Autumn Water, what is the meaning of this? What do you mean? I'm telling you to get lost. I'm the only one left within 300 meters. Li Qiushui laughed coldly. Li Autumn Water, isn't your appetite a little too big? I'm afraid you can't hold it, right? The Min River duo said in a deep voice. Can't hold on? Just the two of you? You guys are not worthy. Li Autumn Water was overbearing. Li Qiushui, you may be a genius, but we brothers aren't afraid of you. The Min River duo would not give in so easily. If you don't get lost, then you can only die. Autumn Water's eyes turned cold. Whoosh! A ray of sword light broke through the air and headed toward the two monsters of Min River. I'm not afraid of you. The two Min River monsters roared and used all their strength to resist. Boom! Boom! After only 5 or 6 moves, the two monsters of Min River trembled violently and retreated. A sword wound had appeared on each of their bodies, and it was so deep that their bones could be seen. Sisigu! Everyone gasped in shock. The famous Min River monsters were injured after 5 or 6 moves by Autumn Water. Wasn't Autumn Water a little too strong? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and there was a hint of solemnity in the depths of his eyes. He could clearly see that Autumn Water's cultivation was at the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. The Min River's twin monsters were 2 levels higher than him, yet they were injured within 5 or 6 moves. Autumn Water's ability to fight across 2 levels was now 2 levels higher. Generally speaking, those peerless geniuses in the martial arts grandmaster realm could fight across 2 levels, which was almost their limit. Geniuses like the Scorching Sun 6 heroes and those who were ranked at the bottom of the Cloud Emperor ranking could only fight against those who were 2 levels higher. However, the geniuses who were ranked at the bottom of the Cloud Emperor board had a much higher cultivation level than the other geniuses. As for the top 10 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking, they were stronger. Not only did they have a high cultivation base, but their ability to fight across levels was also stronger. For example, Lan Yundao and the others had the ability to fight across 2 levels but not 3 levels. They were in the middle. Lu Ming speculated that Jian Fengyun might be able to fight 3 levels above him. Li Qiushui, on the other hand, was 2 to 3 levels above him. Lu Ming speculated that her combat strength was not weaker than Lan Yundao and the other geniuses who were ranked 5th or 6th on the Cloud Emperor ranking. But Li Qiushui was only ranked 78th on the list of the top 100 in the Thousand River region. The top 100 list of the Thousand River waters had the same meaning as the Cloud Emperor list. It listed the top 100 geniuses of the Thousand River waters. He was ranked 78th and yet he was already so powerful. Lu Ming had a deeper understanding of the other region's strength. If you don't get lost, you'll die. The Autumn Water was extremely cold. The faces of the Min River duo were extremely ugly. In the end, they gritted their teeth and retreated to the 400-meter zone. Ah, Li Qiushui, eldest young Master Li, you are indeed powerful. At this moment, a loud laugh was heard and a red-haired big man quickly ran towards the Heaven's Gate, his body exuding a powerful aura. They only stopped when they were 300 meters away. It's the red-haired water demon. Someone exclaimed. Autumn Water's eyes also darkened. She looked at the red-haired water demon and did not say anything. The red-haired water demon's cultivation had already reached the early stage of martial ancestor realm level 9. He wasn't confident that he could defeat him. The red-haired water demon wasn't afraid of Li Autumn Water either. He stood 300 meters away and looked at the sky gate with fiery eyes. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. I've succeeded. He had succeeded in inscribing a faint wisp of heavenly Dao aura. As long as he put his mind to it, he would be able to recall the faint heavenly Dao aura. Although it was very faint, it should be enough for the cultivation of the heavenly path palm. It's time to comprehend force. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile and he strode forward. Without stopping, 800 meters, 700 meters, 500 meters. Lu Ming kept walking towards the 300-meter zone. Bang! Finally, Lu Ming stepped into the 300-meter zone. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. Chapter 370. 370 Chapter 370 Wind Force Large Success. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. Then there was a burst of intense discussion. Who is this person? He could actually walk to the 300-meter area? He actually dared to walk into the 300-meter area? Is he not afraid that Li Autumn Water will kill him? Could this person be a genius in the Thousand Rivers Top 100? I don't know. I've never seen this person before. I've never seen him before in the top 100 ranking of the Emperor Sky Divine Guard's qualifying round. He shouldn't be a genius on the Thousand Rivers Top 100 ranking. Many people were whispering and looking at Lu Ming curiously. Autumn Water's face darkened and she looked at Lu Ming coldly. Brat, this isn't a place you should stay. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Li Qiushui said coldly. Letting the red-haired water demon set foot in this area already made him very angry. Now another person had actually come and he was so young. Every time you open your mouth you ask people to get lost. I want to know what kind of expression you would have if an expert stronger than you came and asked you to get lost. Lu Ming pursed his lips and smiled faintly. There's no if. Right now I'm the strongest here. This is a fact. Li Qiushui looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. You're the strongest? He really knows how to put gold on his face. Lu Ming revealed a faint sneer. So you have the confidence to fight me? I'd like to see where you get your confidence from. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a sword rang out. A sword light as white as the Milky Way shot out from Autumn Water's hand. He was like a fairy from beyond the heavens, as fast as lightning. Lu Ming sneered. The demon subduing spear appeared in his hand and he charged forward. If Lu Ming had not broken through to the 5th stage of the martial Grandmaster realm, he might not be a match for Li Qiushui, who could fight against Lan Yundao. But now he wanted to test his own combat strength. Boom! The spear radiance and the sword chi collided with each other, causing a violent boom. The two of them were pushed back in unison. So you have some strength. Let's see how many strikes you can take. Boundless Autumn Water Sword. Chi, the sword chi that was like the Milky Way appeared one after another and slashed at Lu Ming. Wind Fire Kill. Lu Ming's long spear trembled and the power of wind and fire combined. Rays of spear light burst out and collided with the rays of sword chi. Dense explosive sounds rang out in the air. The crowd looked on in shock. They did not expect that Lu Ming could fight to a draw with Li Qiushui. He's not in the Thousand River Top 100 list. Could he be a hidden genius who didn't participate in the Detian Divine Guard's qualifiers? It shouldn't be possible. Which young genius wouldn't be tempted by the Detian Divine Guard qualifiers? Let's not talk about the fact that one can cultivate in a branch palace of the Detian Divine Palace after becoming a Detian Divine Guard, which has endless benefits. It's said that there are also great opportunities in the selection competition. Who would miss it? That's true. Could he be a genius from another region? It's very possible. While the others were discussing, not far away, the red-haired water demon's expression was also extremely grave. Even with his cultivation of the early stage of Martial Ancestor Realm Level 9, he did not dare to be careless. Boom. Boom. The two exchanged dozens of moves, but it was still difficult to determine the winner. Take my last move, Autumn Water's River Sword. Li Qiushui roared. A terrifying aura spread out. A river appeared and circled around her. Lu Ming could clearly see that the river was formed by the convergence of sword aura. The endless sword aura had condensed into a river. Kill. Autumn Water shouted and the river rushed toward Lu Ming. This was Li Qiushui's most powerful attack. It was extremely powerful. There was once a martial artist in the early stage of the 9th level of martial arts Grandmaster realm who was seriously injured and almost killed by this move. So strong. If that kid doesn't have a trump card, he's finished. The red-haired water demon thought. The other spectators had similar thoughts. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at Lu Ming. They wanted to see how Lu Ming would wrestle this move. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of solemnness. His figure suddenly soared into the sky. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming's body emitted a strange fluctuation and he suddenly took a step forward. A faint dragon's roar could be heard. Boom. Lu Ming's step seemed to carry the might of heaven and earth. A terrifying wave spread out from under Lu Ming's feet. Boom. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and Li Qiushui's river of sword energy clashed together. Heaven and earth shook violently and a powerful qi swept out. However, for some reason under the aura of the Heaven's Gate, it only spread out a few meters before disappearing. A force that could have crushed a mountain did not cause much of a stir under the Sky Gate. The force dissipated and autumn water retreated a dozen steps while Lu Ming flew backward. They were evenly matched. The others looked at Lu Ming in shock. There was also a hint of respect in their eyes. Obviously, they had already regarded Lu Ming and Li Qiushui as geniuses of the same level. The geniuses from the Thousand River region are indeed powerful. He's only ranked 78th. No wonder Jian Fengyun said that he was injured by the geniuses from the Thousand River region who were ranked 18th. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and was somewhat shocked. However, she didn't know that Autumn Water's heart was in turmoil and she was extremely shocked. Lu Ming was only in the early phase of the 5th level martial arts Grandmaster realm, but he was able to fight to a draw with him. This was simply unbelievable. He was a genius who could fight a battle that was more than 2 levels higher than him. Did that mean that Lu Ming could fight a battle that was 4 levels higher than him? Li Autumn Water had never heard of anyone in the martial arts Grandmaster realm being able to fight someone 4 levels above them. Even the monster who ranked first on the Thousand River Top 100 list might not be able to fight against someone who was 4 levels higher. Where did this genius come from? How can he be so terrifying? Autumn Water's mind raced as killing intent flickered in her eyes. However, he did not continue to attack. He stood at the side and looked at Lu Ming warily. Lu Ming did not make a move. He looked at the Sky Gate. At this moment, the aura in the Sky Gate was getting stronger and stronger. Some people had already sat down cross-legged and started to comprehend the aura. This aura contains the myriad Taos of heaven and earth. I'll try to comprehend the force of wind first. Lu Ming pondered, then sat cross-legged and began to comprehend wind force. Of course, he kept a part of his mind on his surroundings. If someone made a move on him, he could counterattack at any time. However, no one attacked him. Li Qiushui's eyes flickered, but she didn't attack. She also sat cross-legged and began to comprehend. Brat, once my Shi breaks through to perfection, it will be the time of your death. Li Qiushui thought fiercely in her heart. Slowly the scene became silent. Most of the people started to comprehend and cultivate. Not long after, someone was overjoyed. Clearly they had gained something. Wind force. There was a faint breeze blowing around Lu Ming's body. It was light and unpredictable. Lu Ming successfully found the Tao of wind from the aura emitted by the Heaven's Gate. Instantly his comprehension of the wind increased rapidly. Wisps of green wind swirled around his body, sometimes slow and sometimes fast. Half an hour later, the force of the wind around Lu Ming suddenly converged and disappeared. Lu Ming opened his eyes and there was a smile in his eyes. His wind force had successfully broken through to the phenomenal stage. It was barely at the same level as the fire force and the two were in balance. Lu Ming was very much looking forward to the fusion of the two types of Shi and what kind of power would erupt. Chapter 371. 371 Heaven's Gate Spurts Treasures. Continue. Lu Ming immediately continued to comprehend wind force. He wanted to try his best to let the wind force catch up with the fire force. This way, the fusion of the two forces would be able to erupt with the strongest power. Under the Heaven's Gate, his comprehension of wind force could simply be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. Half an hour later, his wind force had reached the middle stage of the Deshang realm from the early stage. After another half an hour, his wind force broke through to the late stage of the Deshang realm. He was only a step away from the limit of the Deshang realm. Boom. At this moment, a loud boom came from not far away. Lu Ming sensed a strong aura rippling from Li Qiushui's body. That was force, Li Autumn Water's force, which was several times stronger than before. The force of water was perfect. Ha ha ha. Autumn Water stood up and laughed. An extremely powerful force spread out from his body and filled the entire area, forming a powerful pressure. Those who were comprehending were all shocked and stopped cultivating. Autumn Water's force has broken through and reached perfection. So shocking. This time his ranking in the Thousand River Top 100 list is going to advance by a large margin. Many people were discussing in shock. Force from large success to great completion was too difficult. Many heaven's favored sons were stuck at this step for a lifetime. Perfection represented perfection, and its power was much stronger than that of the upper tier. Kid, you didn't leave just now, but now you won't have the chance. Li Qiushui looked at Lu Ming, her eyes flashing with cold, killing intent. His Sure had reached perfection and his combat power had improved greatly. He was now confident that he could rank in the top 40 of the Thousand River Top 100 list or even higher. Killing Lu Ming would be a piece of cake. Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile and he slowly got up. He wanted to test the power of the fusion of wind and fire. Their gazes met and their powerful auras clashed, forming a powerful pressure. The red-haired water demon looked on with a serious expression. Buzz. At this moment the Heaven Gate, which was hundreds of meters away, suddenly shook. Boom, boom, boom. The entire mountain started to shake violently. The Heaven's Gate is about to spew out treasures. Someone shouted. Everyone's heart trembled as they looked at the Heaven's Gate with burning eyes. Humph, I'll let you off for now. Li Qiushui sneered. He retracted his aura and looked at the Heaven Gate. Let me go. A faint smile hung on the corners of Lu Ming's mouth. Buzz. At this moment the Heaven Gate shook once again. The center of the Heaven Gate was misty like chaos and one could not see what was inside. Suddenly a few light figures flew out of the Heaven Gate. As soon as they left the Heaven Gate, they made a loud sound and flew into the distance. The speed was so fast that they covered the distance of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. That is, a few broken soldiers. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he saw the real bodies of the light shadows clearly. A few lights and shadows were actually a few broken weapons. There were 4 in total. It was a battle sword, but the tip of the sword was broken. A saber was only half of its original size. There was also a long spear. Its tail had disappeared and only the tip of the spear remained. The last one was half an iron rod. Buzz. Buzz. Autumn Water and the red-haired water demon pounced towards the remaining soldiers without hesitation. Autumn Water pounced towards the broken sword, while the red-haired water demon pounced towards the half-blade. Lu Ming did not stop and pounced toward the broken spear. Although the half-broken spear was fast, Lu Ming was faster. In an instant he was close to the half-broken spear. Buzz. Just as Lu Ming stretched out his palm to grab the spear trembled and a blurry figure rushed out from the spear. An aura that was similar to the world's most powerful man burst out. The figure was extremely tall, like a broken shadow. It was impossible to see him clearly. One could barely see that he was holding a long spear in his hand. He stabbed the spear at Lu Ming with terrifying power. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He took a step forward and collided with the spear shadow. Bang! There was a loud explosion and Lu Ming felt his feet go numb. He could not help but take 3 steps back. The figure also trembled and with a bang, it dispersed and disappeared. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Essential chi gushed out and wrapped around half of the long spear, holding it in his hand. The long spear was pitch black, and it could be seen that it was covered in sword and saber wounds. It had obviously experienced a tragic battle. At the same time, a primitive and ancient aura emanated from the spear. It was filled with the aura of time. This spear has been around for so many years, but it still contains a trace of its owner's undying fighting spirit. It's amazing. I wonder what kind of existence the owner of this spear is? Lu Ming sized up the long spear and sighed secretly. The broken spear had lost its spirituality after such a long time. However, the material of the spear was extraordinary. Lu Ming could not tell what material it was made of. He held it tightly, but there was not a single mark on the spear. After all, it spurted out from the Heaven's Gate. I'll keep it for now. With a move of his hand, he kept the half-broken spear. In the other direction, the broken blade and broken sword also had all kinds of strange phenomena. However, they were all defeated by Li Qiushui and the red-haired water demon and were successfully kept. The other half of the iron rod flew far away and was finally taken by a burly man under the siege of more than a dozen experts. Buzz. At this moment, the Heaven's Gate shook again. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 light figures flew out. Lu Ming took a look and was shocked. This time it was actually 2 dried branches. 2 pitch-black dead branches. Buzz. 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 Without the slightest hesitation, the red-haired water demon, Lu Ming, and Li Qiushui pounced towards the 2 withered branches like lightning. Get lost. Li Qiushui was closer to the red-haired water demon. With a loud shout, a bright sword light as white as the Milky Way cut through the air and slashed at the red-haired water demon. The power of his perfect sure was extremely terrifying. The red-haired water demon shouted in anger. He did not dare to take it head-on and quickly retreated. Autumn Water reached out and grabbed the branch. On the other side, the red-haired water demon retreated and missed the time. Lu Ming also grabbed another withered branch in his hand. This dried branch was pitch black as if it had been burnt. It did not have the slightest vitality, as if it was a real dried branch. However, considering the wonders of the Heaven's Gate, Lu Ming kept it. Brat, hand over that withered branch. Quick, give it to me. Autumn Water's eyes were cold. She looked at Lu Ming and chided him in a commanding tone. Why don't you take a fucking piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Who the hell are you? You're just a piece of trash, yet you want me to hand over the branch? Dream on. Lu Ming cast a sidelong glance at Autumn Water and said coldly. Li Qiushui's face turned green. Her eyes were extremely cold and murderous. Kid, don't think that just because you were able to fight me to a draw, I can't do anything to you. Now I'll let you know the power of perfect force. Boom. A powerful aura exploded from Li Autumn Water's body. Boom. At this moment, the Heaven Gate shook again and another thing spurted out of the stone gate. This time it was a stone egg the size of a human head. Chapter 372. 372. A stone egg that weighs 1,000,000 pounds. Who? The stone egg flew into the distance. It's mine. Autumn Water shouted and pounced towards the stone egg in a flash. Yours? You must be dreaming. Lu Ming sneered and pounced on the stone egg as well. At the same time, the red-haired water demon's expression changed, and it also pounced towards the stone egg. You're looking for death. Li Qiushui shouted in anger and her sword light slashed at Lu Ming and the red-haired water demon. Boom. Boom. With 2 loud bangs, the red-haired water demon retreated, but Lu Ming did not move an inch. You fuck. Autumn Water's expression changed. This is the power of perfect force. It's nothing more than this. Get lost. Lu Ming sneered. Then he shouted and shook his long spear. The power of wind and fire, which had been fully mastered, merged and was drawn towards Li Autumn Water. Sword of vast Autumn Water. Autumn Water's sword slashed out and her complete water force exploded. Clang. The long spear and the battle sword collided. In an instant, Autumn Water's expression changed. Lu Ming's attack was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Autumn Water's perfected water force was being pushed back. How did this happen? Li Qiushui let out a roar of disbelief. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. His force had clearly broken through to perfection, and its power had increased by several times. On the other hand, Lu Ming's force was clearly still at the phenomenal success stage. How could it be stronger than his? This was too unbelievable. Li Autumn Water found it hard to accept. Bang! Autumn Water's figure was sent flying. She retreated dozens of meters and her face turned pale. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed the stone egg. Lu Ming's hand trembled slightly and his expression changed. Heavy, the stone egg was unbelievably heavy. With Lu Ming's current cultivation and the strength of his physical body, he could even lift something that weighed 1,000,000 pounds with one hand. However, this stone egg was able to make Lu Ming's hand tremble. Its weight was definitely not less than 1,000,000 pounds. A stone egg the size of a human head actually weighed 1,000,000 jin. This was simply unbelievable. The stone egg wasn't round but oval, very similar to an ordinary animal egg. Wait, that's a leviathan. Suddenly Lu Ming's gaze froze. He could feel a trace of life force in the stone egg. Although it was extremely weak, almost negligible, it was still a trace of life force. Could this really be an egg of a living creature? And it's still alive? Lu Ming's eyes were shining. He was extremely shocked. A living creature's egg that weighed 1,000,000 pounds, what kind of creature's egg was this? Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. Die. Die. Autumn Water's river sword. At this moment Li Qiushui bellowed. A river of sword chi rushed towards Lu Ming. This was Autumn Water's killer move, and its power was much stronger than before. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He moved his hand and was about to put the stone egg into his storage ring. However, the next moment Lu Ming's expression changed. He could not put it in. This stone egg could not be stored in the storage ring. Lu Ming did not have time to think. He held the stone egg in his hand and took a step forward. 9 Dragons' Heaven-Stomping Steps. The 9 Dragons' Heaven-Stomping Steps was a fusion of wind and fire. This was Lu Ming's strongest killing move. Bang! As if he was crushing dry weeds and rotten wood, Lu Ming crushed Li Qiushui's river of sword aura with one step. The huge force did not stop and bombarded Li Qiushui. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Li Qiushui screamed and spat out blood. Her body was like a cannonball flying a few thousand meters. Brat, don't let me run into you in the Detian Divine Guard selection, or I'll make sure you die a miserable death. A furious roar filled with killing intent came from the distance, getting further and further away. Autumn Water took this opportunity to escape. Lu Ming's eyes flashed but he did not pursue. Li Autumn Water's combat strength was not much weaker than his. Although she was injured, it was not fatal. She was running for her life. It would not be easy for Lu Ming to catch up to her. The others were dumbfounded. They tried to guess which region Lu Ming was from, that he was so powerful. Autumn Water's force had reached perfection. She would definitely be in the top 40 of the Thousand River region's top 100 list. With such combat strength, she was actually kicked by Lu Ming to the point where she vomited blood and fled for her life. Especially some of the elders, they were sighing. It was really a new generation replacing the old. Buzz. At this moment, the Heaven's Gate continued to tremble. However, to Lu Ming's disappointment, there was nothing more that spurted out. After a long while, nothing else came out. Many people were also greatly disappointed. Most of the people who had come this time had gained nothing other than the aura of the Sky Gate to comprehend sure. They looked at Lu Ming. This time Lu Ming had undoubtedly gained the most. He had obtained a total of 3 items. Half an hour later, the mountain peak started to shake violently. The Heaven's Gate is going to disappear. Someone shouted. Everyone flew away from the mountain peak and stood in the void. Boom, boom, boom. The mountain peak trembled and a huge whirlpool formed under the river. The mountain peak was slowly disappearing. After a while, the mountain and the Heaven Gate disappeared completely in the whirlpool. The river returned to its calm state. As for the water tribe members in the river, they all dove into the water and disappeared. Let's go. Seeing the Heaven Gate disappear, many people left the place. Very soon Lu Ming was the only one left. This stone egg can't be stored in the storage ring. Looking at the stone egg in his hand, Lu Ming was secretly amazed. Can the supreme shrine be taken in? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He could not take in any living beings in the supreme shrine except himself. This stone egg also had an aura of life and he didn't know if he could store it. With a thought, the stone egg disappeared. It can be taken in. Lu Ming was overjoyed. If the supreme shrine could not be kept, Lu Ming would be speechless. He could not possibly carry a stone egg that weighed 1,000,000 kilograms around all day, right? Let's find a place and study it. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he disappeared. An hour later, in a quiet place 10,000 miles away, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and took out the broken long spear first. After studying it carefully, he realized that apart from being extremely hard, there was no other reaction. Lu Ming was slightly disappointed. He kept the broken spear and took out the branch. The withered branch was as black as ink, as if it had been burned. There was no sign of life. However, they had one thing in common with the long spear. They were extremely hard. No matter what Lu Ming did, he could not leave a trace on the withered branch. It was just a withered branch, but it was so extraordinary. Lu Ming was shocked. He kept it carefully. It might be useful in the future. Finally, he took out the stone egg. He sensed it carefully and there was indeed a weak life aura. It was very faint, and if one didn't hold it in their hands and sense it carefully, they wouldn't be able to notice it. What was inside? Was it really an egg? Or was there a living being sealed inside? Lu Ming guessed and his imagination ran wild. Let's try injecting true qi. After that, Lu Ming injected essential qi into the stone egg, but it had no effect. Then he took out spiritual herbs and spiritual crystals, refined the essence inside, and injected them into the stone egg. There was still no change. The stone egg was still half dead. Chapter 373. 373 Chapter 373 Myriad Star City. Lu Ming was speechless and could only give up. It's better to comprehend the Heaven's Path palm. Lu Ming remembered the aura of the Heaven's Gate in his mind. He wanted to verify it with the Heavenly Dao palm and comprehend the Heavenly Dao palm. This cultivation was indeed very effective. Lu Ming's understanding of the Heavenly Dao palm had greatly deepened. Although it was impossible to cultivate it successfully in a short time, as long as he persevered, he believed that it would not be long before he succeeded. A few hours later, Lu Ming continued to move. He rushed to the Myriad Star City according to the map. A few days later, Lu Ming left the Thousand River Water area and came to another area. This area was called the Eight Desolate Swamp Area. As its name suggested, the Eight Desolate Swamp Area was full of swamps of various sizes. The small ones were as small as ponds, while the large ones were tens of thousands of miles in size, and some even covered hundreds of thousands of miles. All kinds of creatures were born in the swamp, most of which were poisonous. At the same time, there were martial artists who had established their own countries in the Eight Desolate Swamp. Most of them practiced poison techniques, and their overall strength was even stronger than that of the Thousand River region. Lu Ming flew in the air, secretly sighing at the wonders of nature. In this way, Lu Ming would stop to cultivate when he was tired or when he felt something. Sometimes he comprehended the Heavenly Way palm, sometimes he comprehended the power of wind and fire, and sometimes he comprehended the second step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Therefore his speed was not very fast. The journey that should have taken a month took him more than 2 months, almost 3 months. When he arrived at the Myriad Star City, there were still 5 days before the Detian Divine Guard selection. Along the way, his understanding of the Heaven Path palm deepened day by day. He was not far from successfully cultivating it. In addition, his wind force had also broken through and reached the limit of large success, on the same level as his fire force. However, it was still very difficult to break through to perfection. The one with the slowest progress was the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, and he still hadn't successfully cultivated the second step. This is the Myriad Star City? When Lu Ming stood at the foot of a huge mountain and looked up at the sky, he was extremely shocked. What appeared in front of him was a huge mountain that covered at least a few hundred miles. This mountain peak was different from ordinary mountains. The bottom of an ordinary mountain was the widest. The higher one went, the narrower the peak would be. However, this mountain peak was like a stone stick. The foot, waist, and peak of the mountain were all equally wide. It rose straight into the sky, reaching up to 10,000 meters high and disappeared into the clouds. The Myriad Stars city was built on this mountain peak. However, this was not what shocked Lu Ming. What shocked him was the area of the Myriad Stars city. The area of the Myriad Stars city was more than 10 times larger than the area of this mountain. This mountain peak was only a small part of the middle of the Myriad Stars city. Most of the area of the Myriad Stars city was suspended in the air, and it was thousands of miles wide. The mountain peak and the Myriad Stars city were like an umbrella, with the mountain peak as the pole and the Myriad Stars city as the umbrella. The city of 10,000 stars, thousands of miles in both length and width, covered the sky and cast a large shadow on the ground. Lu Ming's eyes were sharp. He noticed that there were suspension bridges on the steep mountain peak for people below the martial arts grandmaster level. A martial ancestor could directly fly in. Lu Ming rose into the air and flew toward the Myriad Star City. The closer they got to the city, the more they felt how majestic it was. All around them, there were pitch-black city walls that were thousands of meters tall, and they were densely engraved with inscriptions. There weren't many soldiers on the city wall, but there was a terrifying aura. It was just a wall, but Lu Ming could sense hundreds of powerful auras. Each of these auras was not weaker than the overlords of the Burning Sun Empire, such as Yan Quan and Lin Shui. These auras were all half-step king warriors. There were also a few auras that were as deep as the ocean, and they were many times stronger than half-step kings. Lu Ming could feel the terrifying pressure and he had difficulty breathing. King's aura. These are definitely peerless martial king realm experts. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. At the same time, they were also amazed. The Myriad Star City was indeed worthy of being the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's branch palace in the eastern part of the Xianxia region. It was simply too powerful. It was said that the entire Myriad Star City was built by the peerless experts of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It was just a city wall which was nothing compared to the entire Myriad Star City, but it was already so terrifying. This is the stage for the strong. The Burning Sun Empire is too small. Lu Ming took a deep breath. His eyes were shining and full of fighting spirit. Then he flew toward a gate of the Myriad Star City. There was no one guarding the gate, only an inscription platform. If one wanted to enter the Myriad Star City, they had to pass through the platform. If someone from the enemy forces of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace entered, the platform would be able to sense it. At the main entrance, people came and went, and it was very lively. Of course, only martial arts grandmasters were able to enter and exit this place. He walked through the gate and arrived at the wide street. The street was 100 meters wide, and there were all kinds of rare beasts and martial arts powerhouses on it. Most of them were young people. Some of them were middle-aged and some of them were elderly. As the selection of the Detian Divine Guards neared, geniuses and experts from various regions in the eastern region of the Tianxian region had gathered here. Naturally, the number of people had increased. Experts, they were all experts. Lu Ming casually sensed and realized that the pedestrians on the street were experts. Many middle-aged and old people were at least at the 8th or 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. There were even quite a few who were half-step kings. Half-step kings were unrivaled overlords of the Blazing Sun Empire. In mid-tier empires, half-step king warriors were also overlords, but they were no longer the strongest. Mid-tier empires had king warriors. And in a high-tier empire, half-step king warriors were nothing. They could only be considered as peak experts. As for a place like the 10,000 Star City, half-step kings could only be regarded as ordinary experts. Kings were the true experts. As for the young men and women on the street, they were all dragons and phoenixes among men. When they looked around, they were in high spirits and full of confidence. Each of them had a powerful aura, and even the weakest of them was stronger than Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi. These were all geniuses from all over the eastern region of the Xianxia region. Those who could make it here were all geniuses who had passed the preliminaries, and none of them were weak. Lu Ming looked left and right, sizing up his surroundings. After that he found a shop and asked the shopkeeper where the courtyard in the Cloud Emperor mountain range was. He didn't expect the shopkeeper to think for a long time before he remembered the location of the courtyard in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The reason was that the Cloud Emperor mountain range was too small, so he did not have a deep impression of it. Lu Ming followed the shopkeeper's instructions and spent more than an hour before he found the courtyard in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Every region would have a courtyard in the Myriad Star City. The elder in charge of that region would be in charge of the courtyard, making it easier for the geniuses of that region to gather. The courtyard was quite large, enough for thousands of people to live in. Lu Ming walked into the courtyard and registered himself. Someone brought him to his room. After the rooms were allocated, Lu Ming strolled around the courtyard. Chapter 374. 374 Detian Divine Guard Selection begin. In the courtyard, Lu Ming realized that some of the geniuses from the Cloud Emperor mountain range had already arrived. For example, Su Yingying, Wang Kai and others. Lu Ming also saw Yang Liuji, Yen Feixian, Lan Yundao and the others. When they saw Lu Ming, they did not hide the killing intent in their eyes. Lu Ming smiled coldly. If he had the chance, he would not mind getting rid of these people. However, Jian Fengyun, young master Tian Shi, Qiu Chongkong, and the others were nowhere to be seen, so they probably hadn't arrived yet. After making a round, Lu Ming returned to his room and continued to cultivate. Hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Myriad Star City, there was a holy land for cultivation called the 100 Deities Slope. At this moment, Qiu Chongkong walked out of the 100 Deities Slope, his hair dancing in the wind. His aura was several times stronger than before. Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to die this time. Qiu Chongkong's voice was cold and sinister as killing intent flickered in his eyes. Also, Jian Fengyun of the Emperor Yun's board should give up his first place this time. Qiu Chongkong had cultivated on the 100 Deities Slope for several months, and his cultivation had improved greatly. Even his force had broken through to the peak stage. This made him very confident. Buzz. An old man suddenly appeared beside Qiu Chongkong. Master. Qiu Chongkong immediately bowed respectfully. Chongkong, although your cultivation is not bad, you're still not considered first class among the geniuses in the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. There are still many variables in your path after successfully joining the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. The old man said. There are so many geniuses in the eastern region of the Tianxian region. Qiu Chongkong asked in disbelief. With his current cultivation and combat strength, how could he not be ranked among the top? The eastern region of the Tianxian region is extremely vast. Moreover, your generation is at its golden age. Geniuses are popping up like mushrooms after the rain. It's going to be difficult to stand out from them. The old man sighed and then said, but don't be discouraged. Your talent can be considered as the top in the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. Some people are stronger than you in combat strength, but they have more resources than you since young and have a higher cultivation base. You are not weaker than them in a battle of the same level. As long as your cultivation base is higher, you may be able to compete with them. The examination venue for this time's selection should be the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. I know of a secret place in the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. There are great opportunities inside. After you enter, if you can obtain that opportunity, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. It's not impossible for you to completely enter the ranks of the top geniuses of the eastern part of the Tianxian region. Then a jade talisman appeared in the old man's hand. He handed it to Qiu Chongkong and said, the information about that secret place is in this jade talisman. Take a look. Chongkong thanks master. Qiu Chongkong was overjoyed. He took the jade talisman and knelt on the ground respectfully, kowtowing to the old man in gratitude. Go. Show off your brilliance in the Detian Divine Guard selection this time. The old man said with a smile. Yes. Qiu Chongkong expressed his gratitude. After that, his figure flickered and he headed towards the myriad star city. Time flew by and 3 days passed. The Cloud Emperor courtyard was getting more and more lively. Almost all the geniuses who had passed the preliminaries had arrived. Jian Fengyun, young master Tianxi, Qiu Chongkong and the others were all revealed. However, Xianxia had not arrived yet. This made Lu Ming a little worried. Previously, Xianxia had said that he would find a place to cultivate in seclusion and would rush to the myriad star city. There were still 2 days before the selection began, but Xianxia had not arrived yet. Could he have been delayed by something? Although he was a little worried, he had no choice but to wait. On this day, the elder leader of the Cloud Emperor mountain range, Lu Xiu, gathered them together and announced some things about the selection. The selection was held in an ancient battlefield. This ancient battlefield was called the Eastern Nether Ancient Battlefield. It could be considered a plain and was a secret ground controlled by the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It was full of danger but also full of opportunities. There were 3 months of free time inside. These 3 months would test one's comprehensive ability. This included intelligence, courage, combat power, and opportunities. Opportunity was also luck, and luck was one of the most important factors for a martial artist. 3 months later, they would exit from the final exit. There were many checkpoints at the exit, and from there they would be able to select the reserve and official Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. The selection of the Detian Divine Guards was held once every 5 years. And the location of each selection was different. However, they were all filled with opportunities and dangers. According to Lu Xiu, the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld had not been used for the selection of Empyrean God Guards for 100 years. He had no idea what would happen inside. After the announcement, Lu Xiu allowed them to move around freely and gathered them 2 days later. In the following time, they went to various bookstores in the Myriad Star City to search for books that recorded the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld so that they could understand more information about it. The more he understood, the more confident he would be. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. However, there was still no trace of Xianxia. Lu Ming was a little anxious and worried. Something must have happened to Xianxia. Otherwise, he would not have missed the Detian Divine Guard selection. However, Lu Ming did not know where Xianxia had gone. Otherwise he could look for her. Let's not care about it for now. Xianxia is someone who doesn't want to suffer losses. Nothing bad might happen to him. I'll finish the Detian Divine Guard assessment first. Lu Ming pondered. Today all the geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range gathered in one of the courtyards of the Cloud Emperor courtyard. Out of the 97 people, Xianxia was the only one missing. The rest had all arrived. Lu Xiu's eyes swept across the room, but he didn't say anything. It was normal for there to be fewer people. All right, I'm sure all of you are clear about the rules of the selection. However, I'll repeat it again. The 3 months in the Eastern Nether Ancient Battlefield are especially important. The Eastern Nether Ancient Battlefield is an ancient land in the ancient times. It is vast and full of dangers, but it is also full of opportunities. Some people can rise to the top in one go in these 3 months, while some will become stepping stones for others and be killed. According to my experience, it's best for all of you to work together after entering the Eastern Nether Ancient Battlefield. This is the safest way. Take these 10,000-mile sound transmission talismans and take one each. You can contact each other in the Eastern Nether Ancient Battlefield. Lu Xiu took out a 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman and distributed it to them. Many thanks, Elder Lu. Everyone thanked Lu Xiu. There's no need to thank me. I only hope that more of you will join the Detian Divine Guards. The better your results are, the more rewards I'll receive. Lu Xiu was very direct and spoke his purpose. This increased everyone's impression of Lu Xiu. Alright, now follow me. The entrance to the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld is 100,000 miles north of the Myriad Star City. After Lu Xiu finished speaking, he rose into the air. The group followed him and left through the northern gate, heading north. At this moment, the same situation was happening all over the myriad star city. Groups of geniuses soared into the sky and headed north. Some of them had about 100 people, some had dozens, and some had thousands. The dense crowd headed north in a grand and magnificent manner. Chapter 375. 375 The Provocation of the Thousand Rivers. The journey of 100,000 li only took a few hours for everyone. The eastern dark rock peak was their destination. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, what they saw was a boundless stone forest. This area was made up of countless stone peaks, each of which was more than 100 meters tall. The entrance to the eastern nether ancient battlefield is among these stone peaks. The entrance to the battlefield has yet to open. Wuxia explained. Everyone stopped a short distance away from Shifeng, watching from a distance. At this moment, Shifeng was surrounded by a dense crowd of people. Wow, Wuxia, you're early. How many pieces of trash did you bring this time? At this moment, an arrogant laugh was heard. After that dash. Buzz. Buzz. A series of air-rending sounds came over and a large group of figures flew over here. The number of people was unusually large. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and realized that there were at least 600 to 700 people. The leader of the group was a skinny middle-aged man in a black robe. The group of people stopped not far from Lu Ming and the rest. The skinny middle-aged man looked at Wuxia with a mocking expression. Zhao Sui, is that you? He asked. Wuxia's face darkened when he saw the skinny man. Ah, why? Wuxia, you don't welcome me? That's true. Every time the selection of the Emperor Sky Divine Guards is held, the trash of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range that you led has always ended in a crushing defeat. No one from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range has joined the Emperor Sky Divine Guards for 2 consecutive years. Compared to our Thousand River waters, it's really a tragic sight. The skinny man Zhao Sui laughed mockingly. Wuxia's face turned even gloomier. However, Zhao Sui obviously didn't want to stop here. He glanced at the people in the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range and said, I didn't expect that there are so many people from the Yundi Mountain Range who passed the preliminaries this time. Let me see how many there are. Cascade, there are still 97 people. Compared with the 689 people from our Thousand River region, there are only 500 or 600 people left. Not many, not many. Also, Wuxia, you're too cruel. These 97 people should be all the geniuses in the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Be careful that they don't all die in the eastern nether ancient battlefield. If that happens, the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, a place where even birds don't want to shit, will suffer even more. Zhao Sui's triangular eyes swept across the people in the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, full of ridicule. Zhao Sui, you. Wuxia's expression was extremely ugly. The other people in the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range also had ugly expressions. Haha. A bunch of trash wants to pass the Detian Divine Guard selection? They really don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. They're indulging in wild fantasies. In the Thousand River region, some of the young men also laughed mockingly. The young men from the Thousand River region looked at the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range with contempt. Detestable. Young Master Tianxi, Lan Yundao and the others were all proud and arrogant. How could they bear such contempt? They gritted their teeth. Kid, it's you? Ah, I finally found you. All of a sudden, a furious roar was heard from the waters of the Thousand Rivers. A young man flew out and stared at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Autumn water. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. This young man was Li Qiushui. It seemed that she had already discovered him. Li Qiushui, what are you doing? Last time you ran away so quickly, are you thanking me for not killing you this time? Lu Ming said with a smile. Brat, you should die. Let's see who can save you this time. Autumn water roared. Oh, then you can try. Lu Ming gave him a sidelong glance. Junior brother, is the kid you mentioned the trash from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range? At this moment, a blue-robed young man walked out from behind Li Qiushui and said indifferently. Senior disciple Jiang, that's right. It's this man. Not only did he use despicable means to rob the treasure I got from the Heaven's Gate, but he also ambushed me and injured me. The Autumn Water shouted. Despicable methods? To plot against him? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming simply wanted to laugh. This Li Autumn Water was too shameless. Lu Ming had clearly defeated him head-on, but in his words, it was an ambush. You are indeed from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. You only know how to plot. Kid, I'll give you 3 breaths to hand over the treasure you got from junior brother Li Qiushui in the Gate of Heaven. Then kneel down and admit your mistake in front of everyone. I can only cripple your cultivation and spare your dog life. Senior brother Jiang looked at Lu Ming coldly and spoke in a charitable tone. AI. When is the Eastern Nether battlefield going to open? I'm not in a good mood anymore after being surrounded by a few dogs barking. Lu Ming ignored senior brother Jiang and scanned the stone peaks. Senior martial brother Jiang's face turned livid. Lu Ming actually dared to ignore him. He was simply courting death. Boom. A terrifying aura burst out from senior brother Jiang's body. A complete force was formed. Combined with his powerful cultivation, it formed a powerful pressure that spread across the entire area. Aside from Jian Fengyun and Lu Xiu, everyone else in the Cloud King mountain range was shocked. This senior brother Zhang's strength was extremely terrifying. He gave off the feeling that he was definitely not weaker than young Master Tianxi, who was ranked second on the Cloud Emperor list. Lu Ming's expression turned grave as he stared at senior brother Jiang. Brat, die. You won't even have the chance to beg for mercy now. Senior martial brother Zhang's face was extremely gloomy. So much nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Lu Ming said coldly. He was fearless. With his current combat strength, even if he couldn't defeat senior brother Jiang wouldn't be able to stop him if he wanted to leave. Buzz. At this moment, the sound of a sword was heard. A figure suddenly appeared between Lu Ming and senior brother Jiang. It was Jian Fengyun. Jian Fengyun. Seeing Jian Fengyun, senior brother Zhang's expression turned serious. Jian Fengyun had once adventured in the waters of the Thousand Rivers, and senior brother Jiang had seen him before. There was only one person in the Cloud King mountain range that he was afraid of, Jian Fengyun. He didn't care about the others at all. Jiang Chun, today is the day of the Detian Divine Guard selection. If you want to fight here, aren't you afraid that you'll cause the unhappiness of the major characters in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Jian Fengyun looked at senior brother Jiang and said coldly. Jian Fengyun, I advise you not to interfere. Otherwise this time, it won't be like the last time where I only left a scar on your face. Instead I'll take your life. At this time, a loud laugh came from the waters of the Thousand Rivers. A young man with a jade-like appearance walked out. Jian Fengyun's expression turned grim when he saw the young man. He was injured by this person when he was wandering in the Thousand River region. This person was the 18th ranked genius of the Thousand River region. Jian Fengyun had fought with him for hundreds of moves before he was defeated in one move. The past was the past. Now I will definitely win. Jian Fengyun's eyes were like 2 divine swords. He was filled with confidence. Certain victory? What a joke. The handsome young man sneered with disdain. It looked like a great battle was about to break out. Zhao Sui watched coldly from the side, waiting to watch a good show. Lu Xiu's face was extremely gloomy. The geniuses of the Cloud Emperor mountain range would be like eggs hitting a stone if they fought with the geniuses of the Thousand River region. They would end badly. He wanted to stop Zhao Sui, but he knew that Zhao Sui would not let him. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.